I hope you are able to find your strength in me anytime you need it.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us here on this first alert weather day. Got a first of this day, a first alert to a severe thunderstorm warning that just came out for Shelby County. Of course, it's going to be an active day, friends, and this is just the beginning of it. We got several cells that are just now beginning to pop up here, and oddly enough, that storm is already beginning to rotate. As we've mentioned, this is a high-risk day, and this is a tornado-driven high-risk day today. So any storm that could flare up could very well become supercellular and be severe quickly. So let's talk about where that storm is currently located at. It's crossing I-22 at the present over in Olive Branch. It's basically over the city of Olive Branch right now. And Jagger, if you're in the back, can you get, I don't know if we got the Olive Branch camera up, but okay, well, let's keep an eye on this. But I do want to let you know that we do have a,
that's going to go.
yeah, let's go ahead and take that camera. That's actually Oxford. So give me just 2 seconds. I'll flip that over. But that's a look at Oxford, Mississippi. The sunshine is out right now. And of course, we've got a lot of warmth that is pushing in across the area. But if you're along Highway 302 or I-22 in Olive Branch, you need to go ahead and start thinking about the potential for the storms making their way across the area. All right, so let's go ahead and see if we can switch over to the Olive Branch camera and see what we got going on there. There's a look at Olive Branch, our high five camera there, looking at City Hall. And you do notice, again, the rain now coming down. Now, this is a standard severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued from the National Weather Service. And the storm, again, like I said, starting to show some signs of some rotation as it's making its way across Highway 302. That would be very close to Goodman Road and Center Hill Road at the present. But again, that is in downtown Olive Branch. Moving in, Pigeon Roost, that area. That's that road right there that you see the cars going on. Let's go back over to the link system. And again, you'll see a little bit of rotation. So the storm is rotating, but it's not producing a tornado. Don't think that's the case right now. We are just now starting to open up into that window where severe weather could become likely. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that does include portions of DeSoto County, eastern DeSoto County, eastern Shelby County. This does not include technically downtown, midtown Memphis, but if you live in Germantown, Collierville, Cordova, up towards Lakeland, and Arlington, just a heads up, a developing supercell thunderstorm is starting to get going down here in DeSoto County. And this is just one that could be of many as we go through the course of the day. Of course, Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers also here today. We are also tracking with meteorologist Eric Brill. We are going to get the storm tracker out here in a little bit, but of course, kind of the offshoot is that this is flaring up a little quicker than anticipated. We did open up that window between 3 p.m. and about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning as the storms have been kind of rolling through here. And just within the last couple minutes, Jagger, if you could take Max 1. The new tornado watch was just issued just a couple of minutes ago. This will go until midnight tonight. That includes the entire Action News 5 coverage area. This is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That is standard operating procedure from the SPC on a day where we have a high risk. But every section of the Action News 5 coverage area underneath a tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, until 12 a.m. This may be one of maybe 2 watches that are going to be issued for tonight. And technically, when you think about it, usually watches go for about 8 hours. It's a little bit longer than that for tonight. So this is going to be, again, a long night for us. And hopefully this is just one storm and we're done. But unfortunately, the environment's not playing games today. This is one of the more serious situations that could unfold here today across the Mid-South. We haven't seen set up like this in a long time. So let's hope that this is just one and done on the storms, and that's about it. Let's go back over to links and take a look at the storm, and we'll put a storm track on this. It's moving off to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour, or about 50 miles per hour, rather. So let's put a storm track on this, off to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So we're talking about moving across 385 here close to Forest Hill, Irene, and by Hillier Road here in the next couple of minutes. So heads up for our friends in southeastern Shelby County, Collierville primarily. This looks like this will be primarily for Collierville, but right there at the curve where you go past Winchester heading back towards Forest Hill, Irene, that little area is probably where you're going to start to see the storm moving in your direction. But if you live out towards Eads, looking out towards Arlington, Oakland, so for northwestern Fayette County. We're looking at this storm moving in your direction here shortly. Time right now is 2:53 in the afternoon. You see Arlington by about 3:17, basically on top of Collierville here very shortly. And then the Oakland area by 3:17 and Galloway there along I-40 in northwestern Fayette County about 3:21 in the afternoon. I'm going to go over to what we call the Barron button. This is a look at the threats inside of the storm to kind of see what are we tracking here, okay? Quarter-size hail. This looks to be primarily a hail situation, at least in the first part, but understand that this storm has shown some signs of rotation as it's been making its way out of DeSoto County. I do want to zoom back out, go back to the broader view, because guess what? This is only the first of many storms that are already beginning to develop here today across the Mid-South. As we look down to the south across northwest Mississippi, we'll zoom in there and notice a couple of these cells starting to get a little active. And because of the environment that we are in today, any one of these cells could rotate quickly. And more than likely, the National Weather Service here in Memphis, they're going to sling warnings quick, fast, and in a hurry today just because of what's happening here today. And we do expect that this is going to happen fairly quickly when it comes down to the severe weather across the area. But again, the storm moving up into Collierville, the one that is severe warned presently. And again, you see several cells that are down to the south and west in northern portions of Mississippi. Those are working their way northward. They are producing some small hail associated with it and some gusty winds. I'll look over at the which way the winds are blowing mode, and I'll point out here, when I said that all of these were rotating, 1, 2, 3, in the very least, are starting to rotate. Now, they may be in their infancy, but again, today may be a situation where infancy becomes maturity very quickly. So that's something that you need to keep in the back of your mind. This will happen very quickly here today. This is not a situation that will necessarily lend itself to weakening anytime soon. We got a long way to go, friends, when it comes down to it with the severe weather. Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers is here. Of course, we've been tracking the storms here this morning into the afternoon. You see a new tornado warning back west of the Action News 5 coverage area up into north central Arkansas. Several severe thunderstorm warnings going along with that. What else have you been tracking so far this afternoon?
So, Patrick, we're watching, as you mentioned, this whole thing really starting to evolve rapidly right now. I've got a quick question for you. Are you going to jump in the storm tracker? What are you thinking, Patrick?
Sorry, I'm jumping in the storm tracker.
It's
like jump in the storm tracker?
Yeah, very shortly. I was trying to listen to my producer. They're pulling up an RDOT camera, trying to see what's going on back out to the west.
Because look, this little area right here that's starting to come in from the south and southwest. As you were showing, these are going to mature rapidly. Already showing signs of rotation for many of these individual cells. So I'm thinking right now, if you're going to hit the storm tracker, maybe heading down 61, getting ahead of this may be good. But at the same time, Patrick, we've got this other line that's coming in back from the west. And really, this is the main batch of storms that's going to impact the Action News 5 coverage area as we get into the evening and overnight hours. But right now, we're starting to see these individual cells pop up, and we've got another severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for another cell south of that. So the one we came on the air with first, this is for Fayette and Shelby County, severe thunderstorm warning, but I want you to treat it as you would a tornado warning, simply because these individual cells are showing signs of rotating. Now, a new warning just issued. This is for DeSoto, Panola, Tate, and Tunica counties. Let's take a closer look, put a track on some of these. Let me get this activity off of here to begin with. We're going to start with the track on the one moving through Shelby County right now, show you where that's going. So we put this whole thing into motion. Look at this activity coming up. So we've got a huge surge of moisture coming along the Mississippi River. All of this from the Gulf. It's extremely warm, unstable outside this afternoon. That's what's allowing these storms to intensify and really kick off rapidly across the Mid-South right now. So let's clear this out. Let's put some tracks on here. We'll begin with the storm that is working its way through Shelby County right now. And then we'll track the next one that's coming in just behind it. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and put a track right here. We'll lead it from the leading edge, north and east. If you are in Fisherville, it's 302. It's coming to you in just about 4 minutes. We'll get into Eads at about 3:07. Oakland 3:12. Should get into Griffin around 3:17. Then Longton at 3:24. Mason 3:33. Stanton at 3:39. And then Cocoa is going to come in at 3:47. Now look, keep in mind, vast portion of Memphis and Shelby County not dealing with anything right now. This is going to affect primarily eastern Shelby County, western Fayette County. But for the rest of folks in Shelby County right now, know these storms coming out of the south, that's going to start to impact us here in just a bit. So let's clear this off. Let's put a track on that next batch of cells that are making their way through. I'm going to bring this up just a little bit, so bear with me just a second. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to put 3 distinct tracks on here, okay? Because as Patrick mentioned, each one of these showing some signs of rotating. So let's track the first one. We'll take that north. So Senatobia, Coldwater, Bowman, between now and about 3:17. Hernando, 3:22. Should move into Albans at about 3:33, then into South Haven, 3:39. We'll see that then get into Whitehaven at 3:43. Should move into Parkway Village at about 3:48. That's this individual cell right here. All right, so next, let's track the one that's just to the west of that. That's going to move north. That's going to be impacting Crenshaw, 3:01. So it's about 60 seconds away from you right now. You can probably already hear it. Arca Butler, 3:22. Coldwater, 3:28. Moves into Hernando at 3:38. Should move into Horseshoe Lake at about 3:43. Horn Lake, 3:49. South Haven, 3:53. And then into Olive Branch at 3:57. So for the next hour, this little area is going to be very active. Now, the cell that is just to the south of it, let's track that because that moves into Sledge at about 3:09. Some communities are going to get back-to-back on this, all right? So Crenshaw, the next round, comes into you at about 3:16. We'll see that move into Senatobia, 3:35, then into Coldwater, 3:41, Hernando, 3:53, Horseshoe Lake, 3:59, and then into Walls at 4:03, and into South Haven at 4:09. So it's going to be an active hour here in the Mid-South, but it's going to be an active several hours for the entire coverage area as this system to the west is starting to make a move in our direction. I want to go over to meteorologist Eric Brill, who's standing by right now. Eric, Patrick mentioned these cells showing some signs of rotating. Anything catching your eye so far?
So up to this point, Ron, nothing kind of catches my eye at this point. It's just kind of, it's definitely thunderstorms that are trying to get their act together right now. Do want to note that if you're into Phillips County, National Weather Service is getting close to issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for you. And there was a report that came out of Olive Branch that there was 1 inch in diameter size hail. That's the size of a quarter here, and that's what you need to have the minimal criteria to become a severe thunderstorm here as far as just severe thunderstorms go. All right, let's dive into it and see what we got going on here a little bit closer to Marks, Mississippi. As far as Quitman and Coahoma counties go, this given storm is moving to the north-northeast at about 60 miles per hour. The hail, fortunately, on this doesn't look to be too big. It looks like it's about 3/4 of an inch, and I think we're about to get another severe thunderstorm warning here over into the Helena, West Helena area. And I say I believe that just because kind of keep an eye on the National Weather Service here, and they basically noted that this storm is probably going to be severe warned. As far as what we have for the hail size on this is still looking to be about 3/4 of an inch right now. So it is technically just below severe limits, but that is still something we want to keep a close eye on because it's not far off there. And just kind of monitoring all these storms in general. I think the one that's the biggest threat right now is the one that is getting closer to Eads and pretty much straddling the Shelby and Fayette County lines. The severe thunderstorm warning that I was just talking about over into, or that isn't existing yet, but it is going to be issued here for Phillips County, as well as Crittenden, Coahoma, DeSoto, Lee, and Tunica counties. That's a new one that's about to be issued here, and that's going to go until 4 o'clock. Worthwhile to note, as far as these severe thunderstorm warnings are concerned, a lot of these are until, you have one till 3:30, one till 3:45, and another till 4. And there you go. As far as just to the south of West Helena, that is where we have that new severe thunderstorm warning. But Ron, got to keep on this. Yeah, and I mean, Ron, we were just having a meeting here as far as the station goes, kind of catching up on things, 20 minutes ago, and here we go. But I got to say, go ahead.
I just saw a brand new skip that popped up.
Yep.
Did I see that on your map?
The one that's just west of West Memphis, I guess it would be.
Were we getting a BTI on that?
So the BTI that we have right now is a 3.7.
Okay, so the BTI, it's a barren tornado indicator. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest probability that that cell is producing a tornado, it's at a 3.7 right now?
Correct.
So that's ramped up. That's an indication these individual cells are rotating.
And Ron, I think we got to keep an eye on that one that's just south and southwest of Helena, West Helena, because that looks like it's trying to tighten up quite a bit here. So
let me take a look at it.
Go for it, Ron.
Take me full. Let's take a look at this cell. So this is the one Eric was talking about, and this is the activity. This is the one that we're going to see. And I tell you what, let me first put a track on it. All right. So I want you to know where it is, where it's going. But oh yeah, I'm starting to see a little bit of a hook developing there. It's Helena coming in at 308, Austin 324. Then it's going to move on into Evansville about 328, 331 into Tunica, 337 into Hollywood, Dooley at 341, Tunica Resorts 345, and then we'll see that make its way into Hughes at about 352. But as Eric mentioned, we are starting to see a little bit of rotation within this as well. I see, looks like a little something that's trying to form right here. What we're looking for are the red pixels and the green pixels kind of coming together right there. So that's what I'm seeing there. I'm going to switch over to velocity and just take a look. That maybe, I don't know.
What you got? Let's talk out loud.
All right, so I'm thinking, because of the angle that the radar is hitting that, so the radar is coming through pretty good amount of precip, all right? It's kind of hitting that at a weird angle. I'm wondering if that may be some sort of radar contamination, but you've got a skid on it. What are you showing?
So right now, I believe we were just talking about that being at 3.7, and right now it's at 3.8. So the good news is it's still relatively low, but it's inching upward.
Yeah, exactly. Was there any shear? Did you see a shear?
Didn't have a shear marker come up. There is a little bit of shear out there. I wouldn't say necessarily anything eye-catching, but there's at least some turbulence within the air here. Folks, worthwhile to note too, I know that the past few events that we've had, they've been nighttime events, and that obviously can be pretty ominous and scary just as far as you can't see anything. Doesn't mean to go outside and check these out today. You don't want to do that. Right. So definitely want to note that here. But
let me give you a live shot right now while you're focusing on the next one. Eric, I want to show you, this is a live camera from Helena, West Helena at the bridge. Let me show you the shot there. It's coming down pretty good right now.
Was that
raining for the most part? Yeah, I do believe so. Doesn't look like it is. I'm not thinking it's that windy there. At least it doesn't look as windy there. However, the winds have been strong throughout the day today. We do have a wind advisory in effect for the entire coverage area. And we even had a blowing dust warning earlier today for a couple of counties in eastern Arkansas. Haven't seen one of those in a while. But in the meantime, First Alert Doppler radar is ramping up right now. Let's go back and let me show you the full picture. Let's take another look at the big view. So as far as things go, this is the cluster of storms we're watching that's starting to try to come together. The movement of these storms is to the north, northeast. However, there is a larger line or a more potent line that's to the west. That is coming in our direction. I tell you what, if I put this into motion for you, give you a better idea. So you can see this whole cluster of storms. Patrick Ellis is headed in that direction, so we're hopeful to have a live report from him within the next few minutes. But this whole line, that's going to move in as we get into the evening. And folks, this is going to extend into the overnight hours. I want you to make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings today, all right? Have the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Make sure that's on your smartphone or tablet. You can go to your app store, search WMC, and you'll find it right there. It's free to download. You're going to have that interactive radar. And again, any additional warnings come out, you get your first alert right there. If you have a weather radio, make sure it's on, the volume's up, it's got fresh batteries. Power outages are a real possibility as we get into the evening and overnight hours tonight. And then we can't always just rely on the sirens. So as many ways as you can have to get warnings is going to be the best thing for you, because it's going to be a while before that moves in, and it's going to be even longer before it moves out. We're looking at the probability of storms extending well into the early morning hours of Thursday. And by the way, Thursday, another First Alert weather day. And just to give you a heads up, Friday and Saturday, also First Alert weather days, as the tornado threat has spiked up for both of those days. Right now, we're with you on the air for these storms that are making their way through northern Mississippi right now as we watch the storms that are back to the west coming into eastern Arkansas. A lot of lightning in there. Let's check out the indication hail indicator, because oftentimes when we see the lightning start to ramp up, we'll start to see a little hail developing as well. And right now, don't really see anything that's concerning at this time in the way of large hail. I think these are going to be more of a wind and tornado threat, quite frankly, compared to our last system, which was a hail system. This one is showing more characteristics of being a tornado and straight line wind event. So that's what we're going to be watching. Yeah, Eric, what do you have?
Wouldn't be surprised if they do start to maybe monitor. I think quite frankly, I think the next severe thunderstorm warning we're about to get out of this, even though National Weather Service hasn't noted it quite yet, I think it's going to be into central portions of Crittenden County, just to the west of West Memphis, right to the west of where 55 and 40 split there. Because
so that little area.
Yep.
Right there.
And that BTI is trying to ramp up a little bit too. So going back to what Ron was saying with that Barron Tornado Index, that's at a 4.7 now. And once you hit that 7 threshold, that gets our attention. That should get your attention too.
And just within that little cell itself, look at that. There are, what, 76 strikes of lightning just within that. This cell that's making its way through, that came through Collierville just a few moments ago, the warning still continues there. It's showing some signs of just kind of falling apart a little bit. I'm happy to see that, but we're not going to take our eyes off it just yet. As a matter of fact, a little portion of that storm may be trying to do something even a little more. Let's take a closer look at that. And keep in mind, we're doing live radar analysis right here on the air. So as we see these storms, you are getting to see what we're seeing right off the bat and what we're looking at. So maybe a little something right there. Not sure if that's got a shear rate on it or not. Really, it's not that impressive. I think the rain may be a bigger issue. And by the way, flooding is also going to be an issue over the next several days. We're looking at a tremendous amount of rainfall. We could see anywhere from about 5 to 10, possibly as much as 12 inches of rain across parts of the Mid-South. So it's all just getting going. Now this cell that's back to the west in Crittenden County, that's coming down at about 1.5 inches per hour. The cell that is working its way through Fayette County right now, that's dropping rain at just over 1 inch per hour. And right there along the Marshall-Fayette County line, that's coming down at about 1 inch per hour. So a lot of rain really starting to develop, and you can just feel that moisture in the atmosphere today. It is very warm. It is very humid, and that's transpired just within the last 12 to 18 hours. And there's much more coming our way as this Gulf has just opened up and just driving moisture north right into the Action News 5 coverage area. So if you're just joining us, we have 3 active severe thunderstorm warnings. The first, that is for Shelby, Fayette, and Tipton County. That's going to go until 3:30. Here we are at 3:11 right now. We got more severe thunderstorm warnings just to our south for Panola, Quitman, Tate, and Tunica counties. That's going to go until 3:45. And then we've got another warning that is just to the west of that. That's going to go until 4 o'clock. This is for Coahoma, Lee, Phillips, and Tunica County. So that's going to be an active remainder to the hour. Now we've got Action News 5 now coming up at 3:30. We may just track storms through the entirety of that. A Better Memphis starts at 4. But it could be a very active 4 o'clock hour as well as this next round of storms starts to make its way in. So putting this all into motion once again, you see the general movement, 2 areas. This one's going north and northeast, as is this line to our west, but it's also starting to make a bit of an easterly move. It's going to be a while before it gets here. I think I'll pop up a future cast in just a second. Eric, I'm going to ask you to drive for just a moment. Let me put a future cast up and give our viewers the opportunity to see what's coming our way over the next several hours. All right?
Sounds good. So one thing to note, National Weather Service saying that they are going to take Shelby County out of the severe thunderstorm warning, which makes sense, and they literally just did that here because the storm, or the bulk of that storm, has shifted over into Fayette County. So let's dive into see what we got going on here. As far as that given storm goes, this is going to be right pretty much on top of Eads right now, and it is approaching Oakland. So your first alert, excuse me, if you are in Oakland, this is going to be hitting you at 321 as far as that leading edge. Mason 335, Charleston 342, and the same time can be noted here as far as Stanton goes. As far as what we have here with our technology, it's indicating that the hail could be 2 inches in diameter, and that is pretty large hail. If we were to kind of put a comparison to that as to how large that hail is, well, that's pretty much getting to be a little bit bigger than golf ball sized hail, just as far as a common object is concerned. So if we do get that 2 inch in diameter sized hail, that is certainly going to cause some damage here. And as a reminder, you only need inch to be the size of a quarter in order for it to be classified as a severe thunderstorm. So if you're in Oakland right now, I'm sure it's raining pretty good. Make sure you do take shelter. Get yourself in the interior portion of your house. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world here. And did hear Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers talking about how you should treat really every severe thunderstorm warning today as if it's a tornado warning. I really don't think that is an exaggeration either. That is something that everybody really should do today. As far as we have near Clarkdale, and this is the area that actually is still under the blowing dust warning into Mississippi and Crittenden counties. You have a thunderstorm that it's knocking on your door right now. It's not technically severe, but I think they're going to issue it here relatively shortly. This has a BTI, or that Barron Tornado Index, of 4.7 between the north side and the south side of that cell. Heading down to the south here as we start to roll over to Quitman, Coahoma, Panola, as well as Tate, DeSoto, and Tunica counties. You have a pair of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Helena, West Helena, especially on the east side of Helena, West Helena, is really taking it on the chin right now. Wouldn't be surprised if we have some small hail embedded within there, maybe some penny to nickel sized hail. As far as what we have on velocity, fortunately nothing's really kind of capturing my eye that makes me think we have some sort of real big issue with that. If I put this on a little bit of a loop, doesn't seem like there's any sort of real consistency for something popping up there. As far as what we have for that rotation detector, yet again, nothing really standing out to me at this time. What you want, well, you don't want to see it. Let me be clear on that. But if you start seeing some of these greens and reds and yellow start to pop up, that's when it starts to become a little bit concerning, taking a wider view of things. Nothing really kind of looking too ominous at this given time here. Let's see. Quitman County, you are now outside of a severe thunderstorm warning, so there is good news there, but I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of these towns and cities get re-engulfed with some of these severe thunderstorm warnings here as of this time. So to recap again, we have currently now 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, as we just got another one issued. This one includes portions of Crittenden, Shelby, as well as Tipton over into Lauderdale and Mississippi counties. That one is warned for the potential of 1 inch in size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it is moving to the northeast here. A lot of these have been moving to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. If you look on the upper right-hand portion of your screen where it says severe NE53, that is pretty much the computer's projection saying that this is moving to the northeast at about 53 miles per hour, and that BTI number, that is now up to a 5, and we're just getting this event unfolding here. Let's see, it's now 3:16 on this Wednesday afternoon. That 5 BTI that you saw, that is one that's starting to get catch our attention here, especially since that number's been slowly kind of creeping up here. If we look at any sort of rotation detector up here, there is definitely some rotation that's out there. If you're in Turl right now, really, if you live just east of I-55, but you're in northeast Arkansas, we're looking at Osceola here, that is an area that you want to treat this as if it is a tornado warning, because there's at least some rotation that we have going on here. So, Ron, now we're up to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings that we have here across the Mid-South. So good news is that portions of Shelby County were able to be eliminated from that original first one. Quitman County's out of 1, but now another portion of Shelby County is under 1.
All right, so just severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but these individual cells are rotating. Thus, the tornado watch that's in effect right now, that's going to remain until midnight tonight, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was extended. Futurecast not really picking up on a lot of the activity at this time. However, as we advance forward to around 5 o'clock, forecast models really starting to pick up on these discrete cells out in advance of the main line that's really going to start coming together as it gets around Little Rock and moves to the east of that area. And then as we get to around 7 o'clock, that's when I think we're going to find this line bearing down on us. And this one is showing some pretty ominous characteristics within the line and along the leading edge. So we can see another round of tornadic activity, as well as some large hail, damaging wind coming into play and making its way toward the Mississippi River by 7, and then continuing to around 9, should make its way into the Memphis metro, along and north of the 40 corridor primarily, but the entire coverage area is is going to be under the brunt of these storms well into the overnight hours. And by 11 o'clock, we're still going to have this section of storms working their way through West Tennessee, and the storms that are back to the south and west of that will still be coming together also. And into the early morning hours of Thursday, 3 a.m., maybe a little bit of a lull between 3 and 6, but it looks like we could see an uptick late morning tomorrow going into midday. And just to give you your first alert, Thursday, now a first alert weather day. Friday, a first alert weather day, as is Saturday. Folks, we have about 86 hours to get through, all right? This should exit the area around 2 a.m. on Sunday morning. In the meantime, we are going to have several waves of storms that come through on Thursday, tonight, and into Thursday. Again, tomorrow night, we'll see isolated individual cells firing up throughout the day on Friday. Then a little bit of rain to start the day Saturday, but another round of stronger storms that will come into play Saturday night and continue into the early morning hours of Sunday. We should taper to just showers Sunday morning, and then a drier, cooler pattern emerges behind that. But we've got a long stretch of weather to go, and right now the activity's already starting to ramp up with 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings. Now we have 5. Let's go ahead and put the info on here. Seeing these cells in northeast Mississippi, that is for Lee, Prentiss, Tippah, and Union counties. That's going to go until 4:15. Those are just outside the Action News 5 coverage area, but a little closer to home, and more specifically DeSoto, Panola, Tate, and Tunica counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45. We're seeing another one right now that is to the west of that. That's for Crittenden, DeSoto, Lee, and Tunica counties. That goes until 4 o'clock. And we're looking at another severe thunderstorm warning. This is Crittenden, Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Tipton counties, tornado possible. So, Eric, they're picking up on the rotation. National Weather Service picking up on the rotation within that cell as well. That's going to go until 4. Look, if you're in the path of this storm, and I'm going to come back and put a track on it in a moment, but if you're in Crittenden County, southern Mississippi County, western Tunica County, or Tipton County, I want you to get in your safe space right now as this storm's coming on through. The one that was for Shelby County now canceled, but it's still for Fayette and Tipton County. That's going to go until 3:30 this afternoon. So a lot of activity around the area. As far as hail goes, not a lot in the way of hail at this time, but we are seeing a tremendous amount of lightning within this. And just taking a look at the lightning indicator or the lightning tracker, just on this view of storms right here, lightning over the last 30 minutes. This is what, right around 3 o'clock, just or 2:30, there was virtually nothing on the radar, and now we've got all this activity. About 486 strikes of lightning on there, I do believe. But overall, the main concern, or the one that we're watching closest right now, is a cell that's coming on through Crittenden County. Let's go ahead and take a zoom in, closer look at that. I'm going to hit it with the scope first, see if there's any rotation or noticeable rotation within it, and I see a little bit right here. Can you see that little area right there? We've got green and red coming together. Not a tight couplet, but there is some rotation there, and it's also likely that it's producing some pretty decent wind as well. Let's put a little slice on it and see if there's any hail in it. Let me take a look at that, and then Eric, I'll track it in just a moment. These storms are starting to get some height on them at about 30,000 feet. No indication of, let me come back and slice that one more time. Not seeing a great indication of hail. There was a little bit of a suspended hail core, it looks like, yeah, right there around 15,000 feet. That little area in purple, and what that's doing is dropping a lot of very heavy rainfall. I think a lot of it is melting with the friction and the heat closer to the surface. That is allowing those hailstones in the core of that storm to melt before reaching the ground, but nonetheless, that's still a pretty active cell itself, and likely one of the more ominous ones that we're watching at this time, at least in the regard to the potential for some rotation with it. So I'm going to track it from the leading edge here. Let's take it north and east. We'll track it just outside the polygon. So that's going to get into Joyner at 323, Drummond's 333. Then it moves into Caryville at 337, Munford 342, Burleson 348, McBride 355. Then it moves into Covington at 402, and we'll get into Henning at 411. So this is what we're looking at right now. Got a lot of activity on our first alert Doppler radar. The afternoon just getting underway, and as are the storms. Again, we've got a high risk of storms. This is a level 5 storm threat for much of the Action News 5 coverage area, really from Shelby County north and west into eastern Arkansas. But right now, these storms really starting to come together and pack a little bit of a punch. Eric, you seeing anything there now?
So, Ron, you've been kind of doing a great job with that radar analysis here. I've been kind of keeping an eye on different things myself here, communicate with some people that we have behind the scenes to figure out if we have any sort of Department of Transportation cameras that show anything ominous. And Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, he's also in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker. He's about to head out here, and quite frankly, I'm not 100% sure where he's about to head to, but he did note that he might be heading towards northern Mississippi. I do think that, so we have, 5 different severe thunderstorm warnings right now, or technically it's actually 6. The one that I think we still need to keep the closest eye on, you heard Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers talking about it, is that one that is currently in Crittenden County right now. So let's take a little bit closer of a look right now. If you are in northeastern portions of Shelby County, so we're talking Millington, and I know it's not in Shelby County, but over towards, say, Munford, this is headed towards your general area right now. If we turn around and move this a little bit, so let's see what we have on this as far as a BTI number goes. So that's that Barron Tornado Index number. Once that starts to climb above a 7, that starts to really raise our attention, and it's at a 5.4 right now. So that number is slowly starting to climb on up here as well. Let's see, National Weather Service. Okay, still kind of keep an eye on different things. Worthwhile to note into Fayette County, there's 2 storms that we're keeping an eye on right now, and in theory there are 2 different severe thunderstorms right now. One that is just to the north of Moscow, another one that is near Oakland, that is moving to the northeast here. Do you think that the one that's just northeast of Oakland, in Oakland you saw some pretty heavy rain, likely some small hail and some pretty strong winds as well. This is moving to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, 47 miles per hour. If we turn around and we turned around and wanted to see how big some of the hail was within here, and if you were tuning in with us here on Sunday night, Monday morning, was talking about that Barron button. It gives us an idea, if we look inside the storm, how big the potential hail could be if it were to drop straight from that sky. And that's showing golf ball sized hail. And keep in mind, Ron, all these just developed within the past, as you noted, half hour, 45 minutes. So they're only starting to grow and develop here and becoming more mature. So I can't imagine in Oakland, as far as that hail goes, you got to imagine, even if that overdoes it a little bit, say if it's quarter-sized hail, that's certainly enough to cause issues here.
I have a feeling that what is reaching the ground is a bit smaller, simply because,
melting.
Eric, it is so warm outside. Temp was right around the mid-80s this afternoon as these storms started to develop. So as they fall through the atmosphere and they encounter that warmer air closer to the surface, there's going to be some significant melting, but also the friction as it falls, that too contributes to the melting. But it also contributes to the tremendous amount of rain that's falling. And keep in mind, the ground is still wet from storms over the weekend, and now we're looking at another storm system pushing into the area that is going to bring more rainfall and really lead to what could be a significant flood event for the Mid-South before the weekend is over. And I was looking at some data yesterday. It looks like this storm system has the ability to produce about 8 trillion gallons of water. That's a lot of rainfall, folks. And here in the Mid-South, we're looking at anywhere from about 5 to 10 inches of rain, with possibly as much as 12 inches or more in a few locations, especially right around this area right here. And that does include Memphis and Shelby County. We're with you right now for the severe thunderstorms that are moving through the Action News 5 coverage area. And look, I apologize for our casual look here today with the polos, but it's going to be a long day for us. And as a result, we're going to basically do this in some sort of comfort as we move through, because we've got several hours of storm tracking to do tonight, as this will likely carry on well into the evening and overnight hours tonight. So a lot of storms to track. I want everybody in the Action News 5 coverage area to stay weather aware. Again, it's a first alert weather day, a high risk for severe weather in the area. Our main concern, the threat for tornadoes, damaging wind, and the flooding threat significant as well. So right now, this is really the first wave of storms coming on through the Mid-South, but it's that next round that's back to the west. This is going to be really packing a punch, and that's what's going to impact the area as we get into the evening and overnight hours. Eric, any new data coming in on any of these cells? And what about that one that we were watching around Crittenden County? How's that looking?
So, Ron, did get a report from the from one of the emergency officials here over in Fayette County that there was 1 inch in diameter sized hail in Oakland here. Doesn't come as too much of a surprise here, and keep in mind, as far as the size of hail goes, 1 inch in diameter is about the size of a quarter as far as pocket change goes here. That, along with a report over in Olive Branch from that same cell, that's the largest that we've heard so far. So right now, we still are keeping an eye on about a half dozen severe thunderstorm warnings that have flared up here within about the past 45 minutes or so. The one that continues to be the most noteworthy right now is in northeastern portions of Crittenden County. This is moving to the northeast here at about 62 miles per hour. Looks like it's going to stay just to the north and northeast, or northwest rather, of Millington. That's good news, obviously, if you're in Millington here. But with that said, if you know anybody that's traversing north or south on 51 north of Millington and really south of Ripley, Tennessee, make sure you give them that first alert. And I'm sure they see some ominous looking clouds are in the sky right now. The BTI on this, Ron, is starting to flare up a little bit, up to a 5.7 as far as that Crittenden County storm goes. If you're in Wilson, this is going to be knocking on your door here at 3:45, the time right now being 3:29 on this Wednesday afternoon. Gilt Edge at 3:51, Burleson at 3:53, Osceola at 3:55, and Garland at 3:56 here. So that is racing to the north here rather quickly. There is definitely at least some sort of rotation that we do have in that given storm right now. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving me a note that he's heading over towards Millington here. I think he's going to try to catch up with that given cell as it does continue to race to the north. So hopefully we'll be able to get some visual clarification or just some sort of camera on that here. I'm pretty sure he is with Gardner, Montgomery. Nonetheless, the other cells that we are keeping an eye on here, because I don't want to forget about you guys that are over in Alcorn and Tippah counties. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place right now. As far as that actual storm goes, it's pretty far south on Highway 45. As far as that BTI number's climbing on that one too. So first alert, if you're over in Corinth right now, you definitely still have a little bit of time before that given cell is going to start to impact you here. That looks like it will be approaching Corinth by, I'd say, about 4:45 or so, with it still being 3:30. We have a bit of time to go here. So go ahead. What you got, Ron?
This RDOT camera. This is just to the east of West Memphis, I do believe, or west of West Memphis. Let's take a look at that, because we got some windy conditions out there. So we have that camera. We can bring it up for you. And tell you what, while they're looking for that, let me do this. This is the area we want to keep. Whoops. Let me zoom into the area that we're watching. There we go. This is eastbound RDOT. You can see that camera shaking. Winds are pretty strong out there. We were looking at 20, 25 mile an hour winds. We could see gusts of 45 to 50 miles per hour today. And that's just outside of the thunderstorm activity. As the storms are coming through, these could produce gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour as they're making their way through the Action News 5 coverage area. But that gives you an idea of what it looks like right now. This is in Crittenden County, eastbound 40. Is that 40, Anna? Yeah, so the eastbound 40. All right, so that's what we're looking at there. Let's go back to our first alert Doppler radar. A lot of activity, and it's really fired up just within the last hour. And you can see the concentration right now. For whatever reason, I can't get off of this tool itself. Yeah, let's have it, Eric. What do you got?
While you're talking about that, there was a report of golf ball sized hail over in Oakland. So as far as the verification of that here, obviously our products here at Action News 5 able to clarify that.
I did get confirmation from somebody in Oakland. They said they were getting dime size hail on the ground there. Now that was about 15 minutes ago.
Copy.
So it may be growing, because those storms do have some high. As a matter of fact, let's just take a look at it. Let me zoom in on it right here, and let's show you that cell that's moving through Fayette County right now. And we'll just put a slice on this and take a look at what's inside it. Here we go. I tell you what, I'm going to go to this northern portion that's north of Somerville right now. No, oh, wow. Yeah.
That's a hail core.
That is a hail core. Not the most impressive right there. There you see it.
Yeah. When you
Look
start
at
seeing
that,
those lighter pinks lighting up, that's what you want to look at here, folks.
And that's at about 20,000 feet, and that's making it all the way almost to the ground. I would say that's making its way to the ground. Now, I'll slice the one that's just to the south of it, and let's see what's inside that. And, wow, there's a decent hail core on that too, but it looks like it may be melting before it hits the ground. There is some indication. I know this has got to look crazy to you folks at home, but this is what we're looking at right now. And let me just kind of point out what it is I'm looking at. You see that little area right there? That's that little area in purple. It's when we see it coming down to the lower portions of the storm. Right now, we're hitting that between about 10,000, 20,000 feet. So that's some very cold air up there. You're getting right there in that cold core, and that is producing the hail as it's moving on through. We've also got a strong southerly flow that's feeding moisture into these storms. So there's a lot of dynamics in play here. And right now, this hail is really the biggest concern. No active warning for Shelby County. Good news there. But those storms coming out of the south, Eric, they're going to be here within the next few minutes.
So technically, Ron, there still is one that's just scraping the far northwestern corner.
Right around Shelby Forest?
Yep, bingo, exactly here. And
what does that look like?
So the numbers on that, I'll tell you what, I'm glad that it's kind of paralleling the Mississippi River and not necessarily heading further to the east here along 51. But as far as what that looks like here right now, as noted, that's just to the northwest of Millington. It definitely looks healthy. It looks strong, I'll say that much here. It is moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. That BTI is up to a 5.8 right now, so it's getting closer to, I don't want to say that magic number, but the ominous number, honestly, of 7.0. Looks like it's going to be towards Osceola by about 357 here. As far as any sort of shear rate that goes on it, we at least, Ron, I think you'll agree, has some sort of rotation that's going on just to the southeast of Joyner and to the east of Turl. So there's at least good news that it's avoiding those specific communities right now, but you really do want to treat this as if it was a tornado warning, because we do think that there's a lot of turbulence within the sky here. Also, there is another severe thunderstorm warning that is down to the south here. It does include portions of Coahoma, Quitman, Panola, as well as Tate and Tunica counties here. This does include Clarksdale, and especially if you're on the south side of Clarksdale, you are seeing some pretty heavy rain right now. As far as some of the hail sizes that we could be seeing embedded within this looks to be about quarter-sized hail, and that's what you need for the minimum threshold in order to have a severe thunderstorm warning around. If I kind of keep this up here and kind of scoot around the mid-south right now, see anything else that's really popping up here. No surprise where we did have that confirmed report of golf ball-sized hail over in Oakland. This storm continues to race to the northeast here. Ping-pong-sized ball hail is possible. Just to the southeast of Oakland, that's where we could see some more golf ball-sized hail. And right along the Mississippi River here, pretty much yet again, as we did see on Sunday night, where Mississippi, Crittenden, Shelby, and Tipton counties all meet, looks like you might be seeing some golf ball-sized hail there as well. So, Ron, as far as really the past two events go, between this one and the one that we had on Sunday here, certainly has seen some very large hail here along the Mississippi River and over the Mississippi River. We're going to keep our fingers crossed, obviously, that's the case, and it stays over the river.
That BTI is up to 5.8.
There you go.
It's increasing. Started off at what, 3.7?
Yeah.
So now it's at a 5.8. Can you zoom into that one more time?
Absolutely.
I've got it up behind me, and I want to point out a couple of things that I found a little interesting.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to use the draw tab here, and notice we've got these little spirals right here. All right. There's another one that's right here. It looked like there was another one right there. I don't know why that's doing that, but that's an indication that we're getting that counterclockwise flow with that. So you're starting to see these spirals. I can't put the velocity on here because that's your system that I'm looking at, but I can draw on it and just kind of point out some things. But do you see that? Isn't that an interesting looking storm cell itself?
It definitely is. And that it'll be Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, as I said, he's headed up there right now in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker. Be interesting to see what he's able to observe there. It's going to take him still a little bit to get up to that portion of the Mid-South. He was the one to kind of kick everything off here as far as the severe weather coverage goes here at Action News 5, but that's definitely an interesting cell, Ron. So,
you got Patrick? Let's talk to him. Let's talk to him right now. He's in Fraser.
Okay.
Patrick, what are you seeing?
Hey, guys. so far we are working our way up Highway 51. We're heading towards, we just went through Fraser, got off of 240. We're going to head down towards North Mississippi, and decided this storm was a little bit more pressing. I'm going to take you outside and take you a look at as we are about to go over the Loosahachie River here shortly. And again, we've got Gardner Montgomery. He's behind the controls of the wheel today, and I'm back here in the back. But, you know, we're still a good bit away from the storm, but as I'm watching it on the radar, it is showing some signs of rotation, broad rotation inside the storm, what we call the mesocyclone. It is trying to get its act together. The thing about today, and so far today, is that we haven't gotten to the point to where the dynamics for tornadoes are there completely just yet. That will happen as we get closer to maybe 6, 7, 8 o'clock this evening. But the environment is increasing for tornadic activity across the area, hence why we have that PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch until 12 a.m. For the entire Action News 5 coverage area. But again, we're trying to get up on that storm. I'll take you back outside again and kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at here. But that's you know, we're about, we're looking at that storm probably about 20 miles away. You know, it's just now crossing the Mississippi River. The circulation portion of the storm is about to move into far southwestern Tipton County. So it looks like a clip out of Millington, but far north southwestern Tipton County. Something to keep in mind. That storm could get active very quickly here in short order, guys.
This system, you know, you were talking about these storms, they're rotating, but they're not able to reach tornadic potential just yet. We've got a decent cap that's still on the atmosphere right now. That's what's limiting that to a great degree. But we've also got that line that's approaching rapidly from the west. And then watching this activity that's down to the south, I think that cap's rapidly eroding. So the storms and the cells that are out there, I do believe are going to have the opportunity and the ability, especially in points south of that area, to begin to rotate very, very rapidly. You got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is as soon as we get that cap to erode, which it was pretty stout this morning when I was looking at the data this morning from the balloon observation over in Little Rock. I mean, this was the setup. I mean, textbook setup when it comes down to how a severe weather situation looks when you look at the atmospheric sounding. This was textbook today. So today, again, as we've said multiple times, you've got to have multiple ways of getting information. We're here to keep you ahead of things. I will tell you, there is a ton of traffic. We were on 240. It was packed out, trying to get on the 101 connector, Highway 51. Again, it's a slow go of things. A lot of people are getting off work. A lot of people are getting out of school as well. Here very shortly, time right now, 3:41. So, you know, the buses are running at this point. We're off and running on the severe weather threat. So hopefully, I think a lot of people are just trying to get home now ahead of all of this before we get into the long stretch that could take us over the next couple of hours.
Where's your destination? Where are you headed to? Where are you going to set up?
Right now, we're going to try to get just on that storm up there in northern Shelby County, and then moving into Tipton County, and we might be able to get to it as it's getting closer to like Munford and Brighton. Okay. So we'll see how that plays out. But right now, I mean, that thing is very broadly rotating, but it's rotating.
And you can see the spires on it. Do you notice the spires on it? I mean, this just like the spirals that are coming off of it. So yeah, I haven't seen one like that around here in a while. Look, be safe out there. If you see something, jump on in, all right? Eric and I are here tracking these individual cells. Gardner Montgomery, Patrick Ellis in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker. You guys be safe out there. Eric, let's take a look once again, the big picture. Here it is. We've got a lot of activity working, and right now we've got several warnings that are still in effect. Let's come back to me full, guys. Here we go. The first warning, this is for Crittenden, Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Tipton County. Tornado possible, and again, that's because of the rotation within it. We think the atmosphere is still capped, and what that is, basically, there's a layer of just stable atmosphere. So as these storms are trying to shoot up, they can't break through that cap. But as it slowly erodes and falls apart, those storms are really going to get some height and velocity, or vertical velocities are going to shoot up, and that's when they're really going to start to come into play and start to spin. Now, we've also got another severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 4:15. This is for Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison County. Alcorn County, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15. Alcorn, Prentiss, Tippah, and Tishomingo counties. Then we head south. These storms are going to be impacting Shelby County within the next few minutes. You can already hear rumbles of thunder here in Midtown right now, but we've got this severe thunderstorm warning that's just right there for Crittenden, DeSoto, Lee, and Tunica counties. That goes until 4 o'clock. There's another polygon just to the east of that for Panola, Quitman, Tate, and Tunica counties. That goes until 4:30 this afternoon. So those are the ones I'm looking at right now. And just to zoom in a little tighter to show you what is going on there, let's take a look at these storms. I'm going to track this, and there's another little warning in there. Let me hit this really quick. I may have already talked about that one, but let's see. That is for, that's an interesting wedge there. DeSoto, Panola, Tate, Tunica, that goes until 3:45. So that's going to expire in about 2 minutes, but we're also going to continue to see some activity make its way north into Memphis and Shelby County. And folks in the city of Memphis and Shelby County, I want you to get ready, because we're likely to see a warning issued here within the next few minutes for this portion of the storm that's starting to track north. Even though it's not warned right now, it is coming out of a severe thunderstorm warned polygon. So Memphis 3:48, we should see a pretty significant downpour, some gusty wind, and a lot of lightning with this, and hail likely as well. 3:57 into Bartlett, Arlington at 4:10, 4:15 into Millington. It's going to get into Atoka at about 4:25, Covington 4:39, Henning at 4:51, and then it will move into Ripley right around 4:59. So for the next couple of hours, a lot of activity there. But just once again, to keep you aware, really the main threat, these individual cells that are out in advance, the main line of storms, that's going to be moving in this evening and should make its way around the Mississippi River and along the 40 corridor right around 7 o'clock this evening. Eric, any thoughts on what we're seeing right now?
So, Ron, I will say that the storm that has the highest BTI right now, it is technically just outside of the Action News 5 coverage area in Prentiss County, but that one is also headed towards Alcorn County right now, especially just east of Corinth. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. That BTI number right now is at a 6, was at a 6.4, and now it's down to a 6.0. So there is at least good news there that the number is trying to slide downward a bit. Do want to note that there was a shear marker that did pop up here.
Can you guys take Patrick's shot right now? Can you take it right now? Take Patrick's live shot from the I need you to work on it faster, please. All right. Patrick, what are we looking at right now? Tell us where you are, what you're looking at.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
I'm in Millington. Just got into Millington. We're working our way north on 51. I was just looking at that camera shot because I looked over in the side. I think that's the backside of the merging cell. It's nothing right now, but that's the backside of the merging cell. There were two storms that were kind of competing, and I think as they are, the one storm is being ingested by the other one. I think that this is where we're going to start to see that potential that the severe weather threat may start to increase. I'm going to zoom back out and let you know, like, this is what we're dealing with here as we're working our way through Millington right now. So, straight ahead, it's not terrible, but then we are dealing with the issues of a storm merger right now. And of
Eric,
course,
how far is that from Patrick?
So I'm going to say that storm, let's see, what do we got here? Patrick, I think you haven't crossed 385 quite yet, correct?
Just crossed 385, so we're going past Navy Road.
Gotcha. So you still look like, I'm going to say, let's see, you're about 10 miles outside of Munford, and kind of the southeast side of this is within Munford. The actual core of the storm looks like it's about 10 miles to your northwest.
So we're seeing that from 10 miles from where you are. That's impressive looking. Thoughts on it, Patrick?
Yeah. And one thing that it's like, once we get north of Millington, it opens up there between there and north of Millington all the way up to Munford. So we should be able to get a little better view as we get into some of those open fields up there north of Millington, heading up into southern Tipton County.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of an inflow notch develop right there on that cell too, it looks like. So close to the radar site itself, got a good view on it. All right, you guys, Patrick, you see something like that again, jump on in here, all right? So you've got the camera, you've got the, you're headed right into it right now. You and Garner be safe. We're gonna go back tracking storms until we hear from you next, all right? All right, here we go. So this was the cell Patrick was looking at right here. Here, let me zoom into this. Tell you what, let me clear it off, and then let's zoom in on it. So he's on 51 right there by Millington, headed north, but that cell right there, and it is showing some signs of lowering, or at least a lowering cloud base. It's producing a tremendous amount of lightning right now, and I would be willing to bet we got, what is that? There's more than 10 strikes of lightning in that. Let's do this. Let me put this on here, see if we've got the lightning. Whoops, let me clear this out. And then I want to take a look at this. Wow, hey, I want you guys to pick up the Midtown camera in just a second if you can. I'm going to give you a second to get that going. Let's see the Midtown camera because something, the wind is just picking up. Look at this. This is Midtown Memphis right now. That is coming down hard, and the wind is strong with this. You can see it. That camera's at about 200 feet up. We are looking west down Union Avenue on the left side of your screen. We're looking toward the medical center in downtown, and it is almost whiteout conditions as a result of that heavy rain that's coming on through. Eric, you have a better view of the storm Patrick is tracking and chasing. You want to talk a little bit about that? You've got a pretty good view on it there.
Sure. So as Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers did note, Meteorologist Patrick Ellis right now is he is heading north on Highway 51. Just went past 385, so he's getting a little bit closer to Munford right now, and he plans on being at least close to that given storm here. Keep in mind, folks, Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, this is not his first rodeo. He's been involved in a lot of severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings here throughout the span of his career, whether it be here in the Mid-South or into Jackson, Mississippi, or really all throughout the U.S. for that matter, too. Anyway, as far as we have going on here with that given storm, it doesn't seem like the BTI, if anything, is starting to come down ever so slightly at about a 5.4 here. So there is at least good news within that. I still want to keep an eye on these cluster of cells that are over into eastern portions of Fayette County, Hardeman County, and Haywood County. We still are seeing, I think, some pretty large hail that is embedded there. Fortunately, it doesn't look to be quite as impressive as it did just a few clicks ago here. So there is some good news there. And also still want to keep an eye on that one cell that looks like it's going to stay just to the northeast or to the southeast of Corinth, but it's at least going to be close here. Ron, it looks like another severe thunderstorm warning will be coming out here rather shortly. This is going to be for Tate County. I'd imagine this is probably the cell that will be getting close to Byhalia here before we do know it, and it's moving to the northeast. All these are moving to the northeast here at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. And when we say moving, this is a straight line speed here. It's not the actual winds itself. It's pretty much as if you were driving a car down the road, cruising at whatever miles per hour. These are basically going up I-55 or take your pick on highway at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Also down to the south here in Marks, Mississippi. Looks like we have some pretty large or pretty heavy rain as well as some small hail as a possibility here. I gotta say, Ron, up to this given point here, as far as some of our cells that are further to the south, none of them have really kind of caught my eye as far as saying to that 278 corridor between Coahoma, Quitman, Panola, and into Lafayette County.
We got a tornado warning. Tornado warning right now, just issued. Let's come to me, you guys. Let me go right here. Here we go. We got a tornado warning. This just popped. This is for Tipton, Lauderdale County. Let me give you the info on that. This is the cell Patrick was chasing it. That cloud dropping, lowering like that, we knew that was doing something. So Haywood, Lauderdale, Mississippi, Tipton County. Tornado warning until 4:45. I want you to get to the lowest portion of your home, get to the center, put as many exterior walls between you or as many walls between you and the exterior as possible, because as this is moving on through, it has the potential to bring some big damage. Take Patrick's shot. Yeah, let's take it. Patrick, what do you got for us? Oh, wow. Yeah, let's go. Let's put a track on this, all right?
We are still in. We're still in Millington. We're working our way northward, trying to work our way through the traffic here. But seeing a little bit of a ragged wall cloud off in the distance. That's what we're seeing right there. As we're going past Planet Fitness, we're going to come up here past the Walmart. You know, all the new businesses up here. So once we get past there, we're going to have a little better opportunity to see this in full face as we get into those open fields. But that is, in the very least, trying to become a wall cloud. It's ragged right now. Yeah. It's rotating. Yeah. It is getting ready to work its way. It's just north of Drummond's and making its way towards the north and east. So heads up to Brighton, heads up to Burleson, and heads up to Covington. This thing is heading in your direction, and we're heading up that way as well.
Hey, Eric, you've got a BTI on it. Let's take a look. What do you got?
So if we start heading a little bit closer to where this area is, Ron, that BTI is up to it's at a 5.4 right now. We have seen that number as high as approaching a 6 here. And actually, hey, Ron, it doesn't necessarily have a BTI on it. And Patrick, I'm assuming you can still hear me right now. Yeah. So Patrick, we're looking just north of Atoka, right near Brighton right now, along Highway 51 here. If you are over in Aikens Road, this is a first alert to you. I wouldn't be surprised if we have at least some rotation there, Ron. What you
Brighton,
think?
get in your storm shelter right now. Aikens Corner, storm shelters right now. If you are in Green Hills, just to the north, know that this is moving in your direction or showing some indication of moving in your direction. Am I off a little bit on that? No? Can you put a track on it, or you want to come to me on it?
Go for it, Ron.
Let me put a track on this, you guys. Come back to me if you can. I am going to clear this out of here. Let's take a look at this. We're going to track this from the area of rotation, and wow, you can really see it right there. I'm going to put the track on first from the area of rotation, then we'll come and take a closer look at it in just a second. So, Gilt Edge, get to your storm shelter, 3:59, 6 minutes away from that area of circulation, and it's pretty significant on our link system. Then Garland, 4:05, it moves into Covington at 4:13, 4:20 into Ashport, 4:31 into Ripley. It will move into Nutbush at about 4:37. 4:45, it moves into Gates, and then we'll see it move into Folks at 4:56. Taking a closer look at this on the scope for more specific rotation. It's really close to the radar site, but that's the area we're looking at right there for the potential tornado. Let me zoom in a little closer, see if I can get down to more street level on this. Eric, you may actually even have a better view from the rotation aspect of it. Let me clear this off right now. Wow, yeah, you can really see this. And this is looking more like a textbook hook echo.
Agreed.
All right, look at that. So you've got this little area right here. There's your inflow notch right there. You've got the rear flank downdraft coming in behind it. You've got the updraft feeding it in advance of it. Let's check it out for hail. Maybe some large, oh, wow. Yeah, there's some large hail in that. Look at that, about 1.5 inch hail size on it. Eric, you've got a great view on it. You want to talk more about that?
So, Ron, it looks like as far as that BTI number goes, it keeps kind of fluctuating between roughly about 4.5 and 5.5.
It's fighting that cap, isn't it? It's really fighting the cap.
And even this isn't necessarily popping up too well as far as a rotation detector goes, but it's trying to produce something here. And I'm just kind of keeping an eye on one of the screens that I have to my left, your right, is meteorologist Patrick Ellis as far as what he's looking at here on in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker. And for the time, he's definitely getting closer to it. I feel confident about that one here. So right now, this is our only tornado warned storm that we have here across the Mid-South. And it was actually no, we have is that a second tornado warning now that we have? Yep, there we go. That's a little bit closer to Bolivar, just to the northwest of Bolivar here. This is approaching Whiteville right now, and let's see. This is moving off to the northeast here, probably at, 45 to 50 miles per hour, as a lot of them have been doing here. If we could flip this on over to the link system there, we could see that it is moving off to the northeast here at about 45 miles per hour. Whiteville, this is pretty much on top of you right now, over in Ureekton at about 407, Vildo at 409, and over in Denmark at 423 here.
Look at that shot. That's Patrick's live shot right now.
Worthwhile to note, Patrick's live shot, this is looking more into Tipton County here. As far as that secondary tornado warned storm that we have right now, that's the one that we want to kind of keep an eye on as well.
Yeah. And look, I want to stress to everyone, look, we are headed, we've got the tornado watch in effect for the entire coverage area. A lot of storms going off right now, and we've got a second tornado warning. Here we go. Come right to me. Let's take me full. We'll come back to that in just a second. But I want to stress to everyone watching right now, this is a dangerous situation. If you are home, stay there. If you're somewhere else and watching our coverage, get home. There's a lot of activity. We're also watching what's coming in from the west. That's going to also intensify as it moves into the area. This is just the first round of several waves. We now have 2 active tornado warnings. The second one right now, this is for Chester, Hardeman, Henderson, and Madison County. That is going to go until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Let's zoom in on it. Let's put a track on it, show you where it's going. But if you are in any of these counties, Chester, Hardeman, Henderson, Madison, you're likely hearing the sirens going off. But I want you in your storm shelter or your safe place in your home right now as this storm is intensifying, showing signs of rotating. I think we've got an eroding cap right now. Oh, yeah, look at that, Eric. Do you see this?
Just east of Somerville.
Right there.
Yep.
That's that little area, that little where we're seeing the red and the green. That is tight rotation. That is the couplet. Let's track it from right there to the north, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Here we go. So Whiteville 359, Vildo 407. It's going to move into Cloverport at 412, 416 into Tune. We'll see it get into Denmark right around 423. Medan 426, Huntersville 431, 434. It will move into Malasis. So if you are in any of these communities, get to your storm shelter right now. Take your phone, make sure you've got the Action News 5 First Alert weather app on it so you can continue to watch our coverage and track the storms on the interactive radar right there. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, or tell you what, I'll just pan down south. I'm going to bring this south because I want to track it out a little farther to give folks a better idea of where that's coming. We'll track it from that area of rotation. If you see something, let me know, Eric.
Copy.
Right now, we'll track it through the polygon. This is for Whiteville, 4 o'clock. Medan, 426. Hendersonville, or Huntersville, 431. It's going to move into Jackson at 440. Then into Gadsden, 446. 453 into Humboldt. And then it goes into Gibson at about 5 o'clock. 507, it will get into Milan. Notice we've got the wedge track on this, and that's simply because this will have the potential to move anywhere within this area right here. So it's not going to make just a straight beeline in that direction, or at least that rotation will not. It will have the potential, as it's kind of being forced to the east a bit, to possibly make more of an east-northeasterly track. But we've also got the tornado warning that remains in effect right now. This is for Tipton and Lauderdale County. This is the one Patrick Ellis was tracking. Let me put the scope back on this. See if we're still getting that tight rotation. This is not as obvious.
Agreed.
But there is still something tracking right there. So
Agreed.
with that, let me put a new track on it. Eric, I'm going to come to you for just a second for some analysis on that. And I'll track it from that general area right there around Gilt Edge. So really, it's right on you right now. Burleson, 402. Then it's going to move into Bride at 409. Should get into Ashport right around 421. We'll see it move into Ripley at about 431. Nutbush, 437. 445 into Gates. And 456, it moves into Holmes. Again, we still have a lot of activity coming in out of the south. This should move north and then merge with the line that's coming in from the west, but that line is going to be potent in and of itself. If you're in your home, you're going to be in good shape to ride this out, but I encourage everybody to just stay home, get home, and stay there throughout the evening. It is a first alert weather day. We do have a high risk of severe storms in the area. The potential for long track tornadoes is there today, as this system is now just really beginning to evolve right on top of us with this first round. That second round back to the west, that comes on through this evening. Eric, you want to give them a little advice on where to be as these storms are moving through?
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. So this is going to be, as Ron noted, this is just kind of the first round, and we have many rounds not only for the rest of this evening, but into tonight and really over the next few days here. So if you do get get that first notification here on your mobile device. As far as where should you head, it's that interior room of your house here, ideally into a bathroom or a closet. And keep in mind, if you're in a two-story house, what is above you here? If there's a refrigerator, a hot water heater, something like that that's relatively heavy, you don't want that to turn around and fall on top of you. So that's definitely something to be aware of here if you do have a two-story house. If you can, bring some blankets, a good pair of shoes, and a helmet with you as well. All those things as far as the helmet goes, so this way it protects your head. Shoes in case if something does go awry, and unfortunately you do have a lot of damage there, you're able to walk around a bit. And a blanket, just so this way you could kind of prevent some of those shards from potentially hitting you here. Just a good idea to have that, or a pillow as well. All right, as far as what we have going on here is Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, and myself have noted here. So right now we do have 2 tornado warnings that are around the Mid-South right now. One does include portions of Tipton County and Lauderdale County. It also does include the far northwestern corner of Haywood County and actually eastern portions of Mississippi County, far southern portions of Dyer County as well. Haven't seen anything still really popping up quite yet as far as that Barron button or as far as the shear rate is concerned here. But as far as that Barron button goes, the potential is there for us to have some large hail embedded just to the northwest of Covington. If there's one good thing about this little cluster of storms, it seems like it has been in relatively rural or remote areas compared to if it was paralleling 51, but we're still looking at the potential of some ping pong ball sized hail here over towards Detroit, Oak Grove, and this is moving to the northeast here at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, 47 miles per hour right now. The top of the storm's at about 36,000 feet, so it certainly is a tall one. That hail size looking to be about 2 3/4 of an inch in diameter here right now. As far as
that's the biggest signature we've seen thus far.
As far as the hail goes?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
I think so, yeah.
Because I know that one that was over in Oakland, that one had some that was rivaling that as well. Might have been 2 3/4, 2 1/2, somewhere in that range. But and we did get confirmation from that one in Oakland. As I said, that was, I believe it was ping pong ball sized hail. So we got a couple of storms we're keeping on, clearly, Ron.
All right, so we have 2 active tornado warnings right now, all right? Let's come to me. Let's check this out once again. Our first tornado warning issued, that was for Dyer, Lauderdale, Mississippi, Tipton County. That is going to go until 4:45. We've got the second tornado warning that is just to the east of that. That's for Chester, Hardeman, Henderson, and Madison counties. But now I want to zoom in and take a look at these cells that are coming out of northern Mississippi, because these are going to be impacting Memphis and Shelby County. As a matter of fact, southeastern Shelby County under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Collierville, your next wave is coming through, so get ready. DeSoto, Marshall, Shelby, Tate, that's going to go until 4:45. And just to the south of that, this cell still holding together. That's for Panola, Quitman, Tate, and Tunica counties. We've got a lot of activity in there, a lot of lightning within it as well. And as a matter of fact, about 300 strikes of lightning. Checking out for hail right now, and I've seen just some small hail. But let's go back and now put quick tracks on this, then we'll get back to the tornadoes. All right, so here we go. Eric, if you see something, let me know ASAP.
Copy.
All right, so here we go. I'm going to track this first one that's going to move on into Fayette County. I'll track it from the leading edge. Let's move it on through the polygon, because I think that's going to have the ability to hold together, even though it's going to come through an already worked over portion of the atmosphere. Casey, it's going to move in at 4:05. Then we'll see it get into Collierville, 4:15, 4:30 into Fisherville, 4:35 into Oakland, Somerville, 4:41, Laconia, 4:48, and then into Whiteville at 4:58. 5:07, it got into Hillville, or will get into Hillville. Then just to the south of that, we've got another cell. I'm going to track this portion of the cell, all right? Not that little one that's in advance of it. I'm going to track this portion right here. That's the most potent portion of it. As we take a look at that, Sardis, 4:06, Senatobia, 4:19, Coldwater, 4:26, should move into Hernando at 4:40, then Byhalia, excuse me, at 4:53, Olive Branch coming your way at 4:57, and right around 5:13, we'll see this move into Germantown, Cordova, 5:21. So those are the severe thunderstorm warnings we're watching, but right now 2 active tornado warnings. And just taking a look, this warning itself more susceptible to producing the larger hail. Look at that right there around Gilt Edge, north of Covington. That is a monster hail signature on that. But also taking a look at the potential for the greatest amount of rotation, we're going to see that I'm seeing some tight rotation. Can you see what I'm talking about here? This whole area, we're looking for red and green just coming together. Little red pixels, green pixels. Got a little something working right there. Looks like there's some sort of spin within it right there. And then just outside of that, not sure what that is. That may be a bit of an anomaly. But the other cell that's just to the west of that, really not that impressive, at least in the way of rotation, although there are some indications there may be even some developing straight line wind within that as it's starting to make its move to the north and northeast. Let me go back and take a look at the big picture. Eric, what are you looking at? I see a shear marker right there near Covington.
And that's been the same cell we've been monitoring here, and meteorologist Patrick Ellis monitoring here as well in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker here. As far as that shear marker goes, this is just to the northeast and east of Covington here. So the good thing is that this does look to be just outside of town. But with that said, as we spin this around here to kind of give you a little bit of a three-dimensional look as to what we're looking at here, this is, as I said, just to the northeast and east of Covington. So the good news is, at least for
about the hail with that,
yeah,
than I am the rotation.
Agreed on that.
That's doing some damage.
Yeah, like I said, the only good thing about this is the fact that it's in a little bit more of a rural area closer to the Mississippi River, as opposed to being just on top of Covington itself. Going a little bit closer to that right now, as far as Highway 51 goes, looking at Ripley, Henning, as well as Covington. The worst of this is just off to your west here, but all it takes is being a matter of about, let's see, 5 miles or so, 5 to 10 miles here to the west. That's where some of the largest hail currently is right now. We turn around and put the button on to see exactly what we have as far as some of those hail sizes are concerned. The potential is there for some ping pong ball size hail, and that looks to be, I think, probably the best possibility of the actual greatest hail that could be around here. Another cell got to keep an eye on is just to the northeast of Millington here. I think meteorologist Patrick Ellis, he's kind of heading back in that general direction, and that's close to the radar site, so things always get a little convoluted in there. Still do have those.
So did he turn around? Did they turn around? They're headed back south?
I know that he said that they were approaching Atoka, and he was saying that the storm was kind of recycling itself here. So
we'll check with him in just a moment.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right.
But we still have those 2 tornado warnings out there.
All right, he is in Brighton.
Okay.
He's in Brighton. I tell you what, tell us when he's ready for a hit. In the meantime, we'll put some tracks on this. I want to refresh the tracks on these 2 tornado warnings. Let's start with this one right here, because that was the one. Let me put a scope on it here just to see if we can track it from where any potential rotation may be. Let me come off here like this. Yeah, it's somewhere right in there. All right, so with that, I'm going to go to this. And I tell you what, I'm going to track, if I can get that button to work. There we go. Let's track that from right here through the polygon. So I'm tracking it right there around that area where we're seeing the rotation. So Whiteville, 417. And look, already to the north of that area, it's coming down heavy. You may even be getting some hail with this, some gusty wind, but it's the area of rotation that I'm tracking right now, the potential tornado. So no visual confirmation, but radar indicated. So Whiteville, 417, 434 into Woodland. Then it's going to move into Bells at 449, Jackson, 455. We'll see it get into Humboldt at 505, 519 into Trenton, Lexington, 527, and then into Wildersville at 535. Now, that's for this area of rotation that's on the back side of that cell itself. Let's clear this out and track the entire cell from the leading edge to the north and northeast. It is going to take it just outside of our coverage area, but this is bearing down on Madison and Jackson County. You may have seen the radar changing just a bit there. We're now tapping into the Paducah radar, but I can still track this either way. Here we go. Let's put a track on that. Do it. Take the storm tracker. Let's go. Take the storm tracker. Let me show you. Oh, that is something else. That's the rain they're driving into. Patrick, do you want to tell us what you guys just hit?
Yeah, we're the storm that we're on right now. Again, we're on the south side of it. We're coming up on the approach side of it. It looks like it's starting to wrap in on itself and try to choke itself off. And I think that the other thing that it's doing is that it's competing with the other storms. So the one that we're in right now is not even connected to the one that is tornado warned right now. So again, good news. We were talking about this in our internal meeting a little bit ago. It's like the one thing that could be a saving grace is if we get some of these cells to flare up right ahead of another storm. This storm was rotating. It was very obvious. I think it's still rotating, but not nearly as strong as it was just a couple of minutes ago.
Spot on, Patrick.
And it's partially because this downpour that we're currently in is actually impeding the flow to keep it going. So that's good news. We'll take it and run with it every single day, but it's still a tornado warned storm for the time being.
Patrick, you guys still going to jog it up 51 kind of towards Covington, Ripley, etc.?
Yeah, we're currently we're on the south side of Covington, not far away. And actually, as we come through this little thicket of trees, we're going to start emerging into the 2023 tornado track, the EF3 that came through here on the south side of Covington.
Yeah. So we're just, 2 days beyond the second anniversary of the 2023 storms that devastated Wynne, in Cross County, Arkansas, and then came on through Covington. Now here we are 2 years and 2 days later, and we're tracking another significant severe weather outbreak for the Action News 5 coverage area. As I mentioned, we're just getting going. We've got this cluster of storms right now that are moving through. Look at this, just to our west, we've got another tornado warning that is for a cell that's just to the west of St. Francis County. But let me show you this line that is back to our west right now. I know it doesn't look that ominous, but let's take a look at it from the Little Rock radar site. There is a lot of activity there. We've got several, or just a couple of large polygon severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's also the tornado warning for a cell that's moving due north. And even though that's outside of our area, let me see if I can pop that back into the screen here, bring that back over quickly. And here we go. That's the cell I was looking at, because this is just to the north of I-40 right now, just to the west of Forest City, just outside our coverage area. But let's put a track on it anyway to show you where it's going, and I'll track it from that southern point of the polygon north. That's a really compact polygon there. Cotton Plant 414 is going to move into Daggett. 417, Beckton 419, Bulltown 429, Kelowna at 432, Deview at 437, McCrory 440, and then it's going to move into Augusta. That's going to keep that out of Cross County and out of St. Francis County, or at least the area of rotation for right now. Let me put a loop on it and see if that's trying to make a move to the east. It may clip, if it continues on that path, it could clip northwestern Cross County. So folks that are up in that area, I want you to stay weather aware, as that cell is still to your southwest, but it is rapidly moving in your direction and driving to the north. So just to the northwest of Wynne, we'll likely see this come on into play, and that could impact a few communities. Cherry Valley, Fair Oaks, you're going to be right there in the path of this cell as it's making its way through. But right now, we've got 2 tornado warnings in effect at this time. The first, that's the one Patrick Ellis is tracking for Haywood, Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Tipton County. That goes until 4:45, so we got about another 30 minutes on that. Then the one that is just to the east of that, that is for Chester, Hardeman, Henderson, and Madison County. That goes until 5 o'clock this evening. And then we've got this cluster of storms that's down in northern Mississippi. That's making a push to the north. This is going to be impacting areas primarily along and east of the Mississippi River. For areas along and west of the Mississippi River, it's this line that's going to make its way in as it pushes on through. And right around 6, 7 o'clock this evening, I think we should see that starting to enter this area right here and then make a push to the east. That's going to be the next wave that impacts West Tennessee, northern Mississippi as we get into the evening, and will likely linger well into the overnight hours. So right now, several warnings. I see a severe thunderstorm warning just canceled, but the tornado warning for Madison County, that remains, as does the one that is in place for northern Tipton, Haywood County, southern southwestern Dyer County. You're included in this tornado warning, as is a portion of Chester County, again just to the south and west. Eric, what are you looking at? Some new info with skits?
Been bouncing back and forth between just some of the storms to the south, some of the ones to the north here. I will say it does look like that the rotation's definitely trying to tighten itself, actually, I think, up a little bit now between Covington and Ripley. So if you are in Ripley, Tennessee right now, I have to point that out here. Not necessarily Ripley, Mississippi, but in Ripley, Tennessee, make sure you get in that safe place. Go into an interior portion of your house, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world, and be ready for the possibility here of a tornado. The good news is about these tornado warnings thus far, we haven't had anything confirmed on the ground quite yet, and obviously we hope to keep it that way here, but that is certainly something that we are monitoring here. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis continues to move up to the north here, kind of moving through Covington right now, and it's kind of on the far back side of that storm, but he is approaching it here. We still have that tornado warning that is off to the northwest right now, in which Jackson, Tennessee, kind of getting into the bullseye or the middle of that warning here. The good news is Fayette County was taken out of this as far as the warning goes, but it still does include Haywood, Hardeman, Madison, as well as far eastern portions of Crockett County. Then down to the south into Panola County, I believe there was a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued, or it's about to be issued here. That is going to be another one to keep an eye on here. But Ron, up to this point, we haven't had any sort of confirmed tornadoes yet. I know it's not necessarily within our coverage area, but just to give an idea how big some of the hail that we could see coming out of this is, over to Itawamba County, there was actually confirmed, and I saw pictures of it, about baseball-sized hail that did occur here.
Speaking of pictures, we've got some from the Millington area.
Yeah.
Melissa, do we have those ready to go? Melissa's our producer in the booth. Let's take a look at some of that. That's what Patrick was driving to earlier, the lowering of that cloud wall. Not a tornado at that time, but man, that was dropping a lot of rain and likely hail. Eric, thoughts on that?
Definitely agree with you with that. And Ron, it's worthwhile to note too, there's about 6,000 customers with an MLGW. Joe Birch giving me this report here about 10 minutes ago that do not have power.
That is the same cell that we were looking at from a different angle. Again, a rotating supercell thunderstorm, lowering cloud deck. You see a bit of a wall cloud there, and a little on the messy side. It even looks like there may be even a little vortice just to the west of it trying to develop there. I don't know, maybe that's just the angle in the sunlight, kind of tough to see from that. So that was another picture we had there. But that is, again, from the Millington area, right there along Highway 51. That's what we're looking at. Eric, BTI on those cells right now. Oh, and the next one, so we got one more. This is from Munford. And you can see in the distance, that's a heck of a storm right now.
It is.
Eric, the BTI on that, what are you looking at?
So those numbers are down to about a 4.3 now, so at least that number has slipped a little bit here, but it's still a tornado-warned storm, so of course we want to treat it as if it is a tornado on the ground here. So as far as we have for any of the shear rates or anything kind of eye-catching, I guess, per se, still looks like we're doing okay. Nothing that's real ominous right now. Right around Henning, headed towards Ripley. Ripley, Tennessee, this is headed towards your area at 423. The time is right now is 4:18 on this Wednesday afternoon. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. Get into that interior closet or a bathroom. Stay away from windows. Bring a blanket or a pillow or a helmet or a helmet. All those things with you here, so this way you can protect yourself if there is some flying debris out there. As far as what we have a little bit further to the south right now, fortunately, there's nothing really catching my eye or attention right now as far as the rotation detector goes. And for the base velocities, you don't necessarily see something that's too bright right now. So there is good news within that. I will say, Ron, as far as the one storm that you're talking about that might scrape the far western corner of Cross County, that's one to keep an eye on. The good news is it doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere near wind as far as where we could be seeing some of that broad rotation right now. But I know especially when it gets to be this time of the year, people in wind, you are certainly very much aware of what we have going on in the world of weather here around the Mid-South. If you haven't necessarily heard us talking about your given community, that is a good thing, folks. If you're in Coahoma or Quitman counties, if you're in Oxford, if you're down in Batesville, thus far you've been kind of smooth sailing over towards Benton and Tippah counties. While you have had a severe thunderstorm warning at times, you don't have one around right now, but there is one that is near Hickory Flat. That looks like that is headed towards Ripley, Mississippi. And over towards Corinth as well, you have a severe thunderstorm that is headed in your area as well, Ron.
All right, Eric, let's take a look at the big picture because we got a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We're still tracking these tornadoes, but I want to focus right here on northern Mississippi, where we just saw moments ago a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one now is going to include Benton and Marshall County. Let's take a look at that. This is going to be for Benton, Lafayette, Marshall, Tate County. That's going to go until 5:15. National Weather Service really looking at this portion of the storm right here. Oh, and that just went tornado warned. Just went tornado warned. Let me give you the info on that. Here we go. And that did look ominous as we take a look. Tornado warning, Lafayette, Marshall, Panola County. That is going to go until 5 o'clock. Let me put a quick track on this right now. I'm going to track it from this area, and that's pretty well-defined area of circulation. So here we go. Glenville, 432. Aiken, 441. Bet, 446. I want you all to get to the lowest level of your home, into your storm shelter or the safest place in your home. Make sure that you have the Action News 5 First Alert weather app with you. Make sure if you have a weather radio that it is on. Volume is up in the event of any additional warnings, but for right now, you're under a tornado warning. Galena, 453. Ingram's Mill, 459. Should move into Holly Springs right around 507. Atway, right around 517, and then into Collierville at 524. I think this line may actually, or at least the area of rotation, may move just to the east of Collierville, but nonetheless, you're still within an area that is in close proximity to this and have the potential for even the cell that is west of that to start to tornado, as it too is starting to show some signs of a little bit of inflow. But let me take a closer look at this one right now. Let's pan up just a bit and take a look, and you can almost see, check this out. You see that little bit of a hook right there? Let me put the scope on this and track it from there. We're a pretty good distance from the radar site, so we're hitting that at probably about 3,500 feet. So it's kind of tough to see. As far as hail goes on that, I don't see any really strong rotation signature, but we are seeing a little bit of a hail core that's starting to develop within that cell. So we're looking at hail about 1 inch in size. Let me slice it real quick. Then, Eric, I'm going to come to you for a more precise look at the BTI. It's got some high, oh, it's a low top storm. Looks like it's coming in at about, oh, no, there we go. Okay, so yeah, about 35,000 feet for tops on that storm. Let me pull this back just a little bit. I don't see a suspended hail. Yeah, there is. There's a, yeah, Eric, what do you got? There's a little hail within that right there. It's suspended, but that's bringing a lot of rain to the surface. What about rotation?
So it does seem like that there is some rotation there, but we did get a report over in Madison County. I mean, this is just across county lines here from Hardeman County. Over in Mercer, that there is a confirmed tornado just northeast of Mercer here. So the good news is this is just outside of the Action News 5 coverage area technically, but it is still certainly close enough that we want to keep an eye on it. So when we start... Agreed.
In Madison County. Eric, if you can put a track on that. Not sure if you've got the skits. If not, let me know. I'll track it on through.
Yep, we got a skit here. Go. Here we go. All right, so now we're looking at, yet again, this is over into Madison County. So Jackson, this 437 is, this is headed towards your area. Three-way at 445, and then Medina at 450 here. So your first alert, if you know anybody or if you are over in western Madison County here, as noted, this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground in Madison County near Mercer. So Denmark, this is right on top of you right now in Madison County here, and this is moving to the northeast. So if there is good news, this isn't headed towards Brownsville, this isn't headed towards Union in the eastern side of Haywood County, but it's still one that we are going to keep a close eye on here, just because it is very, very close to that of Haywood County. And as you noted, Ron, as far as Madison County goes, we still have a lot of viewers that are over in that portion of the Mid-South here. As far as that tornado warned storm goes, that's just to the east of Sardis. Want to keep a close eye on that too, because that definitely is one that's shown up here, and it looks a bit ominous here on the radar. Fortunately, the rotation.
Look at the shear rate that's starting to develop right there.
Agreed.
Just to on the south leg of Sardis Lake.
Yeah, just
south
on the
side of that.
Yeah, so that's. And you're starting to see some of these brighter greens pop up here too. So that's usually, unfortunately, a good indication that there's at least some rotation in the sky here. Certainly going to keep an eye on that one here.
Can you hit that one that's right there around north of Sledge?
What are you talking about as far as that?
Hit that skit.
Let's see.
You see that one that's north of Sledge?
Oh, sorry about that.
There we go.
Yep.
Let's see what that.
So we got a 4.7. Yeah. So
that's starting to. It looks like it wants to rotate. Certainly does. And there's the one around Hickory Flat and Blue Mountain. Check that out. Let's see.
That's
3.6.
Yeah.
All right. That's
So getting a report here over in Heading that there's some power outages over there as well, and that's where meteorologist Patrick Ellis is headed towards right now.
We got power outages in Shelby County right now, don't we? You got the power outage map.
So Joe Birch,
that quickly?
Joe Birch telling me that we had about 6,000 outages ago as of about 15 minutes ago. We turn around and look at all the Mid-South here. If we look at the quantity of power outages, once we start seeing that green, that's over 5,000.
Yeah.
So that's right in the range that Joe Birch is telling me about. DeSoto County, not quite as many, but still about 100. Mississippi County, 300. Headed down towards Coahoma Equipment in Phillips County, looking at about 100 there. So no surprise, Ron, that Shelby County, that's the one with the most amount of power outages right now. You'd expect that with the population centers are concerned here. But the tornado warnings, so we have 3 of them that are in place right now. One that does include portions of Lauderdale as well as northern Tipton counties. We have that one that's confirmed on the ground into western Madison County, and then the one that's a little bit further to the south as well. Is there one that's kind of really catching your eye at this point?
Well, that one that's around Jackson, is that I'm seeing a bit of a, I don't want to call that a PDS, but notice the outline that's on my map. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about here.
Yeah.
So if we could pull up actually Max 1, just pop that up full here. If you look, there's going to be a white outline with respect to the red here. And that might actually be, it could be confirmed on the ground as far as what they're calling that here. I have a feeling that is going to be the case, why that has.
Yeah, because it was confirmed.
Right.
That's it. Okay.
So that makes sense that it's going to have that white outline on it here. The good news is, yet again, that it's not good news. Let me rephrase that. It's headed towards Jackson. That is confirmed on the ground. The reason why I said it was good news at first is because it isn't necessarily headed to our Mid-South communities. It's headed to the northeast towards Jackson, Tennessee. Certainly, we don't want to see anybody get hurt anywhere around the Mid-South or just the region in general here. But if you know anybody that's in Jackson, Tennessee, give them that first alert. Make sure that they are aware that they do have a tornado-warned storm with a tornado on the ground that is headed towards their area. As far as over towards where meteorologist Patrick Ellis is, getting a little bit closer to Ripley, doesn't seem like that has quite the signature on it as some of the scans that did earlier have. So, Ron, at least there is good news with that one doesn't look quite as strong as it once did, but there's still probably some large hail embedded.
Yeah, let's take a look. And I tell you what, I want to focus specifically on this cell right here, even though it's in Madison County right now outside our coverage area. That's still the most significant looking signature we're seeing thus far. So I'm going to go ahead and put a track on it, and then we'll come back to the other cells. And just so I'm tracking it from the proper area, or the most likely area of tornadic activity, looks like it is going to be right around here, just to the south and west of Jackson. So folks that are in Jackson, I want you to get to your storm shelter right now. Get to the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. Bear with me 1 second while I track this out, and then we'll track it from right here, this area of circulation. And by the way, a confirmed tornado. This was at near Mercer, so it was confirmed just to the little south and west of where I'm tracking it from. But Bemis, it's going to come in about 437. Then it'll get into Jackson at 440. Lawrence, 443. Carroll, 447. Medina, 457. And then it will move into Blue Goose at about 501, 505 into Juneau. And we'll see it move into Milan right around 509. So the environment is now such that it can sustain the rotation on these storms. Were you seeing a debris ball on that, Eric? I'm looking down at your map. I can't see it on mine. Let's take a look at your radar. You've got a little better algorithm on it. Let's check it out.
That certainly caught my eye as well. So when we start talking about the potential of a debris ball here, the thing I want you to look at is this area of blue that's just to the east of Sardis and just north of the lake here as well. Once you start seeing that blue, that's usually an indication that there's at least some sort of debris getting picked up and thrown into the sky. Now, it could just be water. It could be, branches, leaves. It could be anything like that here. But once you start seeing a dark blue like that, that starts to get your attention here. And this storm is tornado warned here. It is headed to the northeast. Let's see if we got a skid on it here. This is still registering pretty low on that BTI scale of a 4.8. But if you're over in Holly Springs, you're looking at 457 as this starts to head towards your area. This is moving yet again to the northeast here at about 55 miles per hour. So it is cruising at a pretty good clip here as far as just a forward momentum and a forward velocity goes here. But Ron, once you start seeing that blue pop up, that's going to get your attention. conjunction.
debris into the atmosphere right now. Look, it's heavily wooded right there.
Right.
So heavily wooded right there along Sardis Lake. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, but right there along Sardis Lake, it is heavily, I'll tell you what, let me switch over to yours. So we got a lot of woods. There's some strong, strong wind coming up through here. We're also seeing upward velocities increase. So in other words, the air at the surface is starting to rise faster. So it's going to draw up some debris, and that's likely what we're seeing there. But I tell you what, if you are in that area, if you're anywhere near that, I want you to get to your safe place right now. So these are some of the characteristics. BTI now up to 4.9. That's a 46,000 foot top on that storm. Wow. That's also likely producing some big hail. 80% probability that the hail is 2 inches in size, at least in the core of the storm. Now, by whatever's reaching the ground is likely less, but nonetheless, we've got a significant hail signature with that. We are also seeing a significant rotation signature with that. And yes, we do have the tornado warning with that. So let me go and put another track on this cell as we move on in, and I'm going to track it from the area of circulation. And we're going to track it from right here, right around northeastern Panola County, all right? Southwest Lafayette County or northwest Lafayette County, northeast Panola County. Let's track that north through the polygon. Glenville, 433. Then it moves into Aiken, 433 into Glenville. Aiken, 443. Gets into Tullahoma right around 449. Should see it then move into Galena at 453. Gilton, 504, Holly Springs 508, Attaway at 517, and then moves into Piperton at about 427. So we were getting a debris signature on that. We are seeing a tight couplet right here, a tight area of rotation. That's that area that is in red. That's where we have the red and the green coming together. That is air moving away and toward the radar. I'm trying to zoom into that so I can get a little tighter view. There we go. There's a well-defined inflow notch right there, and you can even see it as it's coming on through. That too is starting to look like a classic supercell thunderstorm, and the rotation right there in that area. So if you are anywhere in this location, you need to be in the lowest portion of your home, lowest floor of your home, away from windows. Don't try to get a picture with this, all right? Don't. Everybody wants to take a picture now. Let this pass through. Just stay safe. Make sure you've got your family with you. Make sure everybody knows your storm plan too. Where is the place to go? And what do you take with you? You want to make sure you've got flashlights, batteries. You want to have maybe some candles in the event of power outages. You want to make sure you've got ways to get warnings, and that comes with the First Alert weather app and a weather radio with the battery backup in it in the event power goes out. But right now, an active tornado warning that will remain in effect right now for Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, Tate counties until 5 o'clock. So we've got another 27 minutes to go. Eric, you're still showing that significant debris signature. That's an indication that debris is being lofted into the atmosphere. You want to talk a little more about it?
Sure. So that area in blue that you see popping up right over my shoulder right here, this is where we are talking about, just to the north of Sardis Lake right now. Some different areas that you might be familiar with if you live in this portion of really kind of where Panola as well as Tate, Marshall, and Lafayette counties all intersect each other. Ebenezer Baptist Church, Mount Vernon Cemetery. What else we have over there? Just east of the Safari Wild Animal Park here. That's the general area that we're talking about. And this is moving off to the northeast. So if you live over in Holly Springs, you are under a tornado warning right now. And this is the storm that you really have to keep an eye on here as it does continue to move itself to the northeast. Turn around and see if we got a BTI number or a skid on it. We have a 4.9 right now. So that's been kind of hovering right around that 5 number, between really about 4.5 and 5.3 as of late here. So the good news is at least that number's not too high. But Ron, seeing that the debris detector picking something up here.
I see it on that one near Strayhorn.
Yeah.
Look at that, just to the west.
Just to the west of Senatobia.
There's a little bit of a debris signature popping up on that. And Eric, there's even a little bit of an inflow notch on it. So you can see the debris signature. I see the inflow notch. Now, National Weather Service, I'm just looking at the chat, they're going to let this warning expire.
The one in Lauderdale.
They're not as overly concerned about it. So they're going to let Lauderdale County tornado warning expire because it's really just starting to make that push to the north and northeast. But at the same time, we've got two cells that we've really got to watch right now. And again, it's the one that's moving on into Marshall County, or moving into Tate County right now. But this one is just to the west of that. That's back into western Tate County. Let me put the scope on this and let's see if we can get a good look at any tight rotation that may be coming from that cell. And yeah, I see a little bit. It's right there. It's right there. As far as the impressive area of circulation goes here, that is going to move on out, and that's going to start to make its way into Tate County within the next few minutes. I'm going to come back and put a track on that for you in just a moment. But right now, what I want to do is track this cell. Even though it is not warned for at this time, it's showing some signs of rotation. So I'm going to put two tracks on this, all right? The first, we're going to track from the area where we're noticing the rotation coming on through. We'll move that forward. It's going to north-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Coldwater, 446. Love, 450. Hernando, 455. Should get into Alfaba at about 458. 501 into Bright, and then 504 into Cockram. So if you're in the path of this cell, I want you to go to the lowest floor of your home. Again, get in your storm shelter. It's coming on through. The general movement of it is to the north-northeast. Then we've got this other cell that is just to the east of that. Again, tornado warned right now. Lafayette County, I think you're in the clear overall on this. The focus now shifts to Marshall County and western Tate County. And let me put a track on this, that area of circulation, and that's where we're still seeing a decent debris signature coming on through there. I'll keep it within the polygon itself. So Wyatt, 442. Then it moves into Chulahoma right around 446. It'll get into Galena at 451. Then we see this move into Gilton right around 502, 505 into Holly Springs, 508 it moves into Mack. So those are the two cells we're watching in northern Mississippi right now. One, the tornado warn cell. We've also got several severe thunderstorm warnings, but that tornado warning is going to go until 5 o'clock. We clear this out. We've still got two tornado warnings working here. This is for Dyer, Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Tipton County. That is going to go until 4:45 this afternoon. That cell really starting to make a move out of Lafayette County right now. It's about to bear down on Dyer County. A lot of lightning in there. We're going to see that also clip Crockett County just a bit.
And that warning should get dropped here.
You think, are they saying they're going to let it go?
Yeah, they said it. I'm surprised it hasn't actually expired quite yet on that. But National Weather Service saying that it expired here, or it's expiring here at 4:46.
Okay, so here we are, 4:45. They're going to let that go ahead and go. But we've still got the warning for Madison County. Even though it's outside of our coverage area, that's going to go until 5 o'clock. So Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, Madison County. Although Haywood County, you're not really under the threat of anything in the way of tornadic activity with this. But Madison County certainly, as is Mississippi County, or Madison County and Gibson County, you're still under the threat of this. And I also think that Crockett County is in a pretty good position in relation to this, at least.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, so it looks like this storm itself is going to really just kind of take a movement in this direction. So it's going to get a little loud right here around eastern Crockett County. But I think as far as the tornado warn portion of the storm, it's going to remain to your east and then continue to move in that direction. This cell really starting to show some signs of weakening, falling apart, and that's going to move on out or be allowed to expire. Here we are, we're about 6 minutes away from the expiration on that. And just taking a look at the scope on this. Yeah, that's broad scale rotation within there. Really nothing significant. Spectrum width, that shows us where a lot of turbulence is. That's not even impressive. There's much more of it right here around Madison County that we're seeing with this cell. So that cell, we were talking earlier, Patrick Ellis was talking about this, this cell just kind of zapping some of the energy from the cell that was moving along 51, and it looks like that's the way that has played out. Where is Patrick right now? Is he in Haywood County?
I think he might be in Lauderdale County, going up towards Ripley.
He's in Brownsville.
Oh.
Can we check in with him? I want to check in with him in just a moment. Let's take you back to the main view here and show you all the activity we've got working. So this cluster of storms primarily impacting areas along and east of the Mississippi River. Eastern Arkansas, I know we're not talking about you right now. That's a good thing. There have been no severe thunderstorm warnings for our counties that we cover in eastern Arkansas, but we're also watching this line to the west. That's going to be moving in and is likely going to get there around 6, 7 o'clock this evening. And that's when we're going to see our next round of more significant storms moving on through. And right now, I know it doesn't look that ominous, but at the same time, I don't think the storms we're dealing with at this time are going to be enough to zap the atmosphere of the energy that will allow these storms to really start to tap into some untouched atmosphere and intensify as they make their way closer to the Mississippi River. But right now, all attention primarily on West Tennessee and northern Mississippi, with 3 active tornado warnings at this time. And for this warning that's right here around, that's moving on into southern Marshall County, that was showing a debris signature moments ago. Let me go back in and see if I'm seeing anything here. I do definitely see an inflow notch right there. Then I see that rear flank downdraft coming in behind it, and you can even see that on the next route a little more specifically. But I'm just looking at the potential for some rotation here, or significant rotation. This area right here, there's something, but that may be a microburst too.
It looks like, if nothing else, Ron, on my side of things here,
yeah,
it doesn't look like there's being something picked up here, or that there's debris necessarily in the air, like how I saw here just a little while ago. So if I turn around, this is on a 30-minute loop that you're about to see. This, let me get some of this stuff off of here. Notice as far as you kind of see a little bit of yellow coloring that starts to pop up here. That's kind of what we're keeping an eye on here as far as that potential debris detector here, especially as we get closer to Holly Springs here. So Holly Springs, your first alert, you want to make sure you get into the interior of your house here, because you are indeed under a tornado warning right now. And this is headed, I'd say, closer to you than it is to Byhalia right now. Even if you don't necessarily have that tornado confirmed on the ground here, you still want to treat any tornado warning as if it's an active warning with a tornado on the ground. Get into the interior of your house, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world, and certainly make sure that you protect yourself. Have some blankets, pillows, or helmets on standby here, so this way, if you do get that tornado to come through your area, it gives you at least a little bit of additional protection here as well. As far as what we have for a BTI number, that's at about a 4.8. If we go a little bit closer to Coldwater and Hernando, this is more in the range of a 5.4. And as far as some different places and times that we have here with that storm that's just to the north of Senatobia and Coldwater and headed towards DeSoto County and Shelby County, this is indicating that we'll be in Hernando by about 4:52. The time right now is 4:43 on this Wednesday afternoon. Horn Lake 5:02, South Haven at 5:04. Olive Branch, you're looking at 5:07, and then for Memphis International Airport, that is more in the range of 5:09. So that might be the next one to really start to keep an eye on here as it does start to race to the northeast. As far as we have for active warnings here around the Mid-South, we still have 3 tornado warnings in the area. The one that we're keeping the the 2 that we're keeping the closest eye on right now is over towards Jackson, Tennessee, and then down closer to Holly Springs.
I'm worried more about the one around Holly Springs.
Agreed.
Just because the way it looks.
Hey, so Ron, if we're in Holly Springs right now, if you're along Highway 22, if you live anywhere near there, what should we be doing here as far as just precautions? So obviously getting in that interior.
Get in your storm shelter.
Yeah,
just make sure your family is aware.
Yep.
If you've got neighbors, relatives, call them, let them know right now there's a tornado warning and a very good signature of a tornado moving into Marshall County, the southern portion of it right now, southeastern Marshall County. We're even getting a debris signature on that. So you want to make sure that your family, your friends are safe and aware of what is going on in the storms that are moving through. So did you have something? Were you showing something? Okay. I was looking over my shoulder. I saw something. But look, we've got a tornado watch in effect until midnight for the entire Action News 5 coverage area. We have a highly highly charged atmosphere and a very volatile environment in place, and a high risk of severe weather over a good portion of West Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, virtually all of our counties in eastern Arkansas, a couple of counties in northern Mississippi, but the moderate risk extends and covers the rest of the area. So that high risk is a 5 on a scale of 1 to 5. So this is a significant threat. This is an environment that would support long track tornadoes. In other words, a tornado that would form and just stay on the ground and keep on churning. All the elements are there to support that. Then we get to tomorrow. It's not over. The enhanced risk remains because we're going to see the front that's driving all this just drape over the area and stay there. The Gulf is opened up. We've got moisture and warm air flowing in and feeding that line, and it's going to continue throughout the day. Thursday, we'll likely see another round coming in late morning, early afternoon, and again in the evening. And then it doesn't end there. We've got an enhanced risk on Friday for our eastern counties. That's going to spread east to Saturday for the rest of the area. So we are looking at first alert weather days for today, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, as severe weather will impact the Mid-South, and all areas will be impacted by this over the next 4 days. So it is imperative that you stay weather aware. You have the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Your family, your friends know the setup that's going on right now and this long stretch. So we're talking about 82 to 86 hours of severe weather. We should see this finally clear out right around 2 or 3 a.m. Sunday morning. A more tranquil pattern will follow. But in the meantime, we've got a long road to hoe, and this is just the first round of it, with our next round and punch coming in from the west as we get into the evening hours. Eric, that debris ball still showing signs of holding together for this cell that's right here in Marshall County. What are you seeing? You got a new skit or update on that?
So, Ron, it looks like while there definitely is still something trying to get picked up here into Marshall County, and that storm's racing off to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. Still keep an eye on the storm that is just to the north of Coldwater and Senatobia as well. So if you are over into Hernando, you want to make sure you get into your safe space while you're not under a tornado warning right now. It does look like there's at least something trying to get lofted here as far as debris goes. It might just be something as simple as just leaves or something like that, but it is still noteworthy to point that out here as far as just to the north of Coldwater, approaching Hernando at about 4:55, Olive Branch 5:09, and Memphis International Airport at 5:12. You see some of these times just got updated here as well. Over into Hernando, your first alert here as far as maybe seeing some rotation going on here, and just kind of taking a closer look at this here just to the northeast of Arkabutla Lake. That's the area to keep an eye on as well. Still want to talk about the active tornado warnings that we have here in Marshall County. Still we don't have any confirmation of anything on the ground. Good to point that out here. But at least the potential some debris is possible here within this given storm. So what you're looking at here, and I know there's a lot of different things flashing. The things that are flashing, those are tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. The severe thunderstorm warnings are in orange. The ones that are in red, those are tornado warnings. And right now we have one of those that's in place. As far as when you start seeing some of these darker greens indicated here, looks like we might have some broad rotation occurring here just to the southwest of Holly Springs and Holly Springs. This is bearing down on you in about 15 minutes. At 5:02. The other
signal from Patch. Can we take him? I think he may have some pertinent information for us. You all right with that? Did you want to finish your thought?
No,
there?
go for it. Go for it.
Sorry, I jumped in. But
You're good. You're good.
We lost his signal. We finally got you back. Patrick, you want to tell us what you are and what you're tracking?
Hey guys, just so you know, we are working our way, excuse me, working our way through Brownsville right now. So we are repositioning ourselves after the storm that we were on, going up through Covington and Brighton and Atoka and Munford. That one started to fall apart. So we're repositioning ourselves to be at least on the north end of the storm that's coming up from Holly Springs and Marshall County. We're going to head towards Whiteville. So we're about 30 minutes away from heading towards Whiteville right now, or outside of Whiteville, and we'll kind of station there for a little bit and give us some leeway to get between east-west, north-south, things of that nature.
Talk about that storm that you saw over in Millington, when you were headed north through Millington, it was just to the west of you. What were the characteristics that were involved in all of that? And then it just was gone.
Yeah, that was the thing. All of a sudden, it just kind of faltered. I think what it was that we were having the storms that were flaring up really quickly and impeding the flow ahead of it. I do want to take you outside, though. And, you know, it's obviously rained here in Brownsville. But look what's going on when we look off to the west. Oh, let me go the other way. The sun's trying to poke back out. So this is what we're talking about when we're having the conversation of, you know, these storms may, you know, not necessarily completely clear out the atmosphere. I mean, the atmosphere is still juiced, and unfortunately, the ingredients for tornadic activity actually continue to increase through the next couple of hours. We still got a lot off to the west to get through. This is just the stuff that's happening out ahead of the line of storms that are still marching eastward through central Arkansas.
You're making your way back into the area or hanging out right there around Haywood County. You've got some strong storms coming your way. We've already seen a couple of debris signatures from the cells moving through northern Mississippi. We're going to continue to track that. Patrick, you get something good, just jump on in. Your mic is hot and ready to go when you are, all right?
All right, will do.
Be safe, my friend. We have a considerable amount of power outage right here in Memphis and Shelby County, even though we've seen a minimal amount of precipitation. I want to show you the MLGW power outage map, if we can bring that up, because at one point we had about 5,000 MLGW power outage customers, or power customers without power. Say that 3 times fast. Let's show. So we're at 6,600. There are 98 outages impacting 6,600 MLGW customers. And you can see South Memphis, right there south of Lamar, or it looks like, or south of Poplar, right there along Lamar, as we take a look at where the greater amount of outages are occurring right now. And look, it's been very windy today. We've had some strong winds. Eric, what was it? Have you seen our peak gusts today?
I know that Patrick Ellis was talking about earlier how it was up to 58 miles per hour. So.
Yeah, so we had some strong gusts come through here, and we could see additional power outages, but you also have to keep in mind that these storms that are just to our south, they're starting to make a move north now, and that's going to bring this into Shelby County. So we've got several active warnings, but this is the line Patrick was talking about, and look at that. It's starting to get closer to eastern Arkansas, and when it hits this atmosphere right here, this is juicy, it is ripe, and it is ready for those storms to move in and really intensify rapidly. So we've got to watch it very, very closely over the next several hours. Let me clear this off. Let's give you a better idea of what we're looking at, the warnings that are still in place around the area. Again, we have the tornado warning. This is for Carroll, Gibson, Henderson, and Madison County. That's going to go until 5 o'clock. So if you were in any of these counties, primarily Madison County, get into your storm shelter. Get to the safest place in your home. We've got another active tornado warning just to the south. This is for Benton and Marshall County, primarily northwestern Benton County, but that's moving right through the heart of Marshall County right now. That's going to go until 5 o'clock. Memphis and Shelby County, now with a new warning that goes until 5:45. DeSoto, Fayette, Marshall, and Shelby until 5:45 with a severe thunderstorm warning. But I want you to treat this as you would a tornado warning, because we have seen several of these severe thunderstorm warnings tornado quickly as these storms are really beginning to show some signs of intensification, rapid intensification. Then we've got the severe thunderstorm warning for Chester, Hardeman, Madison, and McNairy County, as that cell is driving north and creating some big problems there. So I want to do a couple of tracks quickly here. Let me get this out of the way. I'm going to start the first track with the cell that is moving through Marshall County. I want to give our friends down in Marshall County a look. I've got to step out of the picture here just a bit, and then Shelby County, I'm coming to you, all right? So here we go. Let's take a close look at this storm right now. Eric, you still seeing a debris signature on that? It looks like it may. There's still some rotation within there. As a matter of fact, this little area that I'm going to highlight right here, it's not as tight as it was, but there's definitely something in there. So with that said, let's go ahead and track it from that area right there, north and east through that polygon. So Mahan 501, that circulation is going to move right through you. Mac 505 gets into Atway 511, Hudsonville right around 513. Then Mount Pleasant 515 should move into Lamar at 520. So that is the cell there. Now I'm going to move just to the east, or to the west, excuse me, and I'm going to track this storm that's going to be moving into eastern Shelby County. So I'm going to do a different type of track on that. And I tell you what, I'm going to track it from just outside the polygon west to the polygon, and we'll take it north and east in that direction. Well, came out on me. Let me go back in, zoom back in, and put another track on it. I got a lot going on here, and sometimes the computer says I'm asking for too much, but let's put a track on there either way. So here we go. From right here, I'm tracking the leading edge, all right? We're going to take it north through that polygon. South Haven, 558. Parkway Village, 506. Germantown, 511. This storm coming through, lightning starting to pick up on that, also showing some signs of rotation. Then moves into Cordova, 519, Lakeland, 527, Hickory With, 534, Arlington, 536, Galloway, 541. We've seen several individual storms like this tornado very quickly, so we want to watch this very closely, as we could have a tornado warning as this cell makes its way into the city of Memphis and Shelby County. It may clip East Memphis just a bit, but it's really starting to come together to a great degree. I'm looking for hail within here, because that's often a good sign of the intensification of the storm. Is certainly a sign of the increase in lightning signatures. And yeah, there's some large hail that's starting to form with that. Let me see if I can give you a little info on it. Hail size should be pretty small. Yeah, it's less than half an inch. So about 4/10 of an inch, and that's in the mid-levels of the storm. So you may even be only getting pea-sized hail at the surface, but it is certainly a cell worth watching right now, even though still showing some signs of wanting to rotate to some degree. Eric, am I missing anything on this? Or are you catching anything on it?
Nothing's really kind of catching my eye, Ron. I think
Yeah.
right now, you know, I don't want to say this is kind of the tamest it's been now for about the past hour and a half. Well, I guess it's more than an hour and a half at this point here. But I think we're with having a tornado warning around and having having 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in place here on the Mid-South, we're probably in about as good a shape as we have been here since we got on television here at Action News 5. So
It really came together fast. We had a staff meeting right around 2:30 this afternoon. 2:45, these individual cells started popping up right around Clarksdale. And then let me zoom out of this. So we saw these individual cells popping up right around Clarksdale, and just really kind of out of nowhere. And then boom, it all became this. By the way, new tornado warning now for that cell moving out of Madison County. This is going to be for, again, it's outside the Action News 5 coverage area, but Benton, Carroll, Henderson, Henry County, now under a tornado warning until 6 o'clock. This did have a confirmed tornado near Mercer, Tennessee. That is in the southwest corner of Madison County. That is now continuing to move to the north and northeast. So if you were in any of these counties, and you can watch our coverage, and by the way, the internet makes it great because we're streaming live right now on actionnews5.com. We are streaming live on Facebook. You can also watch our coverage on the Action News 5 app, on Amazon Fire, on Roku, and on Apple TV. So if you have any of those streaming devices, you can watch us there. You can also watch us live over the air for free, no need for any cable. You can pick it up on your antenna. So multiple ways to watch. And should you lose power as these storms are moving through, you can also watch us on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. So I invite you, and I'm going to mine right now, I invite you to download that right now. Go to your app store, just search WMC. You can download it, and if you scroll up just a little bit, you'll see an area right here that has the forecast videos. It's got our live coverage in here where it says watch live, maybe tough to see, but also another important feature with this app, should there be damage, should there be hail, if you've got interesting pictures, cloud structures, what have you, you can take a picture and then scroll to the very bottom and hit submit photos, and we'll get those and we'll be able to put them on the air for you this afternoon and this evening. So a lot of ways to watch us, a lot of ways to get our coverage. Right now, meteorologist Eric Brill is with me. Patrick Ellis is in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker. He is out and about in Haywood County near Brownsville right now. These storms are moving in his direction, so he is set up in a perfect position to watch these storms come on through, and he'll be giving us reports throughout as these move in his direction as they come in from the north. Eric.
Hey, Ron, there is good news that tornado warning was able to be dropped now in Marshall County. So
that is great news.
As of this very moment, across the Action News 5 coverage area, we are in theory free of tornado warnings. The reason why I say in theory is because there are still some tornado warnings that do include Madison County. A lot of this is now to the northeast of Jackson, Tennessee. But with that said, we still have a couple of different things that we're keeping an eye on here, especially just to the northeast of Hernando, and it's starting to get a little bit closer to Olive Branch. I think that's the next one to really keep an eye on, Ron. And we've been kind of monitoring that one that was near Arcabutla Lake, as that's scooting itself to the northeast here. That's at a BTI that's been kind of in the middle to low 5s right now, and that's the case as it's at a 5.2. So while it's not necessarily a tornado-warned storm, it looks like it is trying to get just a little bit of rotation. It is trying to tighten itself up ever so slightly here.
That's a significant number.
Yes.
Once it starts to climb above 5, that's when we watch it closely.
Right.
When it gets to 7, that's when we know we've likely got a tornado.
Right.
But that is approaching Shelby County right now.
And
Eric, I'm going to let you drive for just a second. I'm going to bring in the Futurecast to show folks in just a moment. So I'll let you drive until I get this set up.
Sure. So this is moving to the northeast right now, to the north-northeast at about 52 miles per hour. If we turn around and look at this here, what you can see, the numbers I want you to kind of observe, is the top number. That is the forward velocity that it has. If we turn around and take that full here, it is moving to the north-northeast at about 52 miles per hour. The top of the storm is at about 30,000 feet here. The numbers that I'm looking at here on the right-hand side of your screen, that blue box with the white font embedded. Hail's at about 90%. Severe hail is at 30%. We're talking severe hail. We mean that is the size of a quarter or larger, an inch in diameter or larger here. And the possibility of that is about a 90% chance. The other thing to keep an eye on too is this bottom number, this BTI number. It's at a 5.2 right now. That is on a scale of 0 to 10. And once you start seeing that number climb above 7, that is usually an indication that there might be a tornado on the ground, or good indication that there really is one. And once the number climbs above a 5, that starts to draw our attention here. Right now, this is pretty much over Olive Branch. Germantown, you can anticipate it to be in your area by 5:14. Collierville, 5:15. Piperton, about 5:82. And then Lakeland at about 5:26 here. With these storms moving to the north and northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, they do have a very quick forward velocity. And something I want you to keep an eye on, too. While these are specific areas that we're keeping an eye on right now, look off to our west. You have a line of showers and storms that extends all throughout central Arkansas. Right now, Little Rock is seeing a pretty nasty severe thunderstorm embedded right now. If we were to kind of take a quick look at that here.
No tornado warnings in that thus far, you know?
Fingers crossed that'll be the case here. I mean, clearly we don't want any sort of warnings, but certainly don't want any tornado warnings. Worthwhile to point out, too, as far as that storm that was to the west of St. Francis and Cross counties, that one really kind of dissipated and fizzled out here. I'm not seeing that whatsoever right now.
That was one of those what we call discrete cells. It developed in advance of that main line of storms. It was tornado warned shortly, very briefly, just to the west of St. Francis County, right there along the 40 corridor. But now it's dissipated. I think the approaching line is what's zapping the energy that's coming out of that.
Agreed on that, and just getting a report right now near Nesbitt that there was a report of golf ball-sized hail that had occurred here recently. So that's pretty serious hail that we're starting to talk about now that's approaching Shelby County over towards Collierville. This is kind of what we're talking about here as far as seeing some of that golf ball-sized hail. If we turn around and see some of the different elements that are within here. This isn't necessarily detecting hail that's quite that big, but wouldn't be surprised if we do have some quarter-sized hail that might be popping up here just to the west of Mahalia and near Holly Springs as well. well. This is indicating dime-sized hail. So fingers crossed that it's dime-sized hail and not quite the golf ball-sized hail that did pop up here, that I'm kind of keeping an eye on different things here. As far as what we could be seeing here, yet again, for that BTI, or that Barron Tornado Index number, it's a 5.3 right now. That number has been kind of teetering right around 5 to 5.5 over the past few radar loops that we have here. If we haven't talked about you over into Coahoma, as well as Quitman, Panola, and Lafayette counties. I know for the most part a lot of these have been to your north, although there was one near Sardis Lake. You guys have seen pretty tame weather up to this point. Also into Benton and Tippah counties, and even into Alcorn County. I know that there has been some rain, shower, and thunderstorm activity around, but a lot of this has been able to stay just to the west and just to the north of you. Into northeast Arkansas, it's been pretty tame for the most part too. Into Crittenden County, we did have one severe thunderstorm, or a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings earlier today, but fortunately those have moved out of your area. And really what you need to keep an eye on right now if you are in northeast Arkansas is some of these little cells that continue to pop up here, and they just kind of come and go almost at random here, that they are moving. And notice that one cell that I was talking about earlier that had been severe warned in just to the west of St. Francis and Cross counties. It is a shell of itself right now as it has approached Jonesboro. So Ron, overall, as far as what we have for those number of warnings in the Mid-South right now, looking at 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One that does include a good portion of Shelby County here, especially on the eastern side of things.
Hey, I just got word from a friend over on Venton. Now, I want to tell our newsroom this. There's a big tree that's down on the road on Venton. That's here in Midtown. We had some significant wind gusts. As a matter of fact, there was one that came through and rattled the building a little earlier this afternoon, but we may want to get a video crew over there. It is on Venton here in Midtown. Big tree blocking the road right now. So that was more specifically to our newsroom. But I want to show you what's going on right now. And Eric, you keep a close eye on the radar. I'm going to give folks at home a look ahead at what's coming. First, we begin with the tornado watch that is in effect for the entire coverage area. This is going to go until midnight tonight and may very well likely be extended, especially into parts of West Tennessee. I want to start Futurecast off at 5 o'clock. It's doing a pretty good job overall. It's picking up on the cells that are working their way through West Tennessee. The cells that are really over northern Mississippi, they're off about 40, 50 miles right now, but it's got a good handle on the approaching line. And really from now until about 7, everything's going to get absorbed into this line, I do believe, as we see all of this start to come together and make a rapid push towards the Mississippi River by 7 this evening. So look, you want to be home tonight at 7. If you are anywhere in West Tennessee or eastern Arkansas, anywhere north or south of 40, and especially northwestern Mississippi, you want to be in a safe place, not out and about, by 7 this evening at the very latest. As a matter of fact, I encourage you to get there well before and then just stay home and ride these storms out. By 9 o'clock, it's going to start to make a push to the east. Now, it's going to slow down its momentum. There's a big ridge of high pressure off the eastern seaboard that's a blocking mechanism. That's what's going to bring in the flooding aspect of this, because we're going to see a tremendous amount of rainfall over the area along that leading edge. There could likely be some tornadoes that develop. There could be hail within the main line itself, but the rain then creates the massive issue of flooding. I mentioned earlier today, I was looking at some data leading into this. Between now and Saturday night, Sunday morning, we could see about 8 trillion gallons of water fall on the middle Mississippi River Valley. That's going to lead to massive flooding, and we could end up with anywhere from about 5 to 10 inches of rain over the Mid-South, but more specifically in parts of West Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas, we could see a foot or more of rainfall throughout the period. Now, more specifically for tonight, this is going to go in the late night hours. By 11 o'clock, this line's still moving east, and we may have 2 very separated areas of activity, one to the southwest and then another one to the east working through West Tennessee. But notice Memphis and Shelby County will still be right in the thick of it through that time period, with the second line coming in behind that main first line. We see a little bit of a lull right around 3 a.m., but we can't let our guard down, because just before sunrise and in the morning hours, we could get another brief pulse up. But I think the better probability is likely going to come tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening with another round of severe storms. Now for today, we've got a high risk of storms. This is a level 5 for much of the area. West Tennessee, including Memphis and Shelby County, all of eastern Arkansas. This is one of the highest storm threats we've seen in this part of the country and this part of the Mid-South in quite some time. But it doesn't end there, because Thursday, we're looking at a moderate risk, an enhanced risk of severe weather over the entire area for the most part, with the exception of a couple of southern counties. But even into Friday, an enhanced risk to our west, a slight risk over much of the area, and I think that could even be expanded to an enhanced risk as we get on into the day Friday. And as we take a look at our 10-day forecast, we've got a first alert weather day for today, for Thursday, for Friday, and again Saturday, as we're going to see another round of strong to severe storms move through Saturday afternoon and into the late night hours before tapering off to just showers on Sunday. So we're talking about more than 80 hours of severe weather threat for the Mid-South, and it's just begun and will continue into the early morning hours of Sunday before a calmer, cooler air mass sets in to end the weekend and to start next week. And I got to tell you, right now, next week is looking great, but we've still got a lot to get through between now and then. As we go back now and take a look at our first alert Doppler radar, we've got the tornado warning moving outside our coverage area. Still a severe thunderstorm warning right now. It's in effect for Shelby County, and this is going to remain in place for Shelby County, for Fayette County, DeSoto, Marshall County until 5:45. The tornado warned storm that was in Marshall County has now been allowed to just be a severe thunderstorm warning, but there is still the potential for a tornado in that. So we've got a lot of activity still working its way through the area right now. But it is this line that is to the west that we're watching very closely, because that's our next one. Eric, what are you looking at right now?
So worthwhile to note, Ron, that West Memphis, as far as the schools over there, they are going to have a delayed opening with respect to tomorrow. So good to note that here off the top here. And I'd imagine we're probably going to get a few more that will be like that, because it's not only these discrete and individual cells that are kind of out ahead of everything, but we have a whole entire line that's over into central Arkansas that is moving from the west to the east here that we have to keep a close eye on. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill, Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers. You've been hearing us here for about the past 2.5 hours around the Mid-South. And Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, he's been out and about, excuse me, in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker here. As far as what we have going on right now with the severe thunderstorm warnings, they do include Shelby County, as well as DeSoto, Marshall, portions of Benton County, and into Fayette County as well, and also Tate County for that matter, or just north of Tate County. The reason why these storms are warned is for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as 1-inch in diameter sized hail. Collierville, you are seeing some very heavy rain right now. The same can be said for Germantown. As far as the potential hail sizes that are coming out of this, wouldn't be surprised, especially just on the southeast side of 240, really between 240 and 269 here, if there is some quarter-sized hail that is occurring. A little bit closer of a look right now to some of those areas that are seeing maybe some of that heaviest rain right now and some isolated hail. Just to the northeast of Mineral Wells on the other side of the Mississippi and Tennessee state line. Right along 385 here, along Winchester Road. Got a couple of car dealerships over there. I'm sure that they're seeing some pretty heavy rain right now. Just to the north into Germantown, your first alert there too, for seeing some pretty heavy rain. As far as the BTI numbers, you've been hearing Chief Meteorologist Patrick Ellis and myself talking about these. The BTI numbers on these are about a 5.3, a 5.2, but kind of hovering right around there. That is a scale of 0 to 10 here right now that indicates how likely there is of a tornado being on the ground. Once that number starts to climb to 5, at or above 5, it gains our attention. And once that number climbs above a 7, that is when we do think that there is a tornado on the ground. Wouldn't be surprised if we do have some quarter-sized hail right over Germantown right now. So if you do live in Germantown right now, and if you could safely take a picture or a video and send it on over via the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, feel free to do so, but only do it if you can do it safely, folks. That is the most important thing, and that's exactly why we've been on Action News 5 right now ever since about, I believe it was 3:15, or it might have been earlier than that, this afternoon. Nothing catching my eye from a velocity standpoint as far as there being any sort of real tight rotation, maybe indicating some spin within the sky or some tornadic activity, but there is at least just some general movement more than anything else. So these storms are all racing to the northeast here at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. What you're looking at now is about a 30-minute loop right now, and notice that these storms, they started in Hernando and they have approached Collierville, so they are scooting to the northeast here rather quickly.
Hey, do we have time to check in with Patrick? Is Patrick ready? Patrick, if you're ready for a hit, if you can hear me, just wave your hand in front of the camera. I can see you right now. Because I just want to touch base with him to give you an idea of where he is, what he has seen so far. He has been right in the thick of it. He is with Garner Montgomery. They're in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker this afternoon. Buddy, you've been in the thick of it this afternoon, driven through some stuff. Where are you now?
Hey guys, we are actually working our way down Tennessee Highway 59. We're working our way back towards Summerville right now. We just got off of I-40. We worked our way back through Haywood County into Fayette County. The storm that was mostly tornado warned that was in Marshall County, it's starting to show some signs of rotation. It's coming up very close to, well, I guess it's just east of the roundabout there along 72 and Mississippi Highway 7. So it's about to cross the state line. It started to get a little bit more rotation, it's starting to get its act together once again. So we're trying to get out ahead of it here in just a second. Let me flip that around and you can kind of see where we're at. Again, we're heading south, well, east along 59, but we're heading towards the south in a general sense here, and we'll work our way towards Summerville and try to get ahead of it here, and may have to just dump off over on 64 and head over towards Whiteville to kind of step ahead of it, but it does look like it's trying to get its act together there, and so we're trying to kind of beat it before it gets over into Hardeman County and into eastern Fayette County.
All right, listen, you guys stay safe out there. Be careful. If you see something significant, come to us, all right? We've got your monitor and your signal up over here, so when you're ready to go, just give a hand wave in front of the camera and we'll be ready to take you, all right? All right, you guys, be careful out there. Eric, what are you checking out right now on the First Alert Doppler radar? I've got some pictures coming in. I'm going to get those to the newsroom, and I want them to see some of the sights in the sky thus far, and even some damage here in Midtown. I'm going to work on getting them that. What are you tracking?
So, Ron, especially going off of what meteorologist Patrick Ellis was just talking about here, as far as kind of keeping on some of those cells that are near 72 and 70 in northern Mississippi, or northern Mississippi, that's what I am keeping the closest eye on right now, since he did note he did think it was tightening up a bit here. And it seems like there's at least some broad rotation that is occurring near Early Grove, southeast of Moscow, and to the southwest of Grand Junction, right along 72. The thing I'm keeping an eye on right now is this green that's popping up on the middle of your screen right now. You see the cursor on your screen circling it. As far as the velocity goes, there's definitely some sort of broad rotation embedded. You see just above where it says Grove, there's definitely some reds that are right there right now. So we turn around and kind of rock this back and forth as far as that radar goes. Definitely looks like we have some broad rotation right now just to the north and east of Early Grove. So if you are along, if you are in Rather, or if you're in Grand Junction, while you're not necessarily in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, this is something you want to keep an eye on, because there could be at least some rotation going on there. Over to Collierville and Germantown, especially with some of these pinks that are starting to pop up here, that's usually a good indication that we have some hail that's embedded here. And there's only a small dot right now that's saying that it is possible on the northeastern side of Germantown near the Wolf River and getting closer to Walnut Grove Road. Keep in mind, this is between 240 and 269, so we're not saying Walnut Grove Road here in Midtown Memphis or anything like that here, but at the least some pretty heavy rain. The rotation detector is trying to pick up on something here just to the east of Cordova, so that's another area that we got to keep a close eye on here as far as seeing some sort of rotation. Not seeing anything really catching my eye as far as the debris detector goes, so there is some good news on that side. But Ron, is there anything really kind of catching your eye for the time being?
No, not really, and that's kind of good news, but those are nasty storms, and I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be under any of them. No. Joyce Peterson is standing by on the news desk. I want to check in with her in a moment, because power is already out for a lot of folks in the city of Memphis and Shelby County. So I want to talk about power outages coming up. When she's ready, give me a heads up. And in the meantime, I want to take a look at the big picture once again and track these storms and show you what is moving through. Again, a tornado warned storm just outside the Action News 5 coverage area. We have the one severe thunderstorm warning that remains right now. This is for Memphis and Shelby County, DeSoto, Fayette, Marshall County. That goes until 5:45, but it's the line to the west we're watching. Eric, what do you got?
National Weather Service saying they're drafting up a tornado warning for southern Fayette County over in Tennessee.
So this cell will become tornado warned in just a moment. Here we go. Let me put a track on it right now and clear this out of here. I want to zoom into it.
This is Meteorologist Patrick Ellis pointing that out too, as far as him doing the from the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker.
Yeah, let's take a look. And this cell is showing some signs of just right now, just broad scale rotation overall, but it is certainly the most ominous of everything that is working right now. And where are they putting that? In southwest, or is that southeast?
They're just saying southern Fayette County. They're saying
Fayette County.
that there's a funnel cloud that was just reported on the storm.
Oh, wow.
cell.
So they've got visual confirmation of that. There's something that's right there. It's coming right off the Mississippi or Marshall-Benton County line, crossing Highway 72 and moving off to the north. As far as things go on the NEXRAD radar, there we go. And that was the point right there. Let me pan away from this. So here's what we have right now. Brand new tornado warning just now issued. And notice it's almost following in the same path as the one that came with it or that entered Madison County earlier. But right now, tornado warning for Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison County. That's going to go until 6:15. Let's put a track on this, show you where it's going, who it's going to be impacting over the next few minutes. And I'm going to track it from that little area of rotation right there. We'll take it on through the Polygon, Grand Junction, get in your storm shelter right now. You're in the path of the storm, and it is just a couple of minutes away from you. It's going to move through at 5:29. It'll move into Hickory Valley, 5:39. 5:45 moves into Middleburg. We'll see it then move into Bolivar at about 5:55. Should move into Tune at 6:05. Silerton, we'll see that move in at 5:12 or 6:12, 6:19 into Woodland, and then 6:30 it moves into Henderson. So the movement of this storm at this time is off to the northeast as it tracks right on through that polygon. As far as a debris signature, don't really see it. As far as a hail signature goes, a little bit of hail as it was moving on through, but it's actually this portion of the storm right now that we're watching more closely. And yeah, there it is right there. That's it. Eric, what are you picking up on that?
So you're looking kind of at the same area as you, Ron. It looks like on the BTI we have a 5.1 right now. Looks like we have at least some broad rotation right now into eastern Shelby County as well. So I think that might be another area where you kind of see some of those brighter greens to the right of where it says Memphis. National Weather Service also saying they're keeping an eye on some Coahoma storms. I know we haven't really talked too much about those, but that's because the weather really has been pretty tame in that part of the Mid-South right now. But got to start keeping an eye on those.
That's the one right there.
Yeah, I agree.
That is the one.
Agreed.
Right there in southeastern Fayette County. That's moving off to the northeast. What did you have on your links? I want to pull that up and show them once again. You were looking at some. Oh, that was for the cell that was in Coahoma County.
Yeah.
What are you seeing? Give me a BTI and a quick look at that skit that's on the tornado warn cell.
Okay, so now we're going over towards Fayette County.
There we
go.
go.
Let's see. If we pop that up here, we're looking at a 5.1. So that number, yet again, between a 0 and a 10. Is it a 1 through a 10 or is it a 0 through 10, Ron?
It is 1 through 10.
Copy.
So 1 is the lowest, 10 is the highest probability that there is a tornado within that. Right now, we're kind of straddling the line, but it does show some signs of intensifying. And Patrick was looking at that from a distance and even noticing the rotation just from the cloud and from what he was seeing on the radar.
So I will say, if you start heading inside the 269, 385 loop, that number has been up to about a 5. It's up to a 5.8 now, and that's not a tornado warning storm, but it is still one that we got to keep a close eye on here.
That's the one we were talking about a little while ago, moving into the city and possibly creating some big problems.
Right, and this is approaching Germantown right now along 380 or approaching 385. Moving to the northeast here, probably at about what, 45, 50 miles, 60 miles per hour even. The top of this storm about 28,000 feet, so not as impressive as some of the other storms, but likely some large hail embedded. Notice as far as the severe hail and the hail here, they are both at 90%.
That just went up to a 5.8.
There you go. So
yeah, that went up to a 5.8. I tell you what, if you're in Germantown, capable, if you're in Collierville, get to your storm shelter.
Yep.
Just go right now. Get in the safest place in your home right now. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, but we are showing some signs of some decent rotation within that. There's some pretty significant rotation approaching Cordova.
Agreed.
This is moving fast, all right? These storms are moving, what do we got, 45? Are they up to 50 miles per hour yet?
So what this was detecting was 60 even. So
It was moving at 60?
yeah.
Wow.
So as far as just the forward pace of this, so yet again, if you're in a car just driving straight, this is literally going 60 miles per hour. So that's going at a pretty quick velocity here too. National Weather Service are going to trim DeSoto and Marshall counties from this warning, but that makes sense. It looks like the worst of this threat is just to the north of those given areas. But
no indication on if they're going to go ahead and issue the tornado warning for it?
that is correct.
Okay.
I want to go down south too. Over into Coahoma County, because that's another one we got to keep a close eye on. This is registering now just to the northwest of Clarksdale at a 6.1 on the BTI. So that's one that's ramping up here really quickly that, Ron, I think we got to keep an eye on too, as far as being into Coahoma County. Good news is, as far as Clarksdale goes, this is just to your north and northeast here. But if you're over in Tunica, you're looking at about 5:52 before this does start to head towards your area. So while this isn't a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warned storm quite yet, it is one that is still very, has the potential to be rather serious. Going back to the northeast now, just to the northeast of Holly Springs, definitely has some larger hail, I'd say, that's embedded within that. Let's get rid of some of the stuff that we have on here right now. So when you start seeing these purples and pinks start to pop up and some of these whites and blacks, that's an indication that there could be some hail that is embedded here. So if we're looking just to the east of Moscow, quarter-sized hail near Cordova, quarter-sized hail, and there could be potentially some larger hail than that too, just to the southwest side of Germantown. So definitely have the potential of some big hail being around there right now.
I just got a picture on Twitter, Eric. Looks like it's about nickel, the quarter-size hail in Olive Branch. So that was just sent to me on X. I keep calling it Twitter.
Keep in mind, too, this was the second round over in Olive Branch, because we got some of our first reports in Olive Branch. This is going back a few hours ago, that there was some quarter-sized hail there, too. So definitely something we want to keep an eye on. And I got to say, Ron, I think the National Weather Service, the next warning that they're going to have here as far as the tornado warning goes, it's going to be into Coahoma counties, because we have a shear marker that's popping up here now, and we also have some red that's popping up on our screen here, and that's usually an indication of some strong winds that are at least embedded within here. So this is indicating some 70-mile-per-hour winds or greater, 70 miles per hour worth of winds or greater here, and that's racing off to the northeast too. So do we have a skid on that one here? So this is still to 6-1 here, so that one's been ramping up too.
All right, Eric. Good job, good job. So here we go. Let me take it back to the main view here. And by the way, for those of you who may be just tuning in, I want to give you your first alert. We're looking at first alert weather days again for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The tornado threat is significant, and it extends well into the beginning of the weekend. This will likely continue until about 2 a.m. Saturday morning, 2 or 3 a.m. So we've got a long road to hoe here, more than 80 hours of severe weather potential coming our way. So I want everyone in the Action News 5 coverage area and across the Mid-South to stay weather aware. We do have some light at the end of the tunnel in the form of dry weather and cooler temperatures for next week. But right now, it's all about the storms. And my apologies for our attire today. We knew it was going to be a very long day, so we opted for polos as opposed to the shirt and tie that you will normally see us in. But we have a long night ahead, so we're going with comfort. I've even got tennis shoes on tonight. So we're here to track this from start to finish, and we're already seeing this line start to get closer to the Action News 5 coverage area. But right now, it's this tornado warned cell that is moving on through Fayette County and about to move into Hardeman County. And let me give you a new track on that as we take a look at what's moving on through. So this is east of Memphis and Shelby County. But right now, Hickory Valley, 541, moves into Middleburg, 547. We'll get into Bolivar right around 557. Cedar Chapel, 603, 608 into Hillville, then 615 into Silerton, should move into Woodland at about 621. Huntersville, right around 629. So this storm packing a punch. There is some distinct rotation within it. We have the tornado warn cell, and there was visual confirmation of a funnel cloud with this, and you can see that area of circulation that's in place right there. I know this may look like it's a little something. That is likely nothing more than just some strong wind, maybe even a little straight line wind that's coming in just behind it. But that's what we're looking at there. So take a look at the spectrum width. This is an idea of turbulence, and there's a considerable amount of it right here still lingering into northern DeSoto County, northeastern DeSoto County, northern Marshall County. So a lot of activity going on there. But right now, the one tornado warning we have is for Fayette, Hardeman County. That's extending into Chester and Madison County. And that's going to go for a little while longer. So once again, we're going to see this tornado warning remain until 6:15. But I see we just got a new scan on the cell that's working through Shelby County. Let's take a closer look at that right now. Wow, looks like there's some, is there some big hail in there? I'm seeing something. It's less than half an inch. Let's take it. Let's take the Midtown camera. We're looking to the east towards Germantown. I want to see what the sky looks like. A little dark in the distance there. Not much, not overly impressive. By the way, a lot of folks in Memphis and Shelby County without power. Can we, is JP ready? Can we talk to Joyce Peterson quickly? And then right after that, I want to touch base with Patrick, check in with where he is. Eric, do you have something to track first? Anything catching your eye?
National Weather Service is saying that they're drafting up a tornado warning for southern Fayette County. They already have that tornado warning that's there.
We do, but I'm wondering if they're going to reissue. I tell you what, I will take a second to look at that. Yeah. JP, I'm going to let you go over the power outages that we're dealing with here and around the city of Memphis and Shelby County in the area. Take it away, and we'll be back in just a second with another track and some more clarity on what's coming up.
Gotcha. All right, gentlemen, regroup, and we will go over the power outages. The MLGW outage map shows about 5,200 customers without power at this hour. It was up to 6,000 plus earlier in the day. It's been vacillating depending on the storm that's moving through, the wind gusts. We had 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts before the storms even arrived today. You're looking there at the map now. MLGW is telling us that they have 50 crews ready to complete damage assessments and make repairs and restore power to all customers safely and as quickly as possible. Remember, more lines of storms are coming through, and that will halt the work at some point. So the 5,200 who are out now, I saw a restaurant tweet at or X at MLGW, when is power going to be restored? I hate to tell that restaurant, but as soon as it gets restored, you might risk losing it again as this weather moves through the Mid-South. A reminder from MLGW, if you see a power pole that's down, call and report it. It does take an average of 8 hours to repair a single pole, so be patient if we have damage. Let's go ahead and check out Energy. I was checking out Energy Arkansas and Energy Mississippi. Which would you all like to start with? Let's go back to Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers right now.
Tornado warning just issued. Let's come back and let's go straight to the first alert Doppler radar. Brand new tornado warning just issued. This now extended. We were looking at, there was a little bit of confusion because we had the warning that was already in effect. And I tell you what, let me bring up the info button here. And we were looking at why they were looking at another area, but we have this tornado warning now. This is for Chester, Hardeman, Haywood, Madison County. That's going to go until 6:15. Now, there was another one. And Eric, if you can check out the wording on it, Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood County till 6:30. It looks like we've got overlapping tornado warnings.
I think they're going to expire that other one, or just they're replacing it.
Okay, all right, so this will be more specific to where the area of rotation is. Let me see this. And look, you see something on that, Eric? Jump in. All right, so two areas. One right here. This is the part I think they're going to let expire. This is the one they're watching right now. That's the area. That's moving off to the north and northeast. Let's put a track on that.
And that's registering as a 5.8 right now as you're updating that track, Ron.
Oh, wow.
So that's
Hold on. Let me come back to this one more time. Yeah, so that is right there along the line. So I'm going to track it from right here. That's it. You can pretty much see it right there. So Hickory Valley, 544. Get in your storm shelter right now. Bolivar, 559. Find the safest place in your home. Go to your storm shelter. So we get into 609, it'll move into Tune. Silerton, 617. Then it moves into Medon at 622, 627 into Bethel Springs, 634 it gets into Henderson, and then 639 it will move into Jackson. So a lot of activity. This tornado warning that's in place right now, the one that's overlapping that's the one that will be allowed to expire. But we're looking at now a new tornado warning. That is going to go until 6:15, but that is for that same cell, kind of overlapping at this time. Eric, you got a clearer view on it?
So I'm just looking at our BTI numbers, Ron, and we're starting to see some of the activity here really ramp up. I think
Let's take a look.
Yeah, sure. So right now, I think, so we have what are known as skits here.
Let's go to Eric, guys.
Popping up, and right now they're ranging from about a 5.8 to a 6.4 as far as some of the different things that we have here. So let's go a little bit closer look to the tornado warned area right now. That Hickory Valley area looking at about a 5.8. Just to the south of that, probably a 5.8 as well. That storm top, though, up to 40,000 feet. Wouldn't be surprised if there's at least some hail embedded within there. Got anything?
Those are back-to-back cells.
They are.
Wow.
Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers saying that they're back-to-back cells.
Back-to-back cells.
Agreed.
Both tornado warned.
Yeah. As far as the shear on it, yeah, it's definitely got some shear on it.
Yeah, it does. You can see it.
Yeah. And
that's just, and look, it's starting to make that S shape. Can you see that little area that is just to the north, right there? So that's a little rotation there. And Eric, if you drew a line from that little area down to around Cedar Point and then down, once it starts to make a little bit of an S shape, that's an indication to us that there is likely, and I tell you what, I can do it here. Let me try it here. Can you take me? So look, we're looking at this little area right here. Let me do a draw on it. I'm going to take it from right here, and it kind of goes down like that. So you see when we're talking about an S shape, that's an indication that there's some rotation, significant tornadic rotation right there. When you say, oh man, what are you looking at?
National Weather Service just saying that there was quarter-inch hail, but they had to recorrect something because they had originally indicated that was baseball-sized hail, but it is quarter-sized hail that happened in Germantown. So
okay, all
sorry
right.
about that.
Good deal. So, yeah, I hear you say that, and this makes me
sorry about
look
that,
up.
Ron.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Look, there is a lot of lightning within this. Okay, that's an indication we probably got a lot of hail, maybe even some large hail associated with it, even down to the southwest. Only 49 strikes there. Shelby County, I haven't forgotten you. I'm coming back, but I've got two lines that I want to track, or two separate areas of potential rotation. One is right here, and that is going to impact Moscow, 539, Williston, 548, should move into Somerville, 557, 604 into Hickory Valley, Middleburg at 609, 613 into Whiteville. Then it will get into Bolivar at 618, 623, it moves into Hillville. So that is for this cell right here. All right, that's the one, and the rotation right there is near Moscow. Now, I'm going to go just to the east, northeast of that, because there's another cell that's right here that we're seeing some rotation in. Let me pop the scope onto here, and look at that. And you can even see the two distinct areas, one right there, and then we've got the other one that's working its way right here. So we've just tracked this one. Now let's track the next one. Here we go. And I'm going to track it in that direction. Some of these communities are going to see their name popping up there twice. Hickory Valley, 539. Middleburg, 545. Should get into Bolivar, 554. Tune at 604. Silerton, 612. Medon, 617. Montezuma, 623. Then gets into 40 Forks at about 627. So two different cells overlapping tornado warnings, but each of them packing a punch all on their own. So we've got this one moving in this direction. We've got this area of circulation moving in that direction. And it's everybody that's right here in between that could get punched by both of these. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I don't see a significant debris signature on this one, but I'm starting to see it on this one, Eric. Check this out. Yep. Can you see that?
South
that
of
area
Somerville.
right there? You want to go ahead and look. You've got a great view of it.
Sure. So this is looking south of Somerville here, close to the Mississippi, Tennessee state line here in southern portions of Fayette County. There we go. What I'm looking at here is just to the north of Moscow. You start seeing some of these blues that are embedded, that classic hook shape. You hear a lot of meteorologists talk about it all the time here. As far as what we have for a BTI number, it's still at about a 5.5. It's been hovering right around that 5.5 range. One thing I do want to point out, Ron, because we've been talking a lot about this storm, and rightfully so, I do want to point out that the BTI with that storm that's over northern Coahoma County, this had ramped up to a 7.
Oh, we got to put it. Yeah, and there is a debris signature on that. You got a quick track on it? If not, come to me and I can do it.
So we got this going to Tunica by about 556 here, and it's moving to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So let's see.
Let's go to Patrick. He's in between those two cells in Whiteville. Can we do that? And then we'll come back to you on that track, Eric. Do it. Go to Patrick. Patrick.
On Highway 64, we're coming through Whiteville right now and working our way through this, and just kind of looking at the radar. It seemed like there was. It's not the first one, but the second. Not the second one. The first one that's out a little bit ahead. There may have been enough rotation, and I'm looking at the debris tracker on the computer, and I can kind of see that there's something that's muddled in there, just north of Hickory Valley, between Hickory Valley and Whiteville. I don't know what that really entails, but there was a report of a wall cloud with this storm as it was kind of paralleling Tennessee Highway 18. So definitely something that is there. I'm going to switch over to the camera up top. And as we kind of weave and bob our way through Whiteville at this moment, and again, we're moving off towards the east. So we're probably going to get a little bit farther out from Whiteville and wait for this storm to kind of go past us, but we'll probably turn back into it as it makes its way past Whiteville. But heads up to Whiteville. This thing still has some rotation with it, though it is a little bit weaker than it was maybe about 5 minutes ago as the storm was working its way through there. But we're coming down a hill right now, working our way back down towards the south and east, making some turns here as we work our way out of the town of Whiteville.
All right, Patrick, listen, jump in if you see something else. Eric, I want you to keep a close eye on that cell down in Lula, and I'm going to come to that in just a moment. Big view here once again. These two tornado warnings, this is where Patrick is headed into right there, that area, two coming out. But it all started back here in Tate, really right around Panola into Lafayette, Tate, southern Marshall County. And let me show you some pictures we got as that storm was coming through Chula and on between Holly Springs and Red Banks, Mississippi, as it was coming through. Ashley, do we have those pictures you can pop up quickly? Let's go ahead and punch those up right now, and let me show you, because that storm was definitely, and Eric, this, I don't know if you can see this, this was Chulahoma, the same cell that is tornado warned right now. This is as it was coming together. That wall cloud just starting to form, that rotation just starting to begin, that cloud base lowering. That was when it was near Chulahoma. Now let's take a look at it when it was right between Red Banks and Holly Springs, Mississippi. Got a decent wall cloud and shelf cloud right there. That is the cell that is now tornado warned. So thank you, Michelle Robertson, for that. So we appreciate you sending us those pictures this afternoon. And this is East Memphis lightning strike. Wow. Yeah, a little loud, a little crazy in East Memphis. Let me go back to the big picture right now. I want to track this storm. Even though it's not tornado warned, it's right here. And this is the one that was showing some signs of rotation. We were getting a bit of a debris signature with it as well. I want to take a look quickly. Couple of things here. First, let's take a look at the lightning on this. We got about 114 strikes of lightning. Hail indication on it. Oh, there's some monster hail with that. Crossing the Tunica-Coahoma County line, just under 1.5 inches in size. Let's check out the scope and see if we see rotation on it. And yeah, there's a little something. I tell you what, let me clear this off, and I want to go back to the scope. I'm going to put this up, and then we're going to go back to the scope. And yeah, I did the same thing, Eric, a little sigh right there. And I know it's a little tougher to see, but what we're looking at here is rotation right there. So I'm going to go back to the next rat. A severe thunderstorm warning on this cell right now. It is not tornado warned, but the severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 6:30, and that warning is in effect right now for Crittenden, DeSoto, Tunica, and Lee counties. So with that, let's clear this off. Let's put a track on it. Let's show you where it's going and who it's going to impact. I'm going to do 2 tracks. First, I'm going to track from the area of circulation itself, right here. We'll take it north and east, right there. So Maud, 548. Clayton, 552. Then it's going to move into Austin at 555. 601 Tunica, 608 Dooley. We'll see it move into Baldry right around 613. Tunica Resorts, 616. Then 620, it's going to move into Banks. So we're tracking it from the southern portion of the storm, that area of rotation right there that's right over Maud right now. Now, let's clear this off. Let's put another track on it, and I'm going to track it from the leading edge into, because this is going to impact, this is going to hold together. This is coming into Shelby County. I want you to be prepared for it right now. Let me do this. I'm going to put a different type of track on here, and we will track it moving this direction. And I'm going to bring it on through the 240 loop because I think that's where it's coming. So Cottonville, 549. Tunica Resorts, the leading edge of that cell is going to impact you. Then at right around 602, it'll get into Clack, 614 Hernando, 625 South Haven, 627 Whitehaven, 638 into Memphis, 650 it will move into Bartlett. So Memphis and Shelby County, I want everybody home and in a safe place as these storms are coming through. This one not tornado warned, but it is looking significant. It is rotating and may very well drop a tornado with little or no notice. So I want you to stay weather aware and watch this closely. But I also want to draw your attention to what's happening back here. This line is now starting to make a push to the east. And Eric, it's doing exactly what we thought. Severe thunderstorm warnings when it was moving through central and north central Arkansas. Now it's getting into a bit of a more juicy, ripe environment. And we're starting to see tornado warnings develop just outside our coverage area. We've got 1, 2 tornado warnings, but several severe thunderstorm warnings. And that is going to impact everybody in the Action News 5 coverage areas it moves on through. And Patrick's got, yeah, Eric?
No, go ahead, go for Patrick.
Patrick, yeah, let's go to Patrick. He's got some new information for us. He's right here in between these 2 tornado cells moving through Fayette and Hardeman County. Patrick?
Yeah, we're getting pelted right now with hail. Actually, we'll go outside and starting to see the hail popping off there on top of the roof of the truck. We are in between the 2 cells. We are not inside of the circulation. That's where we wanted to stop before we got to the circulation. But the other one is hot behind this one. This is what we're seeing. This is Milton Road and Highway 64. Milton Road and Highway 64. That's where we are right now. Again, in between Whiteville and Bolivar. Getting a lot of lightning, a lot of hail with this. You can hear it pinging on the top of the roof here as we're just kind of hanging out here. I'm going to pan the camera around. You see it just kind of bouncing off the top of the roof there. So again, a very active scene. Tons of lightning with this thing. I mean, lots of cloud to ground lightning associated with it as it's making its way through. But again, we're getting some pretty decent hail with this one. It's I would say probably change size hail, but there's a fair amount of it that's coming down.
All right, Patrick, thank you very much for that report. Eric, I want to go to you because you're looking at that line that's starting to approach right now. There's some significant signatures coming from this cell right here. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, so Ron, just looking at some of the cells that aren't necessarily quite into our northeastern Arkansas counties yet, but they are getting closer, and some of those BTI numbers, they're pretty high. As far as what we have just to the west of Forest City, there is a BTI number that, okay, that's good. It was at an 8.6, but that's now at a 6.0. So there is at least some nice regression within that. A little bit further to the north, I have a 5.2, and a little bit further to the south, just to the southeast of Brinkley, that number is now at a 5.2. So actually these numbers are a little bit better, or a little bit lower than what they were just a few moments ago. A lot of 5s and 6s now, and it got my attention because one of those numbers, as noted, had been up to an 8.6. So we got to keep a close eye on that. And I will say, Ron, as far as off to the northwest, some of those areas that got hit by the tornadic activity here, about 2 weeks ago, over towards Newport and Cave City, there's some pretty nasty storms there. But as far as what we have locally, still want to keep a really close eye on this storm that's headed for Tunica. That BTI number is at a 7.2, and I believe that is the highest number that we've had on that BTI up to this point here today. So if you are in Tunica, if you know anybody that's at the resorts, make sure that they have that first alert, as there is a severe thunderstorm warning in place right now. That severe thunderstorm warning is until 6:30 this evening. This is moving to the northeast, and this is what Ron Childers had mentioned as headed towards Shelby County here. We still have a little bit of time before it does start to impact Shelby County, even DeSoto County, but you want to prepare for that. Going back to the area where meteorologist Patrick Ellis is right now, some of those BTI numbers at a 5.9 and a 4.9 right here. They've been kind of oscillating and rotating within that general area.
Looks like one cell's blending into the other.
Agree. I would say more the northern cell is kind of blending with the southern cell.
Yeah.
Okay. You'd agree with that one there. So we are keeping a close eye on that one right now. So
it's going to be interesting to see what that does. Hey, I want to just break away quickly because Sidney Gray is in Midtown. We had some big trees. Big tree go down in Midtown. Sidney Gray is with Adam Chrysler. They are out there right now with the live report. I'm going to come back. Sidney, I'm going to ask you to go quickly because we got a lot going on, but I want to see what you've got for us this afternoon.
Hey, Ron, real quick, as you mentioned, here in Midtown off of Vinton near South McLean Boulevard, just so you guys can see what is behind me, this massive tree looks to be uprooted and quite a bit of damage, as you see. But from what I can see, it really is just blocking the road here. We cannot get past it, obviously, because of this tree. But from what I can see, good news is I don't see any damage to a home, so that is the good news. However, I do see some power lines right here, and that is going to be a significant piece of damage right there. So the people who live in this area probably are going to be dealing with some issues, going to probably be reaching out to MLGW to see what they are doing about that, because I do see some damage to the power line right here because of this very large tree that we see is down here right now and looks to be completely uprooted. We're going to be here for a little bit, but let's get it right back to you, Ron.
Control tonight, so we look forward to seeing what you bring to us throughout the evening. We've got a lot of activity, but I tell you what, the focus is starting to shift now to the west. We've got active tornado warnings there, but I want to put a track on one that is more specific. It is well to our south right now, but it is moving in our direction. As a matter of fact, I'll put this into motion. There is a tornado warning with this cell right now. That is moving to the north and northeast, and that's going to take that on into Lee and St. Francis counties within the next hour or so. So with that in mind, I want to put a track on this and give you an idea of who's going to be impacted. And I'm going to track the leading edge of the storm itself, all right? So here we go from this direction, north and east. There we go. St. Charles, get ready, 553. Duncan, 610. Marvell, 623. Then it will move into Marianna at 646. Palestine, 657. Should be in Forest City right around 702. It will make its way into Hughes at about 726, and then into Earl at 740. So we've got a tornado-warned storm right now. The tornado warning itself right there in the southern portion of that, I'm tracking it from the northern tip of that cell, but it is moving in that direction, and there's your first alert to communities that are going to be impacted by that. But as I take a look at this whole line is now making its move off to the east and northeast, and we're really going to start to see this impact areas that are along and north of the 40 corridor with strong to severe storms and possibly tornadoes. Patrick Ellis in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker this afternoon. He's right in the thick of it. You've got a new update for us, Patrick?
Yeah, guys, had a report of a funnel cloud on that storm that we're on outside of Bolivar. So we're heading towards Bolivar right now. we wanted to get ahead of the storm that's coming up right behind us. That one's got some huge hail associated with it. I'll take you outside now. Again, we're on 64 now. Let me zoom back out because we were looking at the hail. But as this thing was coming through here, we saw the sheets of rain, the inflow into the storm just racing across the highway here. You see the Ford dealership up here on the corner. As we come around here on Highway 64 as we come into the city of Bolivar. But again, we're trying to get ahead of the storm that's right behind us. That thing's got some huge hail associated with it and still some rotation associated with it as well. But again, an active situation out here in Hardeman County as we're kind of in between the two warnings at the present. And then after we get done with this, we're probably going to start heading back towards the metro area and get ready for that line that's coming in, as you were just mentioning, coming from St. Francis County. It looked like Jackson, Woodruff County, Arkansas County. Looks like it's getting pretty active over there as well, guys.
All right, Patrick, be safe out there. You and Garner Montgomery in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker this evening. They're taking us right into the storms. Eric Brill, you're keeping a close eye on the First Alert Doppler radar. This line right here, that is coming our way, and that's really the next big hit to the Action News 5 coverage area. What else are you seeing out there, especially more primarily along and east of the Mississippi River?
So it is one thing I don't think we've actually pointed this out thus far yet, Ron, is that Cross and Poinsett counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings as well, as we're starting to get kind of the western edge of those showers and storms moving to the east here with that main line. So let's dive into see what we got going on right now. So this is over into Poinsett County right now, and this is that area where meteorologist Patrick Ellis had been here back on Sunday night, where the tornado did touch down here into western Poinsett County. This is warned for the potential of, I believe it is 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds here. The potential hail size within this, as far as what this is detecting, could be up to 1.5 inches as far as the diameter goes, and a BTI number of 5.9. Definitely have at least a little bit of movement within there as far as the storm goes. I don't want to necessarily say rotation, but there's at least some spin within the sky as far as that given cell here into western Cross County here. But I want to go back down to that cell that's eventually going to impact here Shelby County, depending on how strong it is or isn't. Right now, it still looks like it's putting down some pretty good hail. If we flip this over to see what size hail could be being produced right now, this is right over Tunica right now. So Tunica, I'm sure it's pretty loud, pretty noisy. You probably are dealing with quite a bit of hail right now. Quarter-size hail looks to be a possibility here right into downtown Tunica. Yeah, go ahead, Ron. What you got?
I have got, and I just threw these up on my Twitter. Some people have sent me some pictures.
Yeah.
It's like ping pong ball size hail.
This is in Tunica?
Yeah, and Lewisburg, and then another one in East Hernando, right around 450.
Okay.
So ping pong, it's slightly larger. You got the hail video from Davies Plantation, Ashley? Can we pop that up? I want to show that. And then we're going to come back and put some tracks on these storms because they're starting to enter the area. This is little pea-size hail from Davies Plantation. Yeah, and so what's coming is going to be a lot bigger than that. Yep. That was just the leading precursor, as we've now got a more potent line that's making its way into the Action News 5 coverage area. Let's go back to the big picture right now. Let's put some tracks on these storms. First, we'll start off with a look at the main view, all right? So we've got 2 active tornado warnings right now. Patrick Ellis is right in the thick of this. He's making his way south, but in the meantime, we've got Chester, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison County under a tornado warning. That's going to go until 6:15. Then, overlapping that, we've got another warning, and this one is more specifically for Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood County. That's going to go until 6:30. And quite frankly, this cell seems a little more potent than this cell, as it's now showing signs of wrapping in to that cell that was coming in back behind it. Now, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is starting to make its way towards Shelby County, as that cell right there, let me put the info on here for you. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning. Crittenden, DeSoto, Tunica County, you are going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning, a considerable threat for wind and the hail and the tornado potential with this, as it is showing some signs of rotating. That's going to go until 6:30. Then we're looking back to the west. We've got several tornado warnings. I'm not going to track those specifically, but what I am going to do is take a closer look at the severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to pop in right now into eastern Arkansas. And as I zoom in over Cross and Poinsett counties, which had some activity over the weekend, now we're dealing with our next round. And this, we're coming up on our 4th weekend in a row of strong to severe storms. And yeah, I know it's only Wednesday, but yeah, we've got more storms this weekend as well. We'll talk more about that as the evening progresses. But right now, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That's going to remain until 6:45 for Craighead, Cross, and Poinsett counties. This storm itself moving off to the north and northeast. It's going to be a little while before it makes its way to the river because the general movement is in this direction, but it is making a slow push in this direction. So with that said, as that comes on in, I want to track that portion of the storm that's just to the south of it that is frankly a little more potent, or seemingly the more potent portion of that storm. I'm going to clear that off.
So,
Let's
Ron, you're
put this
talking
on
about
here.
that area
Yeah.
right now. National Weather Service saying they're about to issue a tornado warning for the storm crossing over into St. Francis and Cross County. So you're
That's
right on
it.
top of it.
I see it right
And Ron,
there.
the BTI number on this one, when I was just looking, it was at a 9.1.
Eric, all right, 2 tracks on this. All right, first, we're going to track the leading edge of the storm, okay? So here we go. That leading edge is going to impact a lot of communities as it moves in this direction. Fair Oaks, 6:05. That's when you're going to get the first gust of wind, the heavier rain that comes in, and likely some hail. Then Pumpkin Bend, 6:09. 6:22, it moves into Fairfield. Then Cherry Valley, it comes through at 6:32. We'll get into Bay Village at about 6:40, 6:49 into Harrisburg. Glenfield at 6:56 and should move into Truman at about 7:08. But we're also seeing rotation, and look at this. You can see an inflow notch right there. Let me put the scope on it. Let's check it out. National Weather Service drawing up a tornado warning. We're going to, and it is right there.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's the area. That's what we're tracking. Let me clear this off. Let's put a track for a potential tornado on this. And I think we're ready to go with that. Here we go. And we'll track it north and east in that direction. So, Barson. It's going to move in at 6:10. Then it should get into Pumpkin Bend at 6:24. Wind, 6:34. Levesque at 6:41. Cherry Valley, 6:48. Park in Arkansas. That will move in at 6:52. Then Harrisburg at 6:02. And we'll get into Greenville right around 6:09. So again, this storm cell moving off to the northeast, and that is going to impact northeastern Arkansas, more specifically St. Francis, Cross, and Poinsett counties. There's a lot of lightning in there, and the hail is starting to uptick as well. As a matter of fact, just to the west of St. Francis County, we're getting indications of hail over 1 inch in size. Yeah, there's a lot of it in there. Eric, you've got a pretty good BTI and a shear marker on it. What are you seeing?
I'm just kind of, this whole line from north to south, almost extending it from Poinsett County down to Phillips County, is pretty much tornado warned throughout it here.
Yeah, and this is the main event.
Yeah.
This is the main event. The storms we've been dealing with this afternoon,
yeah,
they produce some hail, some wind. We've had some damage with trees. We've even had confirmed tornadoes. No damage, confirmations of damage from those. But, ladies and gentlemen, this line that is moving in from the west, that's the line that's going to really impact us. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings in that.
And I will say, Ron, as far as that goes, there's at least a couple, though, that do have a confirmed tornado in there. So this is kind of a weird sort of area as far as the National Weather Service goes, because this is where Little Rock starts to hand it off here to Memphis. And this results in kind of, I wouldn't say the language kind of changing a little bit here, but as far as just kind of different criteria and things of that nature. So kind of, we got to hold tight here and see how this plays out as far as the warnings and the confirmations and things like that go. So for the time being right now,
We have a tornado warning. Just got a new tornado warning, Eric. That just now came out. That
If you see
just
that
now came out. That's going to be for Cross and Poinsett counties. Let me go right to it right now. This was just issued seconds ago. Here it is right here. Tornado warning. This is going to be for Craighead, Cross, Poinsett. That's going to go until 7 o'clock this evening. That's the cell we were watching. That was the one we're concerned about. And now we've got a tornado warning for it. That just issued from the National Weather Service. By the way, we haven't forgotten these cells, but it's a little more disorganized. Still a potent storm system, but I want you to just, if you are anywhere in eastern Fayette, northern Hardeman County, or Madison County, southern Madison County, just be in your storm shelter right now. Let this cell pass. The focus now shifts to the east, and it is for these tornadoes and tornado warnings that we're seeing. And now I see 2 tornado warnings that have just been issued. Let's go right through it, because the next one, and this was the one we were talking about for St. Francis. So Cross, Poinsett, St. Francis, that's going to go until 6:45. The one that is just to the north of you, Craighead, Cross, Poinsett. So Cross County, 2 separate areas, 2 distinct tornado warnings. That goes until 7 o'clock. Let me put some tools on here, clear this off. Let's take a close look, first of all, at, I want to just basically take a look at where the rotation will be in both of these storms. The one, I can tell you, I can just look at it and tell you where that one is.
Both
right
of them.
there.
The one that,
and then that one,
holy cow.
there. Wow. Okay, so here we go. Let's put on 2 tracks. We're going to track this one from right here.
And Ron, there's another third one trying to form, it seems like, in between those 2 as well.
It's going to be a long night, folks. Long night in the Action News 5 coverage area tonight. Just make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings. Make sure you know the safest place to be in your home. Make sure your family is aware. Call your relatives, your friends, your neighbors. Let them know strong to severe storms are coming, and we're likely going to be dealing with this well into the late night and overnight hours. So Harrisburg, I am tracking this right now. Hold on, we've got that. I'm tracking it from that area of rotation right there in southern, southwestern Poinsett County. So Harrisburg, 621, Anderson Tully, 628, 646 into Nettleton. Should get into Alto right around 652. Lake City, 656. 707, it will move into Monette. 713 into Paragould. 725 into Osceola. We've got the other cell that's just behind that. Let's put a quick track on that, because even though it is just outside Cross County, it is making a rapid beeline in your direction. And I'm putting a track on just outside the polygon because these storms are going to hold together. I think we're going to see these tornado warnings extended. The atmosphere is ripe, it is supportive, and so they're ready to come on in. Barson, 609, 610 into Bemis. It will get into Fair Oaks right around 619, 632 into Wynn. Parkin, 651. Harrisburg, 701. Harrisburg, you could be in for a 1-2 punch. One storm coming in, followed by another one just behind it. Greenfield, 707. Turl, Arkansas at 720. We've also got more tornado warnings to the south. I'm going to put a track on this one. It's just outside our area, but I think it's going to move in and impact St. Francis County and possibly clip northern Lee County. So Brinkley, 622. Wheatley, right around 630. Should get into Palestine at 648, 658 into Forest City, 711 into Wynn. Parkin, Arkansas gets to you at 728. Again, we're tracking the area of rotation. You're going to get the heavier rain and the wind just ahead of that. That's going to be moving into Earl at 736 and then Harrisburg at 742. All of this activity making a move now to the east-northeast, and Eric coming in really right on cue as we had talked about these storms entering eastern Arkansas by about 6 o'clock and then making their way towards the river by 7.
Right.
So a lot going on. What do you see right now?
So National Fisher. We have a report that there's a tornado on the ground northeast of Fisher. So this is going over towards Poinsett County, and it's moving to the northeast here. So this is that same area that we were talking about here on Sunday night. So let's go dive into it, see what we have going on here. A little closer of a look right now into portions of Poinsett County, rather. This is moving to the northeast, and this is the storm that we have warned right now. So if you're in Harrisburg, get in that safe place right now. What I'm keeping an eye on is where you see the shear marker on the bottom of your screen just to the right of where it says Fisher. This is where we think that tornado is right now, and it is headed to the northeast here. If you're in Wiener, east of Waldberg, this is the area you want to keep an eye on right now. It's headed towards Harrisburg. If you're in Harrisburg, Arkansas, you want to get to that safe place right now in Poinsett County. This is racing off to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. Different report from just looking at different reports right now from the National Weather Service. The other one that we're keeping an eye on that's further to the south right now, if you're in Wynne, Arkansas, you want to make sure you get in your safe place right now because this is headed towards your general area. It might stay just north of Wynne, Arkansas, but it's at least headed towards your area. Still want to kind of keep an eye on some of these cells that are over into Shelby County as well. Even though they're not tornado warned, they do at least have a little bit of a they do at least have the a little bit of a look right now of maybe being having some rotation on them. So that's another area to keep an eye on. But overall, Ron, so now we have that tornado that was noted to be on the ground right now near Fisher, Arkansas, and it is racing to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. So
those storms are intensifying. Patrick can kind of see the cloud tops from where he is. He's even saying visually they're getting bigger.
So I'm looking at a picture right now that is over in Poinsett County. This came from one of the law enforcement officials in Fisher, and it is a tornado that is actually on the ground too. And the National Weather Service also noting that this has a considerable tag on it.
Can you describe the type of tornado? Are we looking at a rope, a wedge, a V?
I'd lean towards a rope right now that we have here. So,
all right.
Yeah.
All right, let's get right back to it. Let's put some more tracks on the storms. First, northern Mississippi. You got a little tranquility going on right now after a bit of a stormy afternoon. However, these storms are moving, but I think these storms are actually going to impact more of northwestern Mississippi and coming on into West Tennessee. Memphis and Shelby County, we're going to get hit by this. A lot of activity back here, and as a matter of fact, just taking a look at the lightning on this, let me put the lightning tracker on here, the lightning counter. Look at this, we'll track it just outside of Little Rock. Take it north, there are 4,000 strikes of lightning in there. This little cell right here that's working on towards Madison County's got almost 400 strikes of lightning in it. And then we're looking at these cells that are coming out of DeSoto and into Shelby County, about 68 strikes of lightning. Quick zoom into the city of Memphis and Shelby County. It's been very windy in here today, but we have been fortunate thus far, and quite frankly, we've been pretty fortunate over the last 3 weeks in regard to severe weather, as it has been primarily to our north, our south, and southeast. But this is our night tonight. These storms are coming on through. Yeah, they'll pack a little bit of a punch, but it's the storms that are to the west. Those are going to be impacting the city of Memphis and Shelby County. And let me see if I can give you a general idea of when those will move in. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to track from about right here. Well, let me do this wrong kind of track. Clear that off. I want to put this track on. And then let's track from right here, leading edge. Those storms coming on through. I'm a little ahead of that main rain shield, but Mariana about 6:25, 6:30-ish. Palestine 6:45-ish. Should move into Forest City close to 7 o'clock. It's going to move into Tunica Resorts right around 7:10, and then we'll see it move into West Memphis about 7:26. Should get into Memphis right around 7:42, 7:45. I'm a little ahead of the main line, but these may be actually moving a little faster. I even see another tornado warning coming up behind it, and a visual confirmation of a tornado warned cell that's in there also. So we now have visual confirmation of 2 distinct cells in here and multiple coming our way. That's going to go until 6:30.
Ron,
that will impact Phillips and Lee County. Eric?
Poinsett County Sheriff reporting 2 tornadoes on the ground west of Harrisburg right now.
All right.
In Poinsett County.
Do we have any cameras up there? Do we have any TDOT or RDOT cameras in that area? Ashley, if you can check and see for us. Eric, you've got a really good shear marker on that.
So
you want to take a look at that?
Sure. So we're looking right now at central portions of Poinsett County. This is moving to the northeast here at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. And as noted, the law enforcement officials here in Poinsett County noting that there are 2 tornadoes that are on the ground right now just west of Harrisburg. If you're in Harrisburg right now, if you're in Harrisburg, Arkansas, you want to make sure you get to that safe place right now because this is headed towards your area. Let's bring it back to the link system now for what we have going on with this given storm. So this is racing to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. So if you are in Truman, if you're over in Mark Tree, you want to get to that safe place, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world, and protect yourself here. That BTI number in central portions of Poinsett County, it's up to a 9.0, Ron. So that's picked itself up quite a bit here. And that top is up to 50,000 feet. So that is an extremely tall storm that we have right now in central portions of Poinsett County. This is right outside of Harrisburg. If you're on the west side, if you're in Harrisburg in general, get to the safe place right now. You are under a tornado warning. This storm is moving to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. If you're in Truman right now, if you're into the northern portion of Poinsett County, you better get to that safe place right now. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. If you have a helmet, put it on. Blankets as well as pillows. You want to get into that interior closet. Kind of, you want to protect yourself from anything that could fly into your house. As far as we have further to the south right now, this is looking just north of Forest City and pretty close to Wynne, Arkansas. I don't think that there's confirmation that this one's on the ground right now, but the possibility is there that this is starting to approach Wynne, Arkansas, and we could be seeing some tornadic activity pretty close here. Over towards Brinkley, this is probably another one that will be tornado warned, getting closer to Forest City. And then down to the south, I did see that there had been confirmation of a tornado on the ground near DeWitt, Arkansas, and this is moving to the northeast. So really, if you are west of the Mississippi River, it doesn't really make a difference where you're at. You need to prepare for that potential of a tornado right now. Don't want to forget about western Tennessee as well as northern Mississippi. Still do have a tornado warning that is in place for Hardeman County, and that is moving itself to the northeast as well. Fortunately, it does look like that this is moving to the northeast here too. So the last one I'm going to keep an eye on is over into Tunica as well as into Tate and DeSoto counties. This will eventually start to scoot itself into Shelby County as well. Not tornado warned, but this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's racing off to the northeast here at about 50 to 60 miles per hour as well. The ones that we're really keeping an eye on, though, as noted, these are on the ground per some law enforcement officials here over in Poinsett County, is that we do have 2 tornadoes that are on the ground right now in Harrisburg, Arkansas, or just west of Harrisburg, Arkansas. So if you know anybody that's over into Truman, if they're in Bay, even in Jonesboro, Brooklyn, Lake City, give them that first alert and make sure that they're aware that there are 2 tornadoes on the ground just west of Harrisburg and headed to the northeast here at about 60 miles per hour. And Ron, those BTI numbers, they're all the way up to a 9.0. We talked about how that scale goes from a 1 to a 10 right now, so not a good situation right now over towards Harrisburg, just west.
Confirmed tornadoes on the ground in eastern Arkansas. If you are in any of these areas, I want you in the safest place in your home right now. Get to your storm shelter. Let me show you the first alert Doppler radar view that I have here. This entire line is now poised to impact eastern Arkansas. The movement is to the east-northeast. It will impact West Tennessee. It will impact Memphis and Shelby County, northwest Mississippi. Areas that are to our east and southeast, you may be in pretty good shape tonight overall. But you're not out of the woods yet, as we are looking at days of severe weather. Another first alert weather day tomorrow, again Friday, and again on Saturday. So we've got a lot of activity coming, but this is the first round to kick it off tonight, and this is likely going to go well into the late and overnight hours. Here we are at about 6:17. I don't see this line clearing out of here before midnight tonight. So we are looking at a lot of activity, a lot of rain, a lot of hail, a lot of lightning, and right now we've got a lot of tornado warnings. So let's walk through it once again. I'm going to start up here in northeastern Arkansas. We're going to put some tracks on these storms. I know they're skewed a little bit by the lightning, but we do have, where you see the areas that are red with white, that's where we have visual confirmation. There is confirmed tornado on the ground. So let's start off with that cell, and let's put, and I believe, I want to make sure I'm tracking it from the right location. So I'm using the velocity scope here. Oh, yeah, that's it right there. Can you see that? And Eric, what was the BTI on that? Was that like a 8, 9?
Last check, it was a 9.
9. All right, so this is a dangerous situation right here. All right, tornado on the ground, that couplet holding together. Let's get back to it. Let's put a track on it right there. Let's take it off to the north and east. And you know what? Let me clear that off, because I think I need to give it a little more of an easterly progression with it as opposed to a northeast. This is going to impact Mississippi County, Blytheville. You're looking at it coming in right around 6:30, 6:33. All right, so in the meantime, 6:22, it moves into Greenfield. Should see it get into Truman at about 6:38, 6:48 into Lake City, 6:55 into Caraway, 7:01 into Etowah. Then it moves into Big Lake at about 7:12, Osceola 7:23, and then 7:33 should move into Blytheville. We've got another tornado-warned storm right here just to the west of Wynn. I want to put the scope on here, make sure I'm tracking it from the right location. We're just looking for where the rotation is likely occurring. Looks like it's right here. There we go. So I'm going to come back to this. Man, that's a heck of a hook right there.
Yeah.
So let's take that off to the east. Mississippi County, you're looking at back-to-back cells coming through. All right, so Cherry Valley, 640. Harrisburg, 655. 701 into Greenfield. We'll get into Mark Tree with this at about 710. Turl, Arkansas at 718. Lake City, 729. Monette, 740. And then should move into Paragould right around 748. Taking a look at the hail structure on this. That hail right there west of Wynn is massive. That's coming down at about 1 inch per hour, and that's radar indicated, all right? So we may have even some larger hail in there, but there is some hail associated with that nonetheless. And you can see the two distinct areas of rotation there. We've got another one right there. So these are the two active warnings we have right now for eastern Arkansas. This impacts Poinsett and Cross County, but St. Francis County, we've got to watch, because you've got a tornado warning just to your west, and that cell showing some signs of holding together and some pretty well-defined rotation with that as well. Tornado warning remains in effect for that area, and that is for Monroe, Prairie, and Woodruff counties. But this will likely impact St. Francis and Cross County as it continues to move on through. So let's put a track on that, and here we go. I'm going to track it from that area of rotation, taking it to the east, northeast. So with that, Fargo, 623, 633, gets into Hunter, 646, it'll move into Palestine, 656, we should see that move into Forest City. Then right around 702 into Madison. Wynn, Arkansas comes in at 706. We'll get into Blackfish right around 715, and then 723, it will move into Parkin, Arkansas. Another visually confirmed tornado south of that, and it is again outside our coverage area, but this is poised to impact Lee and likely St. Francis County. So Arkansas and Monroe County under a tornado warning until 6:30. Let me hit that with the scope and take a look at where that rotation is occurring right now. A little tough to see. We're at a pretty good distance from the radar site itself, but right there. I think that's where it is, right there. So I tell you what, I'm going to track it from that area, okay? Now, I'm not tracking these from the leading edge of the storm just yet. I'm tracking them from where we're seeing the more potent rotation. So with that, we're We're going to see that move into Blackton right around 627. Morrow, 643. 650 into Rondo. Mariana will move in there at 658. Should get into Bon Air right around 706. Forest City, 711. Colt, 720. 730. It will move into Wynn. So this is the activity we've got going right now in eastern Arkansas. I want to zoom out, take a look at the big picture. We're getting this tornado warned storm out of Fayette County. You're in better, or Hardeman County, excuse me. You're in better shape right now, but there's still a lot of lightning and even some rotation as this is moving on through Madison County. That's going to possibly impact, I think it'll say south of Jackson. It's likely going to just move right between Jackson and on into between Jackson and Henderson. And I know you're outside of our coverage area, but I just want to give you your first alert and let you know where that is going to go. So let's do it here. I'll track it through Madison County. So Medon, right around 627. Parkburg, 632. Then it should move into Melissus, right around Melissus, at 637. Penson, 640. East Union, 645. 648 into Lawrence, and 652 into Beach Buff. Now, there was also severe thunderstorm warning just to the west. Let me move this on through.
That's been dropped or canceled.
They did cancel that? Okay. Yeah. But let me track that rain that's coming through, because folks in the city of Memphis and Shelby County about to get some pretty good downpours with this, and maybe even a little bit of small hail in there. I think mainly rain at this time, but that's also rotating. So a lot of Shelby County hasn't been touched. We've got that heat island effect, a lot of concrete, asphalt, buildings radiating heat into the atmosphere, and you felt it today. There was a lot of it, muggy conditions, so the moisture's there. All ingredients to maintain this storm in place as it moves into Memphis at 627. Should get into Midtown at about 629. Bartlett, 639. We'll move into Egypt at 640. 647 into Wolf Chase. 653 into Millington. 657 into Rosemark, and should move into Atoka at about 705. So a lot of activity. This is what we're tracking. But the hot zone right now, the focus shifting from North Mississippi and West Tennessee now into eastern Arkansas, and this area right here as it approaches the Mississippi River and moves off to the east-northeast. So everybody that is in this area right here, tell you what, that's the general movement of it, but I want to show you who's going to be impacted by this and who needs to stay weather aware. If you are anywhere in this area right here over the next 3-4 hours, I want you to be home in a safe place. Call your family, call your kids, tell everybody, come on, time to come home. Let's ride out these storms, get them through here. But it looks like the bulk of it is really going to start to impact northeast Arkansas and West Tennessee. This is where we were seeing the greater possibility for tornado development with forecast models over the last 24 to 48 hours. And now we're seeing this really start to come to fruition. And Eric, the lightning in this is absolutely amazing. Yeah. Let me get a count on this, and then I'm going to throw it to you. You're looking at some interesting stuff over there. I also want to get a check on Patrick in a moment. So we'll check in with him. I tell you what, I'll just go ahead and include that cell. So just in our area, 4,236 strikes of lightning. Just to put that in perspective, lightning strikes the earth about 30,000 times a day on average. So no matter where you are on the planet, lightning is going to strike it about 30,000 times. I think this is going to be a night where we see about 30,000 strikes of lightning come through this area right here and in the Mid-South. So that's what we have working right now. I'm going to toss it over to Eric. When I come back, I'm going to bring you a future cast to let you know how this is going to play out through the remainder of the evening and overnight, so you can have your first alert to timing and what to expect where you are. Eric?
So, Ron, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the rotation detector almost more than anything else here, because that's really telling the picture. Let's dive into it. As far as we have going on right now, and you notice just to the north and northwest, let's take links full here, to the north and northwest of Truman, that is where we are keeping an eye on this area in red right now. That is where we do believe that the tornado is on the ground. And I've been kind of tracking it here from different things that the National Weather Service has been noting here as far as the tornado being on the ground right now. And this is is moving to the northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. So if you're in Bay, if you're in Lake City, this is in northeast Arkansas, starting to approach Craighead County. This is headed your way right now, and you want to get into that safe place. Another area that I am keeping a close eye on as well is near Wynne, Arkansas. Looks like the worst of this right now is just on the north and northeast side of town, but the BTI on this, or the Barron Tornado Index, is up to a 9.2, and that is a really high number. That's actually the highest that we've seen here around the Mid-South right now. And this is headed towards Cherry Valley, especially on the south and east side of Harrisburg. You want to make sure you take shelter right now. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world and be prepared. If you're in Mark Tree, Arkansas, Lepanto, Truman, yet again in Bay, really all throughout Poinsett County, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground on the northern side of the county. That's where you see this red little marker right now just to the left of Truman. And then there's this other area that's into central portions of Cross County, the central northern portions of Cross County, that's racing off to the northeast here and will be intersecting 555 between Mark Tree and Truman. Down to the south right now, to the west of Forest City, another area we are keeping a close eye on. And actually, let me go back up to the north here. Ron, if you notice this, as far as near Cherry Valley, it looks like we do have debris that's getting picked up here between Wynne and Cherry Valley with this storm that's racing off to the northeast here. A little bit further to the south, as we get closer to Woodruff and St. Francis counties, this is moving to the northeast as well. Yet again, another tornado-warned storm. And let me just back it out for a second so you can kind of get an idea of all the different warnings that we have here across the Mid-South right now. This should give you kind of a good idea. Look at all those things that are blinking. Those are all either severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings that we have here across the Mid-South. And some of them are overlapping because there are multiple cells that look to be tornado-warned right now. As far as what we have for the shear rate right now, the one that's still without question catching our eye the most is in the northern portion of Poinsett County, and this is yet again headed towards the southeastern corner of Craighead County. So if you know anybody that lives in Jonesboro, if they're on the south side of Jonesboro, on the east side of Jonesboro, give them that first alert. I do want to look up the road too.
Hit that new skid, Eric, that just popped up south of Bay. Hit that. 6. All right.
So, but these have been oscillating back and forth around between about a 6 and a 9 here. So,
okay. Right.
Don't want to get, obviously we'd rather have a 6 than a 9.
So I wanted to see if there was any new info on that.
Totally get it. But if you live in Blytheville, this is headed in your area. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be on the ground or confirmed or anything like that, but you need to prepare for that right now. Ron, as far as the, I think you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I think as far as east of the Mississippi River right now, we're feeling about as okay as we can with the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. And I hope that tornado warning doesn't include our Mid-South counties, albeit it is in Madison County. Yeah. So at least there has been some improvement there. But you just saw that picture that was over in Poinsett County I had pulled up on the side, and
Yeah, it's going to be a long night, folks. Look, we've got a tornado watch in effect for the entire coverage area. It's going to go until midnight tonight. We're going to take a look at some video in just a moment, but I want to give you a first alert as to what we're expecting as the evening progresses. So here we are right now at 6:30. And we're starting Futurecast off at this time. It's got a pretty good handle on the general setup in West Tennessee. It's ejecting that storm out that's moving on through Madison County. And by the way, they've extended the tornado warning for Madison County to take it to the Tennessee River. Yep. But it's this area of storms back to the west. They're going to move through between now and about 7, should be just to the west of the Mississippi River. So this is forecast model data, but look at all of these areas embedded within the line. Those are indications of areas within that line that will be subject to spinning. And watch as it makes its move across the river at 9 o'clock this evening, still seeing significant areas of rotation, then starting to make their way to the east into West Tennessee. We could see this move through the city of Memphis and Shelby County. And look, anybody that thinks a bluffs protects us from storms, that's a falsehood. That is that the bluffs have about the same impact in slowing down storms as a bug has slowing down your vehicle when it hits your windshield. These storms are going to keep moving, and we're likely going to see individual embedded cells by 10, 11 o'clock tonight that will continue to rotate, and this will likely linger well into the overnight hours, and there could even be a little uptick during the morning hours tomorrow. So right now, this is what we're looking at. This is a look at our first alert Doppler radar, all the activity just to our west, but poised to make that move to the east. making for what's shaping up to be a stormy and long night for the Mid-South tonight. Patrick Ellis is in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker along with Garner Montgomery. Patrick, where are you guys now and where are you headed?
Hey guys, just so you know, we are heading westbound. We're leaving Hardeman County, of course. That same storm just became tornado warned as it was making its way up into Chester and Madison counties. So that same storm that we were involved in that had 2 tornado warnings associated with it kind of fell apart and then became a severe thunderstorm warning and then re-upped with a tornado warning. So that storm is cycling, but we're heading westbound along Highway 64 right now. And let me move the camera around so you can see where we are. And again, going through Oakland right now. So we're approaching that point where we're probably going to get on either 269 and start heading towards the river and see how that plays out. But right now, obviously, we're still dealing with some rain here, but nothing in the realm of severe weather, at least right now in Oakland, Tennessee. But obviously a very active situation that's ongoing right now across portions of eastern Arkansas. I was just looking at some cameras up there in northern Arkansas. I mean, that storm that is moving out of Poinsett County into Craighead County, classic textbook look there. The storm that's coming north of Wynn between there and Harrisburg, now moving into southern Poinsett County here shortly. Looks like it's a little weaker, but it's still noticeable. And all these storms are rotating. I mean, every single one of them along that line is rotating at this point. It is an interesting feat, and a lot of people were probably thinking, okay, well, wait a second. We just had all this rain coming through. Why is it not overturning the atmosphere? The atmosphere is angry today. Auntie Nature is upset. I don't know why, but for some reason today, the environment is not going to be relenting. I just saw in the National Weather Service chat, somebody was asking the question, when will we become stable? And I almost wanted to answer and just say Monday, but that's where we're at right now. I mean, this is a very active situation. Want you to stay weather aware here tonight. And of course, in eastern Arkansas, it is go time for you guys at the present.
Patrick, you touch on something very, very important. We talked in our meeting today. We were looking at 86 hours of tornado and really severe weather coverage for the Mid-South. Beginning this afternoon, this will extend well into the overnight hours Saturday before finally tapering off to just showers early Sunday morning. But today is a first alert weather day. We have a high risk over the Mid-South. We haven't had that here in a few years. And then tomorrow, a first alert weather day. We're looking at an enhanced risk for more severe storms over the area, more tornadic storms. Friday, a first alert weather day, as a slight to enhanced risk will remain over the area. And then Saturday, we're likely to see that final punch and yet again another first alert weather day with the potential for more severe storms. So we've got a lot of lightning just to our west right now, this whole line moving to the east, but we've already seen a considerable amount here in the city in Shelby County. Let me show you some video from Southwind that was captured earlier this afternoon. These are pictures, I do believe. Wow, look at that. Wind taken down. Was that due to lightning?
Lightning. Well, the caption there at least is lightning strikes too. Yeah.
Lightning struck the train. Yeah, I didn't even see that. Thank you for pointing this. Sometimes the most obvious. That is something else that gives you the idea of the power of lightning. Here is a tree that was down on Josephine and Central in Midtown. We had another tree that went down on Benton in Midtown. We've had a few trees going down in Midtown. So a lot of activity. And look, the stronger storms have not even hit the city of Memphis yet. Collierville and Germantown have had a glancing blow, but overall, the activity has been primarily to the south and to the east of Memphis. So this is storm clouds from right along Highway 76, right there between Batesville and Oxford. You can see the lowering of that cloud deck. And now we've got a house fire in Olive Branch. It is uncertain as to whether or not this was due to lightning, but Eric, at one point, there was a tremendous amount of lightning over Olive Branch, and you can see the flames clearly shooting through the roof of the home. Our thoughts go out to the family that owns that and hope that there are no injuries involved in that. But This storm system just getting going, and now the main line approaching the Mississippi River right on cue as we get closer to 7 o'clock. This is going to be pushing into West Tennessee, northern Mississippi. As Patrick mentioned, we've got a highly unstable atmosphere still in place. Even with the storms that moved through earlier this afternoon, the potential for long track tornadoes will still linger across the area. And what do I mean by that? Well, a long track tornado is a storm that could form right here and just remain on the ground as it moves to the north and northeast. So we could see any of that. We could see that activity with any of these cells because the environment will be there to sustain it, to continue to support it as it moves on through. And until we get into the late night hours and get the atmosphere worked over a little bit, that threat and that risk will still remain for a good part of the Action News 5 coverage area and the Mid-South tonight. So this is what we're looking at. This is what we're tracking. And this is why we're on the air with you this afternoon and likely will be through the remainder of the evening. So a lot to talk about here right now in the city of Memphis. Let me clear that out. I wanted to zoom in on the city of Memphis and Shelby County and show you what's going on here. No active warning, but we've got tornado warnings to our west, and they are moving in our direction. That cell just coming through right now, that is driving the rain north. A lot of lightning associated with it, but it's what's back to the west. That's what we're watching closely. And these are the cells that could either move through the city or give us a glancing blow, but they will certainly continue to impact eastern Arkansas as well as parts of West Tennessee, primarily along and north of the 40 corridor with this cluster of storms here. So let's take a look, first of all, at the hail potential with these. Let's see if there's any big hail. I see right there around Cross County, north of Wynn. We've got an active tornado warning there. About 1 1/4 inch size hail associated with that storm. Taking a look at the, let me zoom in a little bit. If you're just joining us, you may see these polygons that are outlined in red and white. That's an indication of tornadoes that have been confirmed. There's been visual confirmation on the tornadoes on the ground there. We've got this one that is just about to make its way into Mississippi County. So as we take a closer look at that, I'm going to pan over just a little bit. And then I want to zoom in more specifically to that cell. Well, it's not letting me do that tonight. Here we go. Let me try it again.
Hey, Ron,
Yeah, you've got a better view?
No, so I'm looking at National Weather Service. So right now they're saying that there's a tornado emergency. This is for Craighead County. So this is Lake City, Arkansas. The reason why I want to point that out is because that's going to move eventually over to Mississippi County and go back into our viewing area here. So over towards Manila and maybe towards Blytheville. So we want to keep a close eye on that as that kind of goes back over to our area, Mississippi County.
Is this the one they're talking about? The visually confirmed?
Correct.
Okay, so let's put a track on it. Let me give you an idea where this is going to go, all right? So a tornado emergency, Craighead County. That means it is on the ground. It is confirmed. There are storm spotters in the area that have confirmed that. Right now, you can almost see the well-defined rotation within it right there. Oh, that's a heck of a signature.
Yeah.
That is one heck of a signature with that. Let's put a track on it because that is a potent tornado. Confirmed tornado on the ground, moving off to the east. If you're in Lake City, get in your storm shelter right now. Don't waste time.
Leachville,
get in
too.
there now. Monette, 656. Leachville, 705. Get in your storm shelter. If you are in any community located right here within this, I want you to get immediately into your storm shelter and let these cells pass by. Leachville, 705, Big Lake, 711, Clay, 726, should move into Blytheville at about 731. So you've got a little time to get your necessary things together. Make sure you've got your ID. You want to make sure everybody has their shoes on. Take bicycle helmets, anything to protect your head should there be any falling debris. Have batteries, flashlights, Also, make sure you've got a weather radio and the First Alert weather app so you can continue to monitor our coverage, and should any additional warnings be issued, you've got multiple ways to get those warnings to you. That's going to move into Kennett at about 7:38, should move into Steele at 7:44. We've got another confirmed tornado just to the south of that. Let me pan up just a little bit. This is just to the south of Harrisburg, and you can even see it, the rotation there just within the storm structure. But let's see where the location of rotation may be. Looks like it's probably going to be in this area right here. I got to tell you though, Eric, I've not seen a tornado signature like that in a very long time.
Yeah,
that is a dangerous storm that is near Jonesboro, Arkansas right now. So if you are anywhere near this, you want to stay away. You want to make sure you are in a safe, secure location as that storm's moving on through. But let's put a track on this one from the area of rotation. I'll take it on through. Let's go ahead and include Osceola in this. Looks like it'll make its way into Truman at about 7:02, Elm Grove 7:07, Lepanto 7:11, then Lake City 7:17. We'll see it then move into Monette at about 7:28, should get into Big Lake at 7:37. Right around 7:43, Osceola. It'll be right on top of you. Should be near Half Moon about 7:49. So those are the two storms that are moving through Poinsett and Craighead County right now. Cross County, Cherry Valley, you're under that tornado warning, but the one that's to the north of you, not a big problem. However, the one that is to the south and southwest of you is, and we're seeing more distinct rotation within this one as well, and you can see a pretty good inflow notch coming in right there. So let's put a track on this. First, let's confirm the area to track. So we take a look at where we're seeing some rotation, and that's it right there. So I'm going to come back. We'll go here. I'm going to put a fan track on this and take it to the north and east. When it is going to move through you, I think it's going to move just to the north of Wynn if it continues in that direction, but you still need to be in your storm shelter. So Ellis Chapel, 649, McElroy about 654. Should move into Wynn about 658. Then we'll see it get into Levesque at about 705. Cherry Valley, 711. Parkin, 717. Then it moves into Coldwater at 720. 727, it will get into Harrisburg. But it doesn't end there, because look just to the south, there's another rotating supercell thunderstorm. As a matter of fact, two of them within one polygon. And we've got a tornado warning that is in effect there. This is for Crittenden, Lee, Phillips, St. Francis counties. That is going to go until 7:25. Two areas of rotation, as I mentioned. Let's take a look here, because we've got this one that is just to the west of Forest City. And I'll tell you right now, Forest City, get in your storm shelter. Just go right now. Don't wait. There's the rotation. It's just a couple of miles from you. It's moving to the north and northeast. But we've got another area of rotation that is just to the south. And you can see that there. It is just to the west of the northwest corner of Phillips County. I'm going to track this one first, and then we'll come into the next one. All right, so here we go. That rotation, it's right there. Let's track that off to the east. Palestine, 651, should move through Forest City, 701. Madison, 706, 710 into Widener, 717 into Wynn. Then it moves into Blackfish at 720, Heath at 720, or Heth at 727, and then it will move into Parkin at 731. And guys, by the way, William Frog, our local storm chaser here and a friend of ours for many years, he is near Parkin, Arkansas. I know he's got his YouTube feed up. We have his permission to use it, so when you guys have it, let me know, because I want to see what he's seeing right now. Then, and that was a message for the folks in the booth. Now, let's go to the south and southwest. Let's track this cell, because that too showing some signs, a distinct rotation right there. Yep. So let's track this from that area of rotation. Let me make sure I'm in the right place, first of all. I'm going to hit the scope here, so bear with me for 1 second. There we go. Okay, I'm coming to Patrick in just a second. And then here we go. Let's track it on through the polygon. So Morrow 702, 716 into Mariana, 721 into Haines, 725. It will move into Bon Air. Right around 730 gets into Forest City. So Forest City, you could be dealing with this one, and then the other one comes up from behind it. So this one's coming in from the west. This one's coming in from the southwest. It will then move on into Caldwell at about 735, should get into Council at 741, and Hughes at about 746. So those are the storms we're tracking right now. The main focus, again, primarily into eastern Arkansas. Still keeping a close eye on the cell moving through Shelby County, but it is not warned. Patrick Ellis is out in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker. Patrick, can you tell us where you are and any thoughts on what's going on right now?
Excuse me. Hey guys, just want to let you know, this is what's going on right now. I was watching a chaser feed on that Lake City, Arkansas tornado. That thing is massive. It is on the ground. Anybody ahead of that thing needs to be in their shelter immediately. It looks like the whole wall cloud is literally sitting on the ground and rotating. So that's moving through Black Oak right now, Monette, Leechville, Manila. It is go time. You've got to be in a safe place. That thing is on the ground. It is doing damage right now. If you are in eastern Craighead County, northwestern portions of Mississippi County, you've got to be in a safe place immediately. And also, heads up for the folks who are near Mark Tree, another storm that is wrapping up very quickly. Again, all those storms in eastern Arkansas are rotating. Right now, just give you a heads up where we are. We're crossing Highway 64 near Wolf Chase. We're trying to get over towards the river to kind of meet over there near the 40-55 juncture in West Memphis and kind of make a determination from there. But I did want to point that out. There is a massive tornado on the ground right now that is moving through eastern Craighead County, moving into northwest Mississippi County.
Yeah, and that is one of the most ominous radar signatures I've seen in some time in regard to tornadoes, Patrick. So look, we're going to let you go and continue on your journey. Touch base with us when you have something significant. William Frog, a local storm chaser and a friend of ours for many years, he's in Parkin, Arkansas. We're taking his live feed right now. Let's take a look because you just see a massive cloud. And Eric, Can you see the rotation there almost to the left of the screen?
Yeah.
It looks like that lowering cloud base. Is he on a tornado right now? It looks like there's a little bit of a beaver tail right there on the back side of it. He's panning to the left, but that is would not be a tornado that's kind of coming down back there behind that on that back side, but certainly ominous looking. And yeah, that is one heck of a radar signature that's moving on through Craighead County right now. This is a serious situation as we have strong storms. Eric, your rotation detector pretty much tells the tale of that storm that's up there just to the north of right there.
Just east of Jonesboro.
Yeah. Can we take Eric's computer quickly? You guys want to pop that up? Let's show what Eric is looking at. There you go. Eric, you want to take it?
Sure. So this is the storm that we've been monitoring here over about the past 45 minutes or so here across the Mid-South in the tornado-warned storm. This is going to be scraping the northwestern corner, excuse me, of Mississippi County. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, I see him waving. Is he trying to jump on here? Okay, sorry about that. The one area I do want to keep an eye on is near Truman and Mark Tree. This is another tornado that is confirmed on the ground right now, and this is moving to the northeast here as well. This does have a considerable tag that's on it here, and pretty much when you see a considerable tag, that does mean it is on the ground, and it is racing to the northeast here at about 55 miles per hour to the northeast here. This is headed right towards Mark Tree and Lepanto. So if you know anybody that's over in Mark Tree or Lepanto or even Osceola looking further down the line here, give them that first alert. Make sure that they get inside here. Right now, this is only, quote unquote, only registering as a 6.5 on the Barron Tornado Index scale. But this has been bouncing back and forth between about a 9 to a 6. Those are extremely high numbers that we have right now. Man, that tornado up north is not good. Ron, per the National Weather Service, they're seeing a TDS of up to 38,000 feet as far as, I'm assuming it's that northeastern Craighead County storm. So that's lofting. That's lofting some debris.
Does Patrick have it? Does he have the visual on it?
So I don't think Patrick
The
is...
RDOT. Do we have it on RDOT? Let's see it. Go to RDOT right now. Let's see it. Take the video. Okay, we're looking. All right, I don't see anything. A little lightning view there. Eric, you see anything catching your eye on that? Okay, don't see anything. Let's go back to the first alert Doppler radar, all right? So here we go. We've got the big picture here. The activity really along and north of the 40 corridor at this time, but take a look at the big picture here. All of this moving in our direction. New tornado warning right now. Let me zoom into this area right now because we have this tornado warning. I do believe this was just issued. Starting to overlap a little bit. Yeah, so this is for Crittenden, Lee, Phillips, and St. Francis County. It's going to go until 7:45. So a tornado warning for that area. Let's look at the hail signature. Don't see anything there. Let's take a look at the scope. Let me see if I see anything in the way of rotation or significant rotation. I believe this is what they're seeing on the radar right here. Yep, there's a little rotation right there. So I tell you what, let's track it from that area right here, north and east. Look, that may clip Shelby County as it continues to move on through. So Morrow, 7:02. It's going to move into Mariana, 7:17. Should get into Forest City about 7:30. We'll see it move into Caldwell at 7:34. Colt coming your way at 7:40. It'll get into Wynn at 6:50. 8:02 into Parkin. 8:08 it moves into Earl, Arkansas. That's the area of rotation. I'm going to put another track on this to give you even more advanced notification because we're going to track it from the leading edge of the cell itself. So we just tracked it from the potential tornado. I just see we've got another visual confirmation. Let me do this track quickly and then we'll go to the next one. Here we go. Track on this. We'll take that north and east. Shelby Forest, that could clip you. I'm going to bring you on through there. So Palestine, 7:07. Forest City, that's for this entire cell, all right? So I am tracking this entire cell and more specifically from the leading edge of that cell. So Palestine 7:07, 7:13 Forest City. It's going to get into Hughes right around 7:26. Proctor 7:38. It will move into West Memphis at 7:57. 8:08 it gets into Turl. 8:26 into Joyner, and then 8:41 it will move into Munford. But right now, just moments ago, we get. And again, if you're just joining, whenever we see a polygon that's red with a white outline on it, that's when there's visual confirmation of a tornado. And I think that's what we have right here, just to the north of Wynn, Arkansas.
So the National Weather Service noting that over in Parkin that there is a tornado on the ground, or they had a reported tornado on the ground there near Parkin, right near that Wynn area, Ron.
Do we have any video of that between Williams Feed and any RDOT cameras that are over there? Anna, I'm going to ask you to look for that. And then when you're ready with that video or pictures, give me a shout and we'll go right to it, all right? So let's go.
Go ahead.
Can you see it on RDOT?
I'm looking at RDOT over here and I don't see anything.
All right, so 7:01, this cell right here, this portion of the storm, the area of rotation, that is going to move into Mersman. 7:01, get in your storm shelter. Get in the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. You want to be in a closet, or you want to be in the bathroom, just as long as it's not butted up against an exterior wall. Bird eye, excuse me, that's going to move in at 7:06. Bay Village, 7:12, should get into Coldwater right around 7:15, 7:19 into Anderson Tully, 7:21 into Twist, and 7:24 into Weona. So that's the track on that storm. We've got an RDOT camera in the park in Arkansas. This is Truman, Arkansas. There we have it, right there. Do you see that? That is the northbound lane. Truman, Arkansas. Is that, what is that? Is that 64?
That's probably 555.
555.
Yeah.
Okay, 555. So that is going through Truman. That is what we believe to be the tornado on the ground. Eric, any thoughts on that?
So keep in mind, Ron, I do believe that right now we have 3 tornadoes that are on the ground in northeast Arkansas that are in our viewing area, and that one that's been the monster here that went through Bay Lake City, and it's going to clip the northwestern corner of Mississippi County. So this is the second furthest to the north here right now. Did get confirmation that there was one on the ground here in Lee County. So we have a whole sort of segment of tornado warnings that we have right now. All right, let me reset a little bit right here. Right now it is 6:57 on this Wednesday evening here. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill, Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers. He's also been here as well, and Meteorologist Patrick Ellis. He's been in the first alert storm tracker here. So here's what we have right now. As noted, there are 4 tornadoes, I'm going to call it here, that are on the ground. All these are in northeast Arkansas, and all these are moving to the east as well. What we have here is an hour loop, and here's a look at the radar here over the past hour, indicating that there has been some movement here as far as just the showers and storms in that main line off to the northeast. The one that is the strongest, that has been on the ground for quite some time right now as far as the tornadoes go. It's clipping the far northwestern corner of Mississippi County in northeast Arkansas. If you notice this red circle that's in the middle of your screen right now, that's pretty much an indication exactly where it is. It's pretty much where Dunklin, Craighead, and Mississippi counties all meet, and this is moving to the northeast as well, and it has likely been on the ground for at least 25 miles. The video that you were just seeing that is near Truman, Arkansas, this is along 555, and this is also moving to the northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. If you're over in Caraway, if you're in Truman, Lepanto, over in Manila, Dell, all those areas, if I just read out your town here into northeastern portions of Cross County and into western portions, and really all throughout Mississippi County, you want to get to that safe place right now. This is a serious situation with at least 2, if not 3, if not even 4 tornadoes that are on the ground here around the Mid-South. A little bit closer of a look at some of those other cells that are further to the south. Just to the west of Mariana in Lee County, did get confirmation that this was on the ground as well, just to the southwest of Morrow near Buckhorn. Over in Forest City, this is looking at a 7:20 time frame here, so in about 20 minutes we are looking at this hitting your area. Madison at 7:22, Widener at about 7:24. Yet again, moving to the northeast here at about 60 miles per hour. So,
Eric, we've got video from William Frog, who's in Park in Arkansas.
Yeah.
It is his live feed. Let's take a look. Here we go. You can see that low cloud deck. This is his live feed. He is tracking a supercell thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado on the ground. Look at the structure of that cell itself. And really, the whole thing won't even fit in the camera view there. Absolutely amazing. You can see the lightning associated with it. This one has had a significant rotation signature. Eric, what was the BTI on that?
So this would be the one that's near Truman?
Yeah.
So right now I'm looking at a 7.8.
Let's see the Bay, Arkansas view. While you look at that, oh, look at this. Is this live or is this? Okay, so this is video that was sent to us. Do we have the time on this, Ashley? Okay, so this was sent to us from 20 minutes ago. So this was Bay, Arkansas, 20 minutes ago, tornado on the ground. I remind you again, we are under a high risk for severe weather over much of the Mid-South tonight. We are looking at an environment that would support long track, multiple tornadoes, and that's what we're seeing play out this evening. We're already seeing BTI, Barron Tornado Indicator, scales ranging from 6 to 10 for many of these, or 6 to 9, I should say. Have we seen a 10 yet? We saw a 9.8.
I believe the highest we've gotten is 9.3.
9.3.
Yeah.
So, all right, so we have already seen high BTIs. We have seen visual confirmation, and now we have multiple tornado warnings that are making their way toward the Mississippi River. And each and every one of these polygons you see that are red outlined in white, that's where we have visual confirmation of tornadoes on the ground. These are not radar indicated. So if you are in Dyer County, if you are in Shelby County, Tipton, Lauderdale, Haywood County, Fayette County, I want you to have your severe weather plan ready to go and to enact it at a moment's notice, because all of this is moving in our direction, and it will continue to impact the Action News 5 coverage area. I want to take that lightning off there so you can see exactly what the movement of all this activity and get a better view of the radar itself. But that is a potent storm system. One tornado warning exiting Madison County now. That's headed toward the Tennessee River, taking it outside our coverage area. But much of this is really untouched. So Dyersburg, it looks like you may be first to go under the gun. Also Lauderdale County. Lauderdale County, Ripley, you'll be just behind, and then we'll see it move through Tipton County and then likely making its way into Shelby County. So these multiple cells coming through tonight, multiple severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings, really. It's more tornado warnings than severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to put some new tracks on these, and let's start with the area that is just to the south, and let's zoom into what's going on through Forest City right now. We have visual confirmation of a tornado there. With that, I can pretty much tell you where that center of circulation and rotation is. Let's bring it in this direction. That's going to move into Forest City, 725. Should see it move into Wynn, 746. Parkins, 757. Tornado already on the ground near there, and another one just behind. We'll see it get into Earl at about 803, then into West Memphis, 814. South Haven at 822. We'll move into Memphis. This cell, and it will likely still be rotating as it does at 829. So Memphis, your first alert to a potential tornadic cell entering the city of Memphis right around just before 8:30 this evening. 8:40 will move into Bartlett. So that tornado warning, that is going to go. This current warning will go until 7:46, but I don't see any signs of that system or that particular supercell weakening. So I think that will likely be extended. Now let's move a little farther to the north. Let's track that cell that's moving on through Wynn, Arkansas right now. Let me clear some of this info off. And again, visual confirmation of a tornado on the ground near Wynn, Arkansas, in Cross County. Here we go, and I can even see the rotation right there already. So I'm going to go ahead and just track it from this point right here. We'll take it off to the east northeast. Levesque, 711. Get in your storm shelter. Be there right now. Parkins, 722. Bird Eye, you'll be in at 724. It will get into Earl at 730. We'll see it then move into Twist at 733. Should get into Anderson Tully right around 737. Joyland at 743. Booker at 746. So that's the cell we're looking at there. As we take a look north now, you can see more activity that is just north of that, and this is the cell that is now impacting Cross County and Poinsett County. So really, we've got overlapping confirmed tornadoes there with the multiple cells in that area. And let me track, and now here's where it gets a little confusing. So we just put a track on this cell right here. All right, so that is for this polygon. Let's take a look at this one right here, which I think is where we're seeing the rotation. Let me scope in just a little bit. Man, that's tough to see. Let me clear this off. Let me do that again, because I think I saw three distinct areas. One right there. Looks like there's another one there south of Harrisburg, and then another one just to the north and east of Harrisburg. Let me put the NextRad radar on there. Get that scope off. That's even harder to see. But I tell you what, I'm going to track it from right here because I know there's circulation there. There we go. Lepanto, 721. Did I get that right, Eric? Am I on the right spot?
I agree with you. And there was confirmation that was on the ground over there near Truman.
All right. So Caraway, 729. Kaiser, 741. Big Lake, 747. Then moves into Osceola, 752. Luxora, 757. Should get into Gold Dust at about 802. And then move into Blytheville at 806. We now move just to the north, and there is another tornado warning. Whoops, with visual confirmation just to the north of that area. And as I track that, let's see if I can see it. This is where it starts to get complicated because we've got multiple overlapping tornado warnings right now. So we're just going to go through here and see if we can pick out the areas of rotation or potential rotation where it may be. All right, so I see this area right here. There's one right there. Do you see that one? And then another one right there.
Just east of, I'd say, Truman and Bay, kind of the Lake City. I mean, some of these are the same exact areas that just got hit by that first one.
Yeah, so we're seeing like just multiple cells impact those areas. So with that, let's go back now. Let's put a track on these two areas. And that other one, let me see again. Give me 1 second. Please bear with me 1 second.
If you're in Caraway, Arkansas, that's in southeast Craighead, you need to take cover now.
That's it right there. There we go. All right, so now that I've got that, let's track it from right there. All right, so here we go. Caraway, 710. So yes, get to your storm shelter right now. It's 2 minutes away, if not on top of you already. Black Oak, 711. Then it's going to move into Etowah, 717. Big Lake, 728. Half Moon, 741. Blythe Hill, 748. It'll get into Kennett at about 805. 822, it will move into Caruthersville. We've got another cell that's making its way towards the Mississippi River and right around the Missouri boot heel. I want to take this lightning off. What do you got, Eric?
Just continuing to monitor that line, Ron, that, you know, extends from now the boot heel of Missouri all the way down to the south. So we do have the I don't want to call it good news, but the tornado emergency that was in place here for the boot for northern Mississippi County, that has been downgraded to a considerable tag here, but there's still very much likely a tornado on the ground here in the boot heel of Missouri. Down to the south, how Ron was talking about Caraway, that is an area, Manila, over towards Dell and eventually Blytheville, you want to keep an eye on that as well. I don't want to put too many of these polygons on here because there's a ton of them that are on here right now because we are tracking at least 4 tornadoes that are on the ground right now. Over in Mark Tree, Arkansas, there's been some tornadic activity. Down to the south too, Wynne, Arkansas, Park in Arkansas, that's another area that has seen tornadic activity. And then over into Lee County, Arkansas, that is another one that we are keeping an extremely close eye on right now. The thing I want you to notice, this area of blue right here, just to the south of Forest City, just to the north of Mariana, to the west of Hughes, and to the east of Brinkley, that's the kind of area that we have to keep an eye on here. When you see those blues pop up here, when it comes to your debris detector, that usually means that there is debris that is in the sky right now. Further to the north, yet again, looking over towards Wynne, Arkansas, there is seemingly some debris that was kicked up here over into Wynne, or at least there is blue that is indicated here on the debris detector. Another area that's just southeast of that. We start scooting this further to the north now. Fortunately, there's not anything popping up here in Truman and Caraway, but if you're in Caraway, if you are in western portions of Mississippi County, you want to treat this treat this as if there's a tornado on the ground here.
Let's go to Patrick.
Yeah.
Can we go to Patrick? I want to know where Patrick is and if he is seeing anything or has any. Oh, so he's back in Midtown? All right, so, okay, Patrick, you want to tell us a little bit about, you're back in Midtown right now. What's your thought process?
Actually, we just crossed the river. We're now in in West Memphis. We're going to stop and get gas for a second because last thing we want to do is get out here and not have any gas. But after we do that, we're going to start heading north along 55 and try to meet up with this storm that's coming out of Wynne, or just south of Wynne. And we'll kind of be in between the two cells coming across Highway 64. You got the one that's coming up to the east of Wynne, nearing Parkin right now. Heads up for Parkin, Earl, heading out towards Turl and Clarkdale and Sunset. And then the other one that's behind that, that's south and west of Forest City, that one again has a considerable tag associated with it, working its way north and eastward. If that stays on the same track, it's probably going to parallel I-40 all the way up to about Crittenden County, if it holds together. And these storms so far have not seen much in the way of changes as far as the weather is concerned. This is a look outside. This is as we're coming across the river. You see off in the distance some of the lights. That's Southland Casino off in the distance. And yeah, even as the sun is setting this evening, we can still see, as you see the lightning popping off there, off in the distance. That's actually that storm that's over in eastern Cross County. That's what we're looking at right there. But we're still 30 miles away from that. You saw that lightning strike pop off there. I mean, just, you know, the atmosphere is primed at this point between now and about 10 o'clock tonight that these storms will rotate. And in some instances, the atmosphere has tried to turn over, but it's still there. It's still pretty warm. It's still very muggy at this point. And unfortunately for us, that's fueling the fire for the potential for strong and severe thunderstorms probably for the next couple of hours in the very least. And don't forget that after this comes to an end, as the front kind of lays itself down onto I-40, it becomes a flood threat later on tonight.
Video. We got some video from Monette, Arkansas of the tornado on the ground. And I'm not even sure if you've got a video monitor to see this, but I want our folks at home to check it out. This was just sent to us. Let's go to that video. Check this out. You can see the dust around the rope tornado itself as it's coming on down at the surface. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Monette, Arkansas. And just by the way, this was from Randy Smith. Thank you, Randy, for that video and sending that to us. By the way, if this was from 10 minutes ago, if you have video, we want to see it. If you can safely send it to us, send it to desk@WMCTV.com, or you can submit it right through the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. And this certainly helps us. To give you an idea of what we're dealing with, the Severe Storms Laboratory is here tonight, the National Severe Storms Laboratory, as a result of this highly charged environment. I want to show you Futurecast again, because here we are right now at 7:13. It's got a great handle on the storms themselves. I want to show you how the rest of the night is going to play out, because look, we're in for a long night tonight. This is still going to be churning to the east right around 9 o'clock. And within the line, individual embedded rotating supercells will continue to be a possibility, and that will extend well into the late night hours. And by 10, 11 o'clock tonight, we can likely see this moving through the Memphis metro and continuing to move east into West Tennessee, northern Mississippi. Looks like there may be a little bit of a lull in the very early morning hours of Thursday, but that highly charged environment will continue as a strong southerly flow will remain in place, and a front that's driving all of this will just stall right over the area. It's going to keep severe weather in play through Saturday. First alert again for tomorrow, a first alert weather day for Friday, a first alert weather day for Saturday, and this is just the initial round. So we're looking at more than 80 hours of severe thunderstorms possibly impacting the Mid-South from now through the late night hours of Saturday. So now we're back to our first alert Doppler radar, the live view. You can see all the lightning that's on here, and there is a lot of tornado. As a matter of fact, I see one or two severe thunderstorm warnings, but it's primarily all tornado warnings as this activity continues to make a push to the east, coming in out of the southwest. But again, it's making a slow push to the east. And look, that southerly flow is going to continue to feed this as that line slowly moves into West Tennessee. So it's going to be a little while before we see these storms move out. That's why I want everybody to be at home. Make sure you know the safest place to be in your home should a tornado warning be issued for your specific location. And also make sure your family is aware of what to do should a tornado warning be issued for your location. But right now, we've got a lot of them, and most of them confined into northeastern Arkansas, where we're finding multiple tornado warnings right now at this time. So let's take a closer look at what's going on here. I'm going to get some of this lightning off. Let's zoom in a little tighter, start putting some tracks on these storms. I'm going to start down here at the south again, as we've got another that cell that's still working, and again, a visually confirmed tornado warning. That is, whenever you see the polygon outlined in white, that's an indication that there has been confirmation of a tornado. So with that, we put the scope on here. Let's take a look at the big picture. It's a little disorganized, but at the same time, there's still some decent rotation, a well-defined inflow notch right there, and that whole supercell is just rotating. So let me clear that off. Let's put that next red back on there, and let's track it from that area of rotation, taking it off to the north and northeast. So Forest City, 722. Widener, it's going to come in at 727. Should get into Heth at about 744. Then it will move into Parkin at 753. Parkin has already had a tornado on the ground there. Earl, Arkansas, 759. Crawfordsville, 804. Then it moves into West Memphis at 811. We'll get into Turl at about 819. So that's what we're looking at with that first cell. There may be another one issued as this other cell comes in from behind that, so we can see multiple back-to-back tornado warnings as the evening progresses. So once one moves through, we can't let our guard down because it's going to be a while before this whole line is finally out of here. So now let me move a little farther to the north. Let's take a look at these cells where we have tornado warnings as well. Right now, we've got this warning. I'll hit the info here. That tornado warning in effect for Crittenden, Mississippi, Poinsett, and Tipton County. That is going to go until 8 o'clock. That's likely going to be the tornado warning that will impact Lauderdale County and more of Tipton County as it moves off to the east. As a matter of fact, as I put this into motion, you can see it moving in that direction. So with that in mind, let's track it. Let me clear that off. Let's hit the next rad on this. I'm thinking, and I'm trying to track it from the area of where the greatest potential for circulation will be. And it looks like, again, it's right here. Do believe that's it. Let me clear that off. Let's go back to the next rad and let's put a track from here, and we'll just follow along, and I'll take it just outside the polygon. So Twist, 729, Turl, 747. It's going to move into Winton at about 753. We'll see it get into Shelby Forest at 802. So northwestern Shelby County, right around 8 o'clock. This supercell thunderstorm is likely going to make its way in. And look, the leading edge is going to be there well before that. So the area of rotation, we're tracking that to around 802. Golden Lake, 811. Then moves into Millington at 817. Should get into Osceola at about 825. And will then move into Brighton at 834. So that's the tornado warning we have there. Let me clear this off and give you an idea of the one that's just, again, overlapping tornado warnings. And let me show you the big picture once again, because it's always helpful to just kind of zoom out. And look, folks that are in this area right here.
Yeah, northern Mississippi over the past, I'd say, hour and a half or so, it's been pretty tame, pretty quiet. But
yeah,
you've been fortunate with that, honestly.
Yeah, you've been in good shape. Had that band that came through in the afternoon hours, but I think as we get into the remainder of the overnight hours, really, Eric, the activity is going to be along and west of 55 and along and north of 40.
Agreed. One thing to note, too, just got a report that there was baseball-sized hail that fell over in Forest City right now, and that's a storm I know that we're keeping a close eye on that's looking like it's going to clip Crittenden County, and I'd say probably Tipton and Lauderdale County. Do you think that, given how it's near Forest City, that might clip Shelby Forest sort of area here into northwestern Shelby? What do you think about that?
Yeah, it looks like it was going to come in right around 802.
Yeah.
All right, so I was tracking from that area of circulation, but at the same time, I didn't track it from the leading edge because they'll likely see. And let me put something on a track on that leading edge one more time, all right? So here we go. I'm tracking it from the leading edge of the rain. I'm going to give it a little more of an easterly lean. There we go. Earl 7:30. Then it's going to move into West Memphis at 7:41. We'll see it get into Turl at 7:49. Millington at 8:13. Atoka will move in at 8:26. Covington 8:41. It's going to then move into Ashport at 8:48. We'll get into Ripley at about 8:59. So that's for this cell right now that we have the visually confirmed tornado, confirmation of a tornado on the ground right now. This is coming on through St. Francis County, just near Forest City, Arkansas. Eric, you've got a pretty good view on it. You want to you want to give it a look?
I got you, Ron. Shout out to Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers. That guy is a beast when it comes to this stuff here, and it's not his first rodeo. But as far as what we have going on here across the Mid-South right now, talk about that one storm that we do know that is confirmed on the ground right now. We're looking over towards Lee as well as St. Francis counties right near Forest City. So this is moving to the northeast here at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. The BTI, or the Barron Tornado Index number that's on this, is an 8.4. If you're over into Earl, if you're in Madison, Palestine, over towards Parkin, let me rattle this off correctly. Madison at 724, Widener at 725, Parkin at 743, Earl at 747, and Crawfordsville at 751. That is your first alert here to a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground that is moving to the northeast here at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So you want to treat that with respect. And hey, so I'll be curious to see it now if we have the sirens go off here, Ron, into Shelby County, because now there is a small sliver of Shelby County that just was included in a tornado warning here with that given storm that we were just talking about.
Yeah,
so
we're going to hear those in just a moment.
Agreed.
And look, you want to, yeah, sirens are already going off in West Memphis as a result of that.
I'm pretty sure Kim Clark is over in West Memphis. Okay, good to know. They're going inside right now.
Can we get a report from her in a little while? Also, Amani Williams is up in Dyersburg. I want to check in with her because Dyersburg has great storm shelters, and they've got, I do believe the community has 2 storm shelters. Is she available to do a hit with us? And I asked because I want to show you this. This is, here, let me clear this off of here. I've got too many tools going on at one time because Dyersburg is now in the path of what's coming out of northeastern Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dyer County right now, but just to your west and southwest, we've got active tornado warnings. And look, all of this is making a push into Dyer County. So let's go to Amani Williams, who is live with us in Dyersburg right now at a storm shelter where people are hunkered down seeking safety from the storms. Amani?
Hey, Ron, like you said, I'm here in Dyersburg within Dyer County. I'm at one of the 2 storm shelters here in Dyersburg. This one is right beside Dyersburg High School. You can see behind me there are dozens and dozens of people here. Now, this is just the second round of people that have been here today. Now, I was here earlier in the afternoon, and I talked to Mayor John Holden, mayor of Dyersburg. He said that around 490 people came to this location. There was another location that's downtown. There were about 470 people at that location. So there has been a lot of people and a lot of movement here in Dyersburg. Now, earlier today, there were some questions on if the sirens were working and also if the radio transmitter was working. Those are all back up. When I came in, I did hear the sirens, and I also did get from officials that the radio transmitter is working. So that was an issue that a lot of people were concerned about. But a lot of people here in the storm shelter right now, there's a line right now. Lexi, can we go over here really quick? There's a line of people trying to get inside the storm shelter. It was just pouring down raining just a few minutes ago. You have to sign in to get in, so a lot of moving parts right now. Here you see dozens and dozens of people lining in. And you know, we have a community college here, Dyersburg Community College is here. So you have college students, then you have residents that actually, you know, live here in Dyersburg. So a lot of people trying to find shelter right now during all of this severe weather. I'm gonna send it back to you, Ron.
Amani Williams, great job. Thank you all very much. And our thoughts go out to everybody in Dyer County and across the Mid-South. And look, if you are in a manufactured home and you live in eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee, I want you to go to your community storm shelter. Most counties around the area have a safe place to ride out strong storms. If nothing else, try to go to a church, go into a stable structure. If you have friends who have more substantially built homes, give them a call. Ask them if you can come over and ride out. Just tell them you're coming over to ride out the storms. Bring a loaf of bread and some sandwich meat, and we'll watch it and get through all of this. But at the same time, it's a serious situation. You do not want to be in a manufactured home with this coming through. Multiple tornado warnings. I'm going to get all the lightning off here in just a moment. As a matter of fact, I can do it just by hitting this button right here, just to give you an idea of where the cluster is right now. It is along and north of the 40 corridor, eastern and northeast Arkansas, but it is making a push to the east northeast, and this will impact much of West Tennessee. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis is with Garner Montgomery in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker tonight. Man, you guys have been all over the place. Tell me where you are right now and what you're seeing.
Hey guys, I told you that we had to stop and get some go-go juice over there at the Loves, but while we were there, a gentleman walked up to us and he said that he was heading to Wynn. His mom's house had been hit by the tornado that just went through Wynn, and he had gotten some reports from folks there in Cross County that the 2023, this is kind of anecdotally, we just don't know, but anecdotally, that the 2023 tornado paled in comparison to what just went through in the Lakeview area. So again, take that for what it is. But we did get at least that, and of course thoughts to the folks who are affected by that specific storm. But keep in mind, we were seeing reports that have come in over the last couple of minutes, especially across Black Oak and Lake City and Monette. Those areas have been hit very hard. Do want to let you know where we are. We are on I-40 westbound. That lightning that's popping off, that is the Forest City storm that you guys have been talking about for the last hour or so. We're going to head over towards Jeanette, drop south, try to get into a decent spot so we can watch it kind of work past us. But in the interim, we're trying to work our way in that direction to catch up to that storm, and then work our way back behind it to come back in towards the metro.
Here in Shelby County, right now storms impacting and tornado warning for northwestern Shelby County. We're watching the storm coming out of Forest City, but it looks like it's making more of a right move. That could bring it right into the heart of Memphis and the 240 loop. So we're watching that one very closely right now. This is a live look from our Midtown camera. As we look to the west toward downtown, you will likely, if you're in the city, hear sirens going off right now. That warning is for northwestern and western portions and northwestern portions of Shelby County, north of the 40 corridor. But no matter where you are in the city, you need to be prepared for the possibility of a tornado moving through Memphis and Shelby County this evening, as this whole cluster of storms is moving in our direction. And right now, the focus just to our north, but I want to give you a first alert. We just got word that the town of Monette and Lake City have been shut down by law enforcement as a result of a direct hit from a tornado there. We're getting reports of damage in the area, law enforcement shutting the communities down, keeping people out, storms chasers, spotters, everything. We have our sister station, KAIT in Jonesboro. We are trying to see if we can reach out to them to possibly get a live shot to find out more. But I want you to know all of this is moving in our direction. So over the next few hours, and I want to just give you a general track of this line itself. So I'm going to track it from right here to the east. And that's going to, and I may be tracking a little too fast because the general easterly progression of it, Eric, what is it, about 30, 35 miles per hour?
So, Ron, that was, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for that whole entire track that is there. The National Weather Service is saying that this is moving northeast at 50.
Okay. All right. Good deal. Good. So individual cells moving at 50. That initial line itself a little slower. But look, just to give you a general idea, West Memphis 741. It's going to get into Dyersburg 816. So Amani, folks in the storm shelter in Dyersburg, 8:16, so shortly after 8 o'clock, you should start to feel the brunt of the more significant storms coming through. Lakeland, 8:26, Brownsville, 8:46, Humboldt, 8:10 or 9:10. We'll get into Jackson right around 9:32. Jackson has already seen a tornado warning storm there. Camden is at 8:22 or 10:22 and 10:22 into Lexington. So we've got a long night underway, but as I mentioned, West Memphis, 7:41. Kim Clark is live at the command center in West Memphis, Arkansas right now. Let's go to Kim live. Kimmy, what do you have for us?
Hi, Ron. We are inside the office of the Emergency Management Agency here in West Memphis, Arkansas. We had to come inside. We were outside, but the sirens have gone off twice now. They just went off. They just stopped a few moments ago. So we've taken shelter inside to try and be safe. But yes, the sirens have gone off twice here. We've seen a lot of wind, a lot of lightning, not too much thunder, no rain yet to speak of, really, maybe a few drops of rain, but that's all we have here for now. All of the team from the OEM are upstairs, including the mayor of West Memphis, Arkansas, keeping tabs on what is happening. And we will keep tabs on things here as well. As soon as more things begin to happen, we'll let you know. For now, reporting live in West Memphis, I'm Kim Clark.
Be safe. Thank you very much for that. We'll check back in with you as the evening progresses. This is a look from our Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker, First Alert Storm Tracker with meteorologist Patrick Ellis and Garner Montgomery. They are in Crittenden County right now. He is headed into the thick of it. At this moment, this is a live look. You see the scud clouds there, the frequent lightning that is in the distance. But he is headed right into the storms as they are making their way into eastern Arkansas right now. Multiple tornado warnings at this time. A lot of activity, a lot of thunder, lightning, and even strong straight line winds on the leading edge. Did I just see something there? I saw a little. Did he say? I think he's going back to it. Did you see? Was there a tornado? I saw a flash of lightning and it looked like there was a cloud on the ground. Maybe not. Maybe not. All right.
Still, it's still a little bit farther back, but we're getting in position. We're on 147 heading south to get in position to look back at it.
Okay. All right, Patrick, will you give us a heads up when you're ready to go?
All right, we'll do.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Eric, what are you looking at over there?
So just trying to figure out exactly where meteorologist Patrick Ellis is headed towards. Just trying to figure out exactly where meteorologist Patrick Ellis is headed towards right now, just as far as looking at a map and whatnot here. As far as, I mean, we obviously have an abundance of tornado warnings here across the Mid-South right now. Ron, as far as the only one that we have any sort of confirmation on the ground, is that the one that's still just to the east of Forest City now, that's relatively close to I-40?
Yeah, but I want to put a quick track on that because that's Shelby County. We've got warnings going off right now. And look, it's tranquil for much of Shelby County, but the storms are coming, and it's all a result of this tornado warning that we have in effect right now. Let me get the lightning off of it. Let me give you the info on the tornado warning. Again, it is for a northwest portion of Shelby County, but it also includes Crittenden, Poinsett, Shelby, and St. Francis. This is going to go until 8:15. The tornado threat looks like it is still kind of holding out right around the northeastern corner of St. Francis County, right along I-40. I don't know if we've got, Ashley, folks in the booth, if you can find an RDOT camera somewhere along I-40 before, we're going to need it east of Forest City. So if you can find something in that area, I'm going to do 2 tracks on this, all right? So yeah, let me know when you've got that. I'm going to do 2 tracks on this. I'm going to track it first from the area of rotation, and I think it's pretty well defined. You can even see it right there. I'll put the scope on here just to give you a better visualization of what we're talking about.
And FYI, Ron, Patrick noting that there might be a wall cloud on that storm over there.
All right. Let me put a track on this, and we're going to go back to his shot. Tell him to hold that shot, all right? Hold that shot for as long as he possibly can, but I got to get this track on here because I want to give a first alert to everybody that's in the path. So we'll track it from that area right there. And let's go ahead and bring it into Shelby County. So Jeanette, 746, Crawfordsville, 755. It's going to get into Ebony at 758, 803 into West Memphis, 810 into Turl, Harbortown, 815. Then it moves into Midtown at 819 and gets into Binghamton at 820. So from 8 to 8:30, this cell, this portion of the cell that's rotating is going to make its way into the city of Memphis. But let me give you a first alert to the leading edge of it and who's going to be impacted by that well ahead of the rotation. So here we go. With that, Turl, 736, then moves into Fraser, 747. It's going to get into Corona at 752, Millington, 758. Then it moves into Munford at 810, 812 into Atoka, Brighton, 818, and Covington, 828. So that's for the cell that is on track to impact Memphis and Shelby County, but still a lot of activity just to our north. We're starting to see a transition from tornado warnings to severe thunderstorm warnings, but multiple areas within this line are continuing to rotate. Now, let's take Patrick's live shot again. Does he still have the view of the wall itself? Let's take a look. Wow. And look, the only way, because the sun is set, it's dark, the only way to detect these tornadoes now, there's a little bit of twilight left, but the only way to detect this is with lightning. That's what makes this dangerous. Also, the other thing, notice all the trees. It's heavily wooded in this part of the country. That's what makes storm chasing and also nocturnal tornadoes or tornadic activity so dangerous. Because look, even if you don't get hit directly with the tornado, the winds around it can bring these trees down, doing damage to home, blocking traffic, roadways. What an impressive, I see it. Do you see it? Right there. Let's stay with that. Stay with it.
National Weather Service saying that there's a new tornado warning coming for Southwest Cross as well. So I'm not sure if that's right.
Does Patrick see that? Look at that. Patrick, Eric, what do you see on that? Is that a lowering wall cloud?
It's at the least a wall cloud.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick, do you see that? It's a wall cloud. Okay, I thought for a moment it was it was making its way to the surface, but that wants to tornado. That cell wants to tornado. The environment's certainly supportive of it. You guys are you gonna stick with that for a minute, Patrick?
Yeah, we're about to flip back around and kind of get back to it, but man, this lightning is insane. We're in the rain-free area right now, so we're well south of it. So we're going to turn around here at this turn here. So give us a second, and we'll whip back around and get it on the other side.
All right.
Actually, Gardner's going to turn down here. Is this a neighborhood? Yeah. Okay. Let's turn back around. So what we're going to do here, we're going to just turn around real quick, kind of get our bearings set back up, and start heading back towards I-40. We're on 147 right now. We just passed Arkansas 131. So let me get the camera back in place. And when you get up here, Garner, when we get up here by this railroad track, I want you to slow down, because that was probably the best place that we could see the opening up here. And because it definitely looks like there is a wall cloud associated with it. Right there, right there.
That's it.
I see it. I see it, Patrick.
So wall cloud, just a reminder, when it comes down to, if you have a wall cloud, it can produce a tornado. A tornado needs a wall cloud to produce. A storm needs a wall cloud to produce. That one does have a wall cloud, and it's trying to do just that.
And basically, that's that center of the tightest rotation within that cell. And
yes, and I would say I do not have a good baseline to see if there's anything underneath the wall cloud, but at least we know that it's trying to tour. It's trying.
Hey, Patrick, keep that shot up.
Yeah.
And stay right there, Patrick. Eric's got a great shot of it on the first alert Doppler radar of the radar signature of it. There is a well-defined inflow notch. You can see that rear flank downdraft on it. Does not look to be rain wrapped as that your visual image is indicating. Jayla, can you bring up the radar view on Eric's computer? And oh man, keep an eye on that, Patrick. You can see, Eric, you want to point out those characteristics I was talking about, maybe even hit one of those skits too.
Sure. So what Ron and Patrick are kind of eyeballing right now is pretty much where this dot is, and that's conveniently where we have a skit. And that's an 8.4 as far as the BTI goes, that Barron Tornado Index, which ranges from 1 to 10 right now. So that's a number that has been kind of in the general range here as of late. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's at least rotation there. There's no doubt about that. As far as the potential for hail that is embedded within this too, even if we don't necessarily have a tornado around, there is certainly large enough hail that this is going to cause some damage. Don't want to quite click on the middle of this because I think it's going to be a little bit exaggerated, but ping pong to golf ball sized hail is certainly a possibility here. And this is headed towards Marion, Arkansas, James Mill, and into Crittenden, Arkansas as far as the town goes. So your first alert, if you are over into Marion, be heads up and watch out for this. Over to Millington as well, this being on the Tennessee side of the Mississippi River here. This is headed towards your general area. As far as what we have here for some shear numbers, and here you go, Ron Childers, as far as the shear goes with that rotation detector.
Yep.
So Crawfordsville, get to your safe place right now. Especially on the north side of Marion, get in your safe place. Lansing, James Mill, Jericho, over to Gammon, as well as Island 40. All these areas that are in central portions and southern portions of Crittenden County. You want to get into that safe place right now. As far as some just different establishments that we have in that general area, we've got Cunningham Corner, some of the train tracks that are over there, Marion Alternative School, the Crawfords Water Office, the Crawfordsville City Park, over into the David S. Wallace Farms. This general area is really kind of the one we're keeping the closest eye on right now. And I don't want to forget about some of these areas that are into Mississippi County. At the least right now, and Ron, this is pretty impressive as far as that rotation detector. It almost goes all the way from Caruthersville down to really into Turl. That's a massive area.
And you know, that's why the high risk was placed over the area, because of the potential for long track tornadoes. So Eric, were we looking at just a sheer track of one single cell?
So I think this is just collectively the line moving from west to east here.
Okay.
So if I put this into motion here, so this is looking at a 30-minute loop in 5-hour increments. So there's going to be 6 total slides essentially that come through this. Notice that whole entire line, it is moving from the west to the east here. And keep in mind too, some of this is really kind of the middle of the line. We saw that one tornado that probably caused a whole heck of a lot of damage here into southeastern Craighead County. That has been able to move into the boot heel right now. But this line right now, Ron, it's stretching from Blythewood pretty much all the way down to Turl. If you are in Lauderdale or if you are in Tipton counties, this is headed in your area. If you're in Ripley, Tennessee, if you're in Henning, Covington, over to Halls, you want to be aware of this and your first alert with this as well here. While this isn't necessarily tornado warned for your area, I wouldn't be surprised once this crosses over the Mississippi River if that's the case. Notice this orange line that's kind of oscillating back and forth. That's an indication of a severe thunderstorm warning that is around right now, and it will be moving itself closer to Highway 51 here in a matter of the next half hour or so. So, Ron, I do have to, northern Mississippi. Don't want to forget everybody else that's obviously in the viewing area right now. You're looking pretty good right now in northern Mississippi, but off to your west and to your northwest, there's still a whole heck of a lot of shower and thunderstorm development that's going to be swinging to the east and southeast here. National Weather Service with the St. Francis Crittenden storm, that's the one that meteorologist Patrick Ellis is on. That has the potential 2-inch hail embedded within it as well. So if you know anybody that's on I-55, if they're approaching Turl from the north, they're not in a great spot right now, honestly, just because there are tornado warnings to the north, and then you have this one that's down to the south right now approaching Clarkdale. So, Ron, another tornado warning that we have is along I-40 closer to Forest City. Well, actually, that one just literally expired as I went to go click on that. So,
look, if you're in Crittenden County, north of 40, go to a storm shelter right now. Get to the safest place in your home. Get away from exterior walls, windows. Don't try to get a picture of this.
It's dark, folks.
Go to your storm shelter, the safest place in your home, all right? So if you have family or relatives that live in that area, Call them, let them know, make sure they're watching. I want to check back in on Dyersburg. They're now under a tornado warning. Rain just starting to move in, but the rotating portion of this cell still just to your southwest. However, we've got a lot of activity that's coming on into play, and right now, I think that little area that's right there, do you see this? It's right there, just to the north of that 55 little banner there. Let me put a track on that, and let's take this on into, and that's a different cell. All right, so look, let me come back into here. I'll tell you what, I'm going to zoom in a little tighter. It's a lot to see right now. The radar very cluttered, so this is where we have to pay particularly close attention at this very time. And let me tell you what, I'm going to start with a look at just general velocity. We're 90 miles from the radar site, or close to 90 miles. Tough to see there. I'm going to put another velocity overlay on it. There is some rotation right here, just to the west of Caruthersville. That is moving off to the north and northeast. That may be, I think it's that little area right there near 61. Tell you what, I'm going to track them both, all right? So bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to track this little area right here, and let's take that on through, and I'm going to include the town of Dyersburg in here. So Dyersburg, 827, that's going to come very close. I'm hopeful it's going to stay just to your north, but at the same time, you're close. So look, Steele, 754. Then it's going to get into McCullough at 8 o'clock, 808 into Kinfolks Ridge. Caruthersville, 812, Dyersburg, 827, 838, New Bern, 844 into Hornbeck, and then Obion at 848. So that's what we're looking at there. Patrick's in the first alert, Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker. You've got a great visual for us right now. Can we take that live? There we go. There we go. All right. And we have to wait for the lightning to strike to be able to see it. I see the shelf cloud.
No doubt about that.
Yeah, you can see the shelf behind me. Jalen,
Yeah,
can you put
guys,
that?
I mean,
there you go. I'm going to let, okay, there you go, Patrick.
This thing's got some strong inflow. I mean, pulling the, I mean, like it's shaking the truck right now.
So you can feel it?
Yes. 147 just south of I-40. No tornado on it, but this thing is trying hard. We've seen it try to drop down at least twice. I don't know if it made it down to the ground, because sometimes you can have the condensation funnel not actually make it all the way down to the ground, but the circulation makes it down to the ground. But right now, we're just south of the truck stops here on I-40, Highway 147, and we've got a wall cloud, and it is moving generally just north of I-40. So where you guys were talking about, again, Marion, Clarkdale,
Turl, just south of Turl.
Those areas, this is heading in your direction. You know, the circulation is definitely wrapping up, crossing Highway 64 here shortly. But I mean, this thing is trying to wind up quickly, and it's got a lot of wind associated with it. So we're about to start moving towards it a little bit, get a little bit closer to it, and work our way back behind it. But this thing's trying a tornado.
And Patrick, Eric's got to look at it on the link system. Eric, what was the BTI on that?
So the BTI right now looks like it. We have a 5.9, and this one's been kind of going back and forth, bouncing between about a 4.5 and a 6.5 here. So it looks like it's going to be crossing I-55, whether it's a tornado or not, within the matter of a few moments here. Clarkdale, you're looking at 6:55. The time right now is 7:55 rather. Right now the time is 7:50. So this is going to be crossing I-55 over the matter of the next few minutes. Do you want to point out, as far as Shelby County is concerned, the area to keep an eye on the most is north and west of Millington right now. If you're over in Munford, I know that's over in Tipton County, Your first alert here that this could be headed towards your area, and there's again a look on the right-hand side of your screen of the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker there, as meteorologist Patrick Ellis and Gardner Montgomery, they're keeping an eye on this one right now. As far as other storms that we are keeping an eye on right now, when it does come to those tornado warnings, we do have pretty much a line of them that stretch just about from Wynne, Arkansas, all the way up into Dyersburg at this point, and even points north of that here. And Ron, there are some severe thunderstorm warnings that are down to the south right now, south of I-40 from Forest City, pretty much to Helena, West Helena. But obviously the tornado warnings are the things we are monitoring the most.
All right, we're watching what's coming in from the west. Let me give you our High 5 Midtown camera, and then I'm going to come back and talk about this, because the lightning from this view is really starting to ramp up just within the last few minutes. A lot of activity going on right now. City of Memphis overall has fared well. We've seen some strong storms come through. Southeastern Shelby County, Germantown, Collierville, eastern Shelby County around Eads has seen some activity, but the brunt of the storm system will impact the Memphis metro tonight. Let's go and take a look at Wynne and give you a better idea. First, we've got a tornado watch that's in effect, and that's going to remain until midnight tonight. Would not surprise me, however, if this was extended well into the overnight early morning hours of Thursday. But I want to show you Futurecast. It's initializing very well. In other words, it's lining up. This is a forecast model, all right? So it's taking all the elements of the atmosphere and then projecting it forward about 12 hours to give us an idea of what the system's going to do. And when I say it's initializing very well, it's actually lining up almost exactly with the radar as it looks, with the live radar as it looks right now. So we've got that cell approaching Dyersburg. We've got this more potent line back into Craighead County, south into Forest City and St. Francis County. Let's move it forward to about 9 o'clock. It's going to start to become a little more linear. And notice, not a lot of movement. There's a big ridge of high pressure. It's sitting off the eastern seaboard. It's a blocking mechanism, and it's going to allow the front that's driving this to just stall and continue to drop copious amounts of rain over the area, along with keeping strong to severe storms in the area due to the strong southerly flow that will be feeding it stronger winds and moisture. By 11 o'clock tonight, we're looking at a significant band that could be impacting areas along and north of 40, but it also includes Memphis and Shelby County. But we're also going to see this main line back to the west regenerate right around midnight or so, and that's going to bring more storms into parts of northeastern Mississippi from around midnight to 3 a.m., and then just kind of linger over the area. And by early morning tomorrow, 8 o'clock, we're still going to be dealing with rain, and we still may be dealing with severe storms. Right now, here's the way it looks. A lot of activity. Let me just show you the lightning counter on this, all right? So it's almost impossible to see the radar data itself because there is so much lightning. And just on this view right here, wow, I've got 4,100, almost 4,200 strikes of lightning. But it's the tornado warnings we're tracking right now. Let me hit this and give you an idea of what's going on. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 4 active tornado warnings at this time. Let's just walk through them right now and put some tracks on these to give you an idea of where they're going and who's going to get impacted. We'll start with this. Oh, I need to take this off first and then zoom in. I want to start with these cells that are going to impact Shelby County here in just a little bit. And by the way, again, Shelby County, our better chance for the stronger storms is going to be between about 9 and 11 tonight, okay? So something to keep in mind. A lot of folks are going to be going to bed tonight, getting ready for work in the morning, but we've still got a long night to go. And then, so here we go. I want to track this portion of the cell itself. That is moving off to the northeast, and that is the tornado warned portion of the cell. That's going to take that through Tipton County. So we'll see it move into Shelby Forest around 8:12, Turl 8:04. Then it gets into Millington at 8:27. Should move into Atoka at 8:39, Osceola at 8:45, 8:55 into Covington, and then Blytheville at 9:07. 9:13 it will move into Ripley. Now we've got another tornado warned storm This, and by the way, just to give you an idea, this tornado warning right here, that again remains until 8:15. So Crittenden County, Cross, Poinsett, and Shelby. Let's work our way to the north and back to the west. We've got this cell, this tornado warn cell for Crittenden, Cross, Poinsett, and St. Francis. That's going to go until 8:45 tonight. A little tougher to distinguish where the circulation is within this, but tell you what, let me clear that out. Let's bring that back and do it again. I think it's that area. It may have moved off. That's moved off to the east just a little bit, I do believe. Or is that on top of the other cell? I think what I'm looking at is right there. So I'll tell you what, I'll track it from just to the west of Wynn, because I think that's where we're seeing that move in. So Parkin, 803, Earl, 812. We're tracking again areas of circulation and rotation. Turl, 832, Shelby Forest, 846, Millington, 901. Then we'll get into Osceola at about 910, Brighton, 918, Covington, 927. Now, let me pan up a little bit to the north, and let's show you what's going on, because we've got storms that are now approaching and moving across the Mississippi River. Tornado warning right here. This one is for Mississippi County, as well as Lauderdale and Tipton County. That's going to go until 8:30. So that's what we're looking at there. Let me clear this off. Let's put the scope on here. Let's see where we're seeing the potential rotation. A little unorganized, but at the same time, looks like it is more specifically this area right here. So I tell you what, I'm going to see how that lines up with the next rad. Yeah, let's track it from right there. Dyersburg, I'm coming to you in just a second. So Osceola, 810. Blytheville, 829. 848 to Ripley. Should get into Nutbush at 857. Then it's going to move into Caruthersville at 904. 910 into Dyersburg. Will make its way into New Bern at 923. Should get into Brazil at 930 tonight. Now we've got this storm that's approaching Dyer County and Dyersburg. Tornado warning in effect right now. This is for Dunklin, Dyer, Mississippi, and Pemiscot. That's going to go until 8:30 tonight. So let's clear that off. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter, get a little bit of a better view. All right, I'm coming to Amani right after this, all right? So let's take a look at where we have the potential rotation. Looks like, and we talked earlier about this possibly staying just to the north of Dyersburg. Looks like it's going to be at the 155 split or 555 split there. So with that, let me clear this, and then take a look at, I think it's pretty much right here. So let's track it from there. Dyersburg, look, you're still going to get a lot of heavy rain, some possibility of some damaging wind, and we've got to watch what's coming in from the west southwest. But right now, the area where we believe the circulation is located at, I'll put this, well, I'll lose my track. So Caruthersville, 806, Ridgely, 821. Then I will move into Tiptonville at 830, Hornbeck at 838. Obion is going to move in there right around 844. Should get into Dixie at 850. Union City will move in at 901 and then move into Jordan at 906. Now let me clear this off. I'm going to put a different track on here because I want to show you where this whole cell is going to go and impact Dyersburg and Dyer County. So Ridgely, 806. So we're tracking the leading edge of the heavier rain, the stronger winds. Sandburg, right around 815. Eldridge, right around 824. Should get into Dyersburg at 830. Then New Bern, 838. 850 into Mason Hall. 858 into Fulton, and should move into Martin right around 908. So that's the big picture. These are the storms we're tracking. Don't think we've had any new tornado. Well, I say I don't think we've had any new. Has this one just popped up? It's going to go until 8:45.
For
Lauderdale,
Crittenden,
Mississippi,
Haywood.
Shelby, and Tipton.
Yeah,
that clips Shelby Forest. And let me zoom in quickly and just put a quick track on that. And then let's go ahead and take a look. Tornado warned storm till 8:45 right now, northwestern Shelby County. Let's put the scope on here. Let's see what we're seeing. This is making its way across the river. It's looking a little messy. I see what may be a straight line wind. It's kind of tough to see any rotation because it's right on top of the radar. But I tell you what, I see a little something, a notch right there. I'll track it from that, all right? So here we go. I'm going to track that on through, take it through the polygon. Corona, 811. Cuba, 815. It's going to move into Drummond's right around 824. It will get into Atoka at 834. 840 into Brighton. Covington, 849. Tabernacle, 853. And then into Henning at 9 o'clock. So that's what we're looking at. Folks in Dyersburg, they're hunkered down in the community storm shelter tonight. That's where our Amani Williams is, staying safely as these storms move in. You've got a report for us right now, Amani. What's going on out there?
Hey, Ron, I just saw dozens of people walk into this storm shelter drenched in rain. So it is raining outside the doors, but once you come in, you can't get out because there is a tornado warning in effect here in Dyer County, which includes Dyersburg. That's where I am right now. Now, I did talk to the mayor earlier, and he said everybody is kind of on edge right now because in 2006, 19 years ago, that is when a tornado outbreak happened right here in Dyer County. It killed 16 people and injured dozens other people. So they are making sure that they are prepared. That is why there are so many people in this storm shelter right now. We have dozens and dozens of people. It is almost only standing room in here. Earlier today, it was around 490 people in this storm shelter. In the other one across town, it was about 470 people. So people are trying to stay safe. They have their dogs in here. Friends and family are in here right now. We are trying to stay safe as well because, like I said, people have walked in drenched in rain, and like I said, they are just trying to make sure they're staying safe because they remember 19 years ago when that tornado outbreak happened right here. That's all we have for right now. We will make sure to keep you updated as the night continues, but like you said, Ron, it's going to be a long night. People have bags packed and food here with them at the shelter. But live in Dyersburg, Imani Williams, Action News 5.
Right, Amani, it's good to see you and all the folks there in Dyersburg and Dyer County in a safe, secure location tonight, because this is by no means over and won't be anytime soon. As we mentioned earlier, the towns of Monette and Lake City, Arkansas, in northeastern Arkansas near Craighead County have been shut down. We've got a live shot from that area right now. Can we take that? Are we ready to go with that? This is a look at Lake City. This is, and can you tell me again, Ashley, where this is? This is at Highway 135. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at there.
So you can see what looks to be a Tahoe, I'd say, in the middle to the left of the screen.
There's a car upside down in there. I see that on top of that,
yep,
that debris.
On the right-hand side of your screen, yep.
Okay, so they took direct tornado hit tonight. A direct hit in Monette and Lake City, Arkansas. And this is what we're seeing. We can only hope and pray there's no injuries, no fatalities, but that is not the sight you want to see.
And that was the storm that originated, don't forget, over in, was that in Cross or Poinsett County? It was one of those two.
Yeah,
that's where it originated.
Poinsett County.
And it went to the northeast here.
Sure did. We've got a picture of the tornado as it was approaching that area. I believe, do we have that available, ready to go? Let's take it. Show me that tornado. This is the tornado we believe produced that damage that we are now getting a live view of tonight. And look, if you're watching and you're thinking, I want to go up there and go see, stay where you are. Stay away from that area. You can't get in there anyway. Law enforcement won't let you in. That whole community, Monette and Lake City, shut down. Ashley, do we have that picture? All right, well, come back to me when you've got it. Let's go to our first alert Doppler radar right now. Let me show you what is going on there. We've still got strong storms making their way through the area. I want to put a loop on this just to give you, whoops, I went the wrong way. Let me go back. Now let me put a loop on this to give you an idea of who's going to be impacted in it. And notice it's starting to take more of a northeasterly progression, was going due east earlier. But now, because of forcing, we've got strong winds coming in out of the south. It's also feeding a tremendous amount of moisture in advance of these storms. So all the fuel for this to remain cohesive and continue to just wreak havoc across the Mid-South tonight continues, and there's still a lot of instability from the daytime highs today. We were well into the 80s across the Mid-South, and now as these storms make their way across the Mississippi River, we're seeing them slow to some degree, which makes this an even more dangerous situation and also increases the likelihood of flooding across the area. As a matter of fact, we haven't even really looked at this tonight, but rainfall rates, let's check it out. Near Blythehill, it's coming down at about 1 inch in an hour. Just to the west of 55, about 1 1/3 inches per hour. You get into Cross County, north of Wynn, it's coming down at about just under 1 inch per hour. And even near and around Forest City, we're looking at just over 1 inch per hour in rainfall. And because these cells are not going to move, they could linger over an area for an hour and drop 1 inch of rain like that. And we are looking over the next 4 days of the potential of seeing anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of rainfall over the Mid-South. And more specifically, I think this area right here could see up to 12 inches of rain. That's going to lead to some massive flooding before the week is over and as we head into the weekend. Eric, what do you have for us?
Apparently over at Westside Consolidated School District in Craighead County, there was they suffered some damage there, and that's according to a Facebook post. So guys in the back, keep an eye out for that here as far as the Western Consolidated School District with some damage that did occur there. Still have tornado warnings here, obviously around the Mid-South right now. Critton and Haywood, as well as Shelby, Lauderdale, Tipton, and Mississippi counties right now are under a tornado warning here around the Mid-South. And really, this whole entire line is pretty much tornado warned from Dyersburg almost all the way down to, or through Wynn, Arkansas for that matter. Worthwhile to note, too, I believe it was Bill Lee. He did declare a state of emergency, I believe. So that is worthwhile to point out here. As far as a rotation detector goes, we still do have some pretty solid rotation, or pretty evident rotation right now into far southern portions of Mississippi County, pretty much where Mississippi, Crittenden, Shelby, and Tipton counties all meet here. So in Munford, your first alert here, watch out for the potential for some at least spinning clouds. That's probably one of the better ways to put it here, and the potential of that tornado, and that's where we do have tornado warnings here right now into that general area. So if you're over in Covington, Munford, over into Henning, while fortunately we don't have this confirmed on the ground, we are really kind of keeping a close eye on that as far as that movement to the east here. And if nothing else, there's really big hail. Looks like just around Turl here within the past about 15 minutes or so, Clarkdale as well, there was some pretty large hail that went right over I-55, and that's racing off to the northeast. Over to Ripley, Tennessee, your first alert there too for seeing some hail that is on your way. As far as we have for a wide view of things, northern Mississippi, you're still doing okay out of this for right now. At least you certainly did see some strong to severe storms earlier this afternoon. Really, eastern portions of the Mid-South here over into Hardeman County, McNairy County, even into Fayette County, Haywood, and Crockett counties. For right now, you're doing okay, but we are expecting, especially those areas that are within western Tennessee, these showers and storms to almost kind of line up right along I-40 here throughout the duration of the overnight hours. So if you haven't necessarily seen strong to severe storms yet, trust me, you're lucky at this point. But we are expecting to see this line of storm. It's almost kind of run parallel to I-40 right now. So as far as tornado warnings go, Ron, I still think the one that we got to keep the closest eye on, it's been the same one that we've been monitoring here that meteorologist Patrick Ellis is pretty close to, into Crittenden County as far as near Marion and over towards Hughes. That's been scooting itself to the northeast right now. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it is on the ground, and I haven't actually looked at some of these skits in a little bit here. Let's see what we have for some of those numbers. Into southern Mississippi County, 5.7, going closer to the Mississippi River, 6.2, 6.2. 5.7, 5.5, 5.5, So, I mean, if nothing else, Ron, at least some of these numbers have relaxed a little bit here because
That is good.
we saw some, I mean, we had some monster big numbers here in the 9s earlier.
I am hopeful also that as this line begins to slow, that the downdraft could start to win out on these storms and help to weaken them to some degree, and we transition from severe to possibly flooding. That's not much better, but at the same time, the tornadoes that we've seen already wreaking havoc, creating damage in the Mid-South.
Hey, getting actually a report right now that there's a flipped near mile marker 18 in Crittenden County. So that's actually, I'm not actually 100% sure where meteorologist Patrick Ellis is right now, but that's something to keep an eye out for. And this is on I-55, mile marker 18 in Crittenden County. So I think that would be, where would that be near? This is actually where the dust storm warning was earlier today.
Yeah, that's where we have the strongest wind. We had gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour today. So you got winds coming out of the south hitting a truck that's moving in that direction. Yeah.
And
Patrick's
another
moving
thing
in that direction, by the way.
Got another report here. This is from emergency officials in Craighead County. Keep in mind, this was southeastern Craighead County, right near where Poinsett, Mississippi, and Craighead counties all meet. 10 to 15 houses heavily damaged. 2 victims rescued from damaged houses. 3 persons injured and receiving treatment. So that's out of Lake City that I'm getting that report from right now.
There's going to be, when the sun comes up tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of damage in that area.
But Ron, reality is, you know this, we still have a few more days of this to go. It's not like this is it, unfortunately.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, if you're just joining us, tomorrow also a first alert weather day. We're likely going to see some storms late morning redevelop. I think we're going to see rain continue overnight, maybe a little bit of a lull in the severe activity. Then we'll see more storms as we get on into the afternoon and evening tomorrow. We'll likely see widespread isolated storms in the area on Friday, capable of producing tornadoes, another first alert weather day. And then the backside of this front is going to move through the area on Saturday. That is going to bring another punch that we'll likely see begin to develop in the afternoon and continue into the evening and late night hours. So as we got into the office this afternoon, right around 1:30, we were looking at about 85 to 86 hours of potential severe weather just lingering across the Mid-South. And it has begun right on cue. And right now, we're into it, but this is only day 1, ladies and gentlemen. So I want you to buckle up, strap in, because we still have a long road to go and we've got a long night to get through tonight. These storms continue to make their way through the Action News 5 coverage area, slowly making a push to the east. And then we've got tornado warnings again, primarily for Tipton County, for Mississippi, and Lauderdale County. We see meteorologist Patrick Ellis's live shot. He is headed it. He's right around Miles City. So he's over in Crittenden County. And Eric, that flipped semi, that was near Miles City, right?
That was near mile marker 18, I believe, on I-55. I'm not 100% sure what specific town it was then.
All right, I think he's headed up in that direction. So let's keep a close eye on his feed and see what he is seeing there. I also want to ask you guys to keep an eye on William Frogg's live feed. He's a local storm chaser and a longtime friend. So if he's got something that's interesting, let's go ahead and go to that as well. In the meantime, we continue to track storms tonight. Strong to severe storms impacting a large portion of the Action News 5 coverage area. Once again, these storms moving off to the east, northeast, but very, very slowly. These storms are going to come in and impact northwest Mississippi, but it's quite possible areas in northeast Mississippi don't see any activity for quite some time. So we've got a bit of a ways to go before this is all said and done. But in the meantime, let's put some tracks on here once again, and let's just work our way through this.
Hey, Ron, I think we're going to have another tornado warning, and this is an area that we haven't talked about too much. Lee County, there's about to be another one issued here.
Right here? Here, let me clear that out. That is not the right track.
I'm not 100% sure about the timing and the specifics with the, there we go. It's in place until 9 p.m. And this is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Is that the one that's already was already there?
So this one was just issued here. This just updated on my system over here. You want me to take it?
Yeah, do it.
Sure.
Do it.
Maybe this was one that actually had been issued already up to this point here. Let's see. Issued a tornado warning for St. Francis, Lee, and Cross counties. So this is looking around the Forest City area, yet again, kind of under the gun here. This tornado warning is noted. It is set to expire here at 9 p.m. Let's look at some of the different data points that we have here at Action News 5 with respect to this. All right, so as far as the base velocity or the storm winds go here around this given storm, nothing's necessarily catching my eye, and this is a radar indicated storm. It's not necessarily on the ground. I'm going to guess what the National Weather Service is keeping on is this little notch that you see towards the western side or the left-hand side of Lee County. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, let me circle it on here, is this general area that they are keeping an eye on. What do we have for a shear rate? No surprise, that's where we have that little bit of green popping up here. And as far as the potential debris detector goes, I'm not surprised. There's nothing within here. Wouldn't expect that to happen. So this is going to be the next area to really keep an eye on here. As far as some areas that are included within this warning or where this general storm is headed towards, Morrow, you're looking at 822, Palestine at 831, Forest City at 837. Worthwhile to note here, about an hour ago, there was a report of baseball-sized hail that did happen here in Forest City. So, Ron, I believe that is the largest hail report I've heard thus far as baseball-sized hail that fell in Forest City here about an hour ago. Madison at 841 and Widener at about 843. This is moving to the northeast yet again at about 45 miles per hour. So, you know, I wouldn't say, Ron, I kind of thought that we were maybe starting to get a little bit, I don't want to say a lull even, but maybe things were starting to at least simmer down ever so slightly. But it looks like we're kind of almost getting the secondary or trietary round coming on in.
Yeah, and I think this storm is just kind of getting its second wind as it moves on into West Tennessee tonight.
And keep in mind, too, a lot of these showers and storms that are developing to the south, these are going to move through DeSoto and Shelby County here at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're tracking storms tonight. We have currently 3 tornado warnings that are in effect. The first one remains in effect for Dyer County. This is going to remain for Dyer and Obion until 8:30 this evening. We've also got another tornado warning. This is in effect for Tipton, Haywood, Lauderdale, and Mississippi County. That goes until 8:45 tonight. And now they've cut it back to 8:30. And now we've got this tornado warning. This is for Cross, Lee, and St. Francis counties. This is going to go until 9 o'clock tonight. So this is what we're looking at. Let me show you this tornado video that we got in. This is from, the Monette and Lake City area? Take a look at this rope tornado. Wow. Who sent, okay, this is from Lee M. This was sent to us earlier this afternoon. You can see it just scraping across the ground. And that is video in Monette, Arkansas. Tornado on the ground there. Confirmed damage in that area. Lake City and the towns of Monette both shut down to the public. And you can see it intensifying there.
Yeah.
It goes from a rope to more of a stovepipe of sorts?
Well, and quite frankly, so, you know, there's obviously a lot of storm chasers out there, and, you know, you can't really show all of them on air just because of rights and things of that nature. Ron, I've been kind of looking at some of the different videos from different storm chasers here that have been around the Mid-South. And this specific tornado, whoa. This was one of the most ominous radar signatures that I think I've seen in my career. And keep in mind too, Ron, how far away this was from the radar for some of that debris to get lofted as high as it looked like it was.
Yeah.
Obviously, and it's worthwhile to know. And I know people are always going to be curious, hey, do you think this was an EF1, you know, 0 through 5? There's no point of speculating on it. I mean, this is something that the National Weather Service, they'll do their surveys here probably as we move over the next few days. But, man, look at just the intensity of that video. You can really see it getting bigger here.
This is Crittenden County just before 7 this evening. This was sent to us from John Young. I'm not sure we're looking at a tornado.
Agreed.
Or a wall cloud. I think that's a high precipitation supercell thunderstorm. In other words, that's a rain shaft we're likely seeing there that is rotating, but I don't see the classic wall and shelf that we would typically see. But I will tell you this, whatever that is, I wouldn't want to have been under it at the time.
No.
And that is a brave man to video that as well. So thank you very much, John Young, for that. This is Bay, Arkansas. This is a tornado confirmed moving through Bay, Arkansas. And look at this wedge. It's just absolutely phenomenal as it's coming on through there. So again, a highly charged environment. Storm Prediction Center placing a high risk for severe storms over just about the entire Mid-South today.
Worthwhile to note, getting some reports of power outages over in Dyersburg. So yeah, as far as how many people look like that they utilize the shelter there, I mean, looks like that's a great call.
Yeah, that was a great, and look, there are several storm shelters in and around the Mid-South, and I hope that you know where your storm shelter is. My friend Craig Cece, who is a meteorologist down at Mississippi State, has put together a list of storm and tornado shelters all across the United States. So he may be worth looking into tonight. I don't have his web address, but Craig Cece, that's C-E-E-C-E-E. So check out, he's done some amazing work on that in locating storm shelters, especially in areas that are highly prone to tornadoes. And to my surprise, there were quite a few around the Mid-South. So Dyersburg, they have their own. I know Arlington has storm shelters as well, and a lot of folks in those shelters tonight. Speaking of Dyersburg, under a severe thunderstorm warning now. Still have the tornado warning, but I think they're going to allow that to expire. A severe thunderstorm warning will replace that. That is going to go until 9 o'clock. So this is what we're looking at this time, but we still have a lot of activity going on. And look, the Memphis Metro is really yet to be affected by anything significant other than some wind. We had some trees down in Midtown earlier today as a result of the gusting winds that came through. But as far as strong to severe storms, tornadic activity, the city of Memphis and Shelby County have been spared thus far, but we still have this line coming our way, and there's still a portion of this to the southwest that may very well clip the city of Memphis and Shelby County. Let's take a close look. I want to go to velocity first, see if we see any indications of strong rotation. I just don't. I'll clear that off. Let's go. Yeah.
Keep an eye south of Earl. We might try to have a little bit of a vortice starting to try to develop here into southern Crittenden County, right to the north of I-40 here. I don't know if we have a...
You have something on it? Do you have something on it right now?
You know, there's a BTI of 5.7, and that's, you know, it's a high number, but it's not the highest we've seen today. But
there's a little inflow notch developing right there.
That's exactly what I was seeing, and that, I don't know, that's the sort of stuff you got to keep an eye on here and see kind of develop and pop up here.
And you know what I can also see?
Yeah.
And let me draw. Just keep it right there. And let me draw this out. There's a little bit of a bowing segment right here. And then look, you've got this little vortice that can develop right there. And then there's a potential for the vortice, another vortice to develop just south of it. So we call these bookend vortices. So as you're getting this strong punch of wind coming through here, that's creating straight line wind damage, but you can get some quick spin ups right there over that area. So that's what we're seeing. Can you throw velocity on over there one more time?
Of course.
Let's take a look and see what we see. So yeah, right there. Let me clear this off.
You want me to rock this a little bit back and forth?
Take it.
So let's see.
And that just popped. Did you see that? That
agreed.
Just popped on the last radar scan.
Yeah. So maybe that's
last
the next
two
one
scans,
we have to keep an eye on.
looks like. Yeah, we've got to watch that. There may be a tornado
trying to develop over there.
Yeah. And given the slow movement of the storm, Eric, I think if a tornado did develop there, you know, typically in a line moving like that, we would see it develop and then just be gone in one or two scans. This, because of the slow progression and more northerly movement of the front, we could see this basically hang together a little longer.
Right.
So something worth watching. Hey, can you guys throw Patrick's live shot up there real quick? Just to look at it. I want to show you, he's headed right into the rain. He and Arthur Montgomery are in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker tonight. This is their view. They are headed into the storms. Patrick has already been up around West Tennessee. He's in Arkansas now.
Was in northern Mississippi at one point.
Was North Mississippi at one point. And I got to tell you, he just rocks that storm tracker. And it's basically a mobile weather center.
Right.
So most of the tools we have available to us in the studio, we have outfitted our First Alert Storm Tracker with many of those same tools. So he's able to get out there in the field, not only see things, but also analyze them and get an idea of what it is he's looking at as he is moving into it and moving through it. So, and the other thing about this, Patrick is he's a longtime meteorologist, more than 10 years of experience under his belt. He's worked in some of the most active severe weather markets in the country. And so he brings those skills to the storm tracker in knowing how to chase and approach the storms safely. So he and Garner Montgomery tonight teaming up to really bring us some dynamic images as they are making their way onto the next storm. We'll check in with him in just a moment when he's got something for us. In the meantime, let's go back. Let's start tracking some more storms, shall we? We are starting to see a transition to severe thunderstorm warnings, which is good news, but at the same time, because these severe thunderstorm warnings have basically been producing tornadoes with little to no warning, we still have to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings as they were tornado warnings. So right now, I see a severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County. This is that Bo Echo we were looking at moments ago, Eric. You gave the tip of the hat to that. So Crittenden County, Mississippi, Shelby, and Tipton County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 right now. We touched on the severe thunderstorm warning for Dyersburg. We still have an active tornado warning for Lauderdale County in Mississippi and Tipton County. That's going to go for until 8:45. So we've got another 18 minutes on that one. Checking the one that's moving through Forest City right now. Tornado warning remains in effect there for Lee, St. Francis, and Cross counties. That's going to remain until 9 o'clock tonight. And then we're watching storms that are just to the south and southwest of that as all this activity is moving on through. We're looking at hailers. The last system we dealt with on Sunday produced a lot of hail. We got a tremendous amount of hail. We've seen some pretty decent hail signatures tonight, but this has been more about the wind and the tornadic activity. So this is the one, the tornadoes really impacting the area the most. The hardest hit thus far has been right around Craighead County near Monette. Let me step out of the picture here. I want to zoom into this. So Lake City and Monette, Arkansas took a direct hit from a tornado this evening. Let me zoom on in here and show you where we're talking. Whoops, I went just a little too far.
Hey, Ron, if you flip it over to your, if you go ahead to your Viper graphic, I got as far as the track of it.
There we go. There we go. So these are the cells that moved on through there at the time. Here, let me clear this off too, Eric, and just let you track that on through. But look at this activity. As it came up through, then gets into western or eastern Craighead County, we saw the well-defined shear marker right there. And I believe that was when it was at about a 9.3 on the BTI.
Correct.
Am I right? And look, anytime we see that BTI, that barren tornado indicator, go above a 7, we're pretty confident there's a tornado at least forming. But you get to an 8, 9, there is likely a tornado on the ground. It has proven itself time and time again, and it did it today. And that's what we saw. So as it progresses north and east, that cell came right up, just missing Jonesboro, Arkansas, creating the tornado emergency that we saw. But now Lake City and Monette, Arkansas shut down as a result of the direct hit there. I do believe, do we still have the live view from that area, Ashley, or do we have any, are we getting any new info or new video that's coming out of that area? Okay, all right, look, if you guys get something new, let me know. But right now, it's all about the severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warnings we're tracking. So 3 warnings still in existence. Let's start off with this one that's moving on through Tipton County right now. Do we have overlapping tornado warnings? We do. So there are 4 active tornado warnings in here. So with that, let's go to this one first. Oh, that we just lost one. It expired at 8:30. This is the one that's going to go until 8:45, I do believe. So, Covington, you got about another 15 minutes for the warning itself, but we can't let our guard down by any means, simply because the potential for more tornadoes to develop still remains with us. I'm going to clear this off. I want to put a track on here. Let's see if we can identify the area of potential rotation. Looks like it now may be just to the north of Covington. That little area right there, that's what I think I'm looking at. So now let me move the scope over, and that lines up well with the polygon. So that is about to exit that polygon. Wouldn't surprise me if they possibly extended that a little farther to the north. So I tell you what,
Agreed.
With that in mind, let's do this. I'm going to pan over. I want to move this out, and I want to put a new track from this area right here, okay? So that's where we're seeing the circulation. So let's put a track on that, and let's show you where that's going to go. So it is about to exit the polygon, the tornado warn polygon. The big question is, will there be a warning to extend or a new warning to cover Crockett County, Northern Haywood County, Lauderdale County? So Cherry, it's going to be in there at 8:34. We'll see that circulation move through Henning at 8:43. Should get into Ripley at 8:49. Central at 8:53. Then into Nutbush at 8:57. It's going to move into Gates at 9:03. Belle Eagle 9:11. And then we'll see it move into Maury City at 9:15. I want to go back to Patrick. I understand he's got a great shot.
I think he's got a shelf cloud.
He's right outside Marion, Arkansas. Let's take a look at it. Oh, wow. And look, it's hard to tell until the lightning lights up the sky. But you can see that is a rotating supercell thunderstorm moving through there right now. Patrick, are you with us?
Yeah, guys. You know, we were heading up to where that report of the 18-wheeler being flipped over or on its side was, and when we got about a mile out, I was listening to you guys and saying, hey, by the way, and I was looking at the radar and it was starting to show that sign of some rotation. So I said, Garner, let's drop back south and kind of stay below it. But, you know, this thing's got a pretty low cloud base associated with it as a pan around. Again, we're just north of Marion now, kind of in between Marion and
Clarkdale-ish?
Sunset. So,
okay.
Jericho, that's what I think. This is the Jericho exit. You see the lightning popping off there. This thing's got a lot of wind with it as it's moving across Highway 64 down near Crawfordsville. So I mean, where we're kind of sitting right now, we're kind of in the line for some strong winds that are going to come right at our face here very shortly. You can see the shelf cloud right there. That would be an indication of strong winds. Maybe not a tornado, but definitely straight line wind potential that will come along with it.
Yeah, that makes sense there, Patrick, as far as that shelf cloud goes, and appreciate the images you're able to bring us here over at the studio at Action News 5.
We've got an RDOT camera that gives us a different view of that same storm. And look, the other side of it, it's tranquil, nothing to show you there. Nothing to show you there. Patrick's right in the heart of it right now. Let's go back to our first alert Doppler radar, show you what is going on, the storms that are still moving through the area right now. We have 4 active tornado warnings that remain this evening. Again, the first warning just to our southwest, but that is for Arkansas and Monroe County. But Phillips County, I want to give you your first alert because you're likely to see this cell move on in and impact you. That tornado warning could be pushed into Lee or Phillips County. So with that in mind, it's going to move into DeWitt right around 8:44, Marvell at about 9:26, Lexa 9:40, 9:50 into Helena. Should get into Forest City at about 10:05, 10:20. It will move into Hughes, about 10:27 into Crowder, and Batesville at 10:43. Now, just to the north of that, we've got another cell and another tornado warning. This again is for the town of Forest City is under this one. We've seen a lot of activity in and around there. Let's see if we can pick out any distinctive rotation.
Don't
What
forget,
do you got?
Forest City too. Last on Sunday, saw a bunch of hail that did fall between Forest City and over towards Marianna.
Man, they did. They got some big hail over there. And those were the storms that came through. I'm looking at that little area right there. There's two areas, Eric. That one right there that's in western Lee County, and then there's a little area that's right there around Forest City, south of 40. Both of those seem to have some very distinct characteristics. Of course, the one that is to the southwest of Forest City is the one that's the most ominous. What is your skit showing on that?
So we got a 4.7 right now as far as that skid goes that approaches Forest City. Yet again, this is a known as the Barron Tornado Index. It's on a scale of 1 to 10, and this is a 4.7 that is popping up right now. And the storm top here is at about 43,000 feet. So these storms, Ron, even though I feel like they've kind of trained over the same areas, or at least we've had a bunch of rounds going over the same areas, the height of these storms has not decreased really whatsoever.
Not at all. These are maintaining high. And look, those are those strong upward vertical velocities that we were looking at, because basically we've got all this warm air that's just being sucked right up into the atmosphere, and this is what is feeding all of this. So you got very cold air aloft, but then you get that warm air mixing in from the surface, and that's what's creating the big problems. Let's see Patrick's latest shot right now. I hear it's looking pretty good, or starting to intensify a little bit. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're seeing a lowering cloud deck. Is that on the ground? No, okay, that's trees. Those are trees. Those are, trees in the distance. That's what I saw.
Yeah. So what we're seeing here, that's the underneath of the shelf. That's what we call the whale's mouth. And that's what's coming over right now. So we're probably about to get some pretty gusty winds. It's about to cross I-55 here, again, near Jericho. It's moving off towards the east pretty rapidly. That's under the severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning, again, primarily from the wind perspective. But we're right on the apex, or the very edge of that severe thunderstorm. And if you look straight ahead, you can see the wall of water that's about to come straight across I-55 right here.
You guys encountered any flooding, Patrick, while you've been out tonight?
Some roadway flooding, typical, low spots, and the grooves in the roadway and stuff like that, but not anything of note just yet. I mean, we're early on in the event. Let's think about that for a second.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of a long duration event when we talk about this, when it comes down to the flooding, and that will become more of a concern, I think, over the course of the next several hours, especially as this front lays down, stalls out basically on I-40 tonight, and then tries to work its way northward later on. Starting to hear the wind picking up here. Again, we're in east central Crittenden County. And of course, the heavy rainfall now beginning to move here. But I mean, this thing has had so much lightning with it. I mean, it is lighting up the sky.
Yeah.
And that in of itself can get folks a little worked up as well. But the winds, you can kind of tell when we zoom in right there, the wind is blowing directly at the front of the truck.
We had lightning strike a tree here in Midtown today. You would not believe the look it left behind on that tree, Patrick. So the power of lightning, tremendous. And yeah, as you mentioned, lots of it tonight. Brand new tornado warning just issued moments ago. This is for Lee County. National Weather Service just issuing that. We were looking at that cell right there around Forest City, but they were also picking up on that other area that we were looking at. Let me throw the scope on here, and there's a little bit of rotation right here. Yeah, you can see that area right there. That is in western Lee County, so that was giving us a little concern. This one right here seems like it's falling apart to some degree, but let me clear this out and let's put a track on that portion. And by the way, the new tornado warning for that county, that is for Lee and St. Francis counties. That's going to go until 9:15 tonight. So with that in mind, let's pop this up. Let's put a track right here and let's take it off to the east. And look, if a cell is going to impact the Memphis Metro, it's likely going to be this cell right here because it is making a beeline in our direction. So Aubrey at 8:44, Mariana 8:56. Then it moves into Forest City at 9:11. Should get into Widener at about 9:17. We'll see it then move into Council at 9:21. Then 9:26 into Hughes. Tunica Resorts, it will move into your area at 9:34, and then we're going to see it get into Park in Arkansas right around 9:43. So new tornado warning tonight. We've got another one that is just to the north of that. That tornado warning, I do believe, is set to expire at 9 o'clock, so another 20 minutes left on that one. Then the one just to the south of it, that's going to go until 9:15. Let's move up the Mississippi River here. Take a look, and by the way, we still want to keep a close eye on this one that's just to the west of Phillips County. That could impact you over the next 45 minutes or so. So let's take a look a little farther north. Again, Memphis and Shelby County, we have fared really, really well, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now, and that is for, and it's a large polygon, it is for Crittenden, Mississippi, Shelby, and Tipton County. That's going to remain until 9:15 tonight. The main concern with this is wind. We've already seen a lot of power outages around the Memphis Metro, and I imagine that's going to lead to more as that comes on through. Now we're watching two more tornado warnings that are in our area, and this one right here, that is for Tipton and Mississippi County, as well as a portion of Lauderdale County, southwestern Lauderdale County. That goes until 8:45, so you got about another 4 minutes on that. It'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service decides to extend that or just let it expire. I'm looking for areas of potential rotation. Don't see anything there, but I do see a little something right here. And we do have an active tornado warning that remains in effect right there as well. And that is another warning that is just to the west of that. Let me clear this off and give you the first alert on this one. That is for Crockett, Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton counties. That's going to go until 9:15 tonight. So let's put a track on this and show you where that cell is going to go. Once again, let me take a close look one more time just to make sure I'm identifying the proper area of potential rotation. Looks like it is right there. I'll move the scope off. Here we go. Yeah, so with that, let's track it from right here and take it off to the north and northeast. So Ripley, 8:46. Then that's going to move into Gates at 9 o'clock. Again, the center of circulation, that's what I'm tracking. The leading edge of that and the potential for some hail is going to move in ahead. But as far as the rotation, that's going to come into Gates at 9 o'clock. It'll move into Maury City at 9:13. Then we'll see it move into Dyersburg at 9:18. Everybody in Dyersburg, stay in the storm shelter. Don't go anywhere. New Bern, 9:29. Yorkville, 9:36. 9:41 in Trenton. We'll move into Medina right around 9:49. Now, we also have another tornado warning that is for a part of Dyer County, but really that cell is exiting, and that is moving on out. And as a matter of fact, I think they just removed Dyer County from that. But let me give you the first alert on it and the info on it as well. A lot of folks with students up around Union City. So Gibson, Henry, Obion, and Weakley County, you're under a tornado warning now until 9:15. You can pretty much see that well-defined area of circulation. And look, we're hitting that at a pretty good distance. Now, we're tracking it right now from the Paducah radar site, but let me clear that off. Let's throw this scope on here just to make sure, again, we're seeing it in the right area. There's a couple different areas, actually. There's one right here, and it looks like there may be another one right here. Let me see how that lines up with, well, here. Let me move this off. Get that out of the way. I'm going to put 2 tracks on this, all right? So bear with me quickly. 2 tracks. I'm going to track this portion of it, north and east. That'll take it on into western Kentucky. So Hinesville at about 8:54, Latham at 9 o'clock. We'll move into Dukedom at 9:04, Palmersville 9:10. Then we'll see it move into Stubblefield right around 9:17, 9:21 into Sedalia, Mayfield at 9:27, and Puryear right around 9:31. All these communities outside the Action News 5 coverage area, but many of you may be watching on the First Alert weather app or online, so I do want to give you your first alert there. Then there's another little area that seemed like it was right here, and let's track it from that because that'll move into Martin at about 9:08. That's that center of circulation that is in this little area right here. So right around 9:08, that moves into the UT Martin vicinity. Dresden at about 9:19, then Water Valley at 9:26. 9:31 into Palmersville. We'll see it then move into Wingo at 9:36, 9:43 into Sedalia, Mayfield at 9:49, and Kirksey at 10 o'clock. So that is what we're looking at there. Here's the big picture. Once again, a lot of activity going on. Still multiple tornado warnings. Memphis still under the threat for a possible tornado warning. We have 2 that are just to our south and west, and both of those cells moving in our direction right now as this whole line of storms moving in that direction itself, but at the same time making a slow progression to the east. So again, it's going to be a long night in the Mid-South. We have more hours of storms to track tonight, and it's really just continuing to hold together as we see a strong southerly flow that's just driving a tremendous amount of moisture from the Gulf right into the Mid-South, and it's just feeding that line. Just feeding it. So it's keeping it alive. There's a cold front driving this. But then we're going to see that cold front stall as we get on into the remainder of the week. And that keeps the threat of strong to severe storms in the mix again for tomorrow, for Friday, and for Saturday. First alert weather days, each and every one. And just give you a general idea on timing, this rain will continue through the overnight hours and into early morning Thursday. I think we'll see another round that develops Thursday afternoon into Thursday night. So we could be looking at another long night tomorrow night. We were hoping for a little bit of a lull on Friday, but new data today is now showing the potential for isolated storms to develop in the Mid-South and continue under a very warm, unstable, and highly sheared environment. That could create more isolated tornadoes that come into play on Friday. It looks like the better probability will be along and west of the river, but no matter where you are in the Mid-South, there's still going to be the chance. And then Saturday, we're going to see this whole system make a push out of here. And as we get to Saturday afternoon and Saturday night, that's where we're going to see another round of more potent storms coming into play once again. Now tonight, kicking it all off, but keep in mind, we still have a long way to go to get through early Sunday morning when we'll finally see a much calmer air mass settle into the area and a cooler one as well. But in the meantime, this is day one of what's shaping up to be a 4-day event. And Eric, I mentioned earlier, members of the National Severe Storms Laboratory are here in the Mid-South tonight as a result of the high risk that's in place right now and the potential for the long track tornadoes that these storms are capable of producing. I notice you're looking at some of the storm threats. You want to talk about it?
Sure, I'll talk about that briefly. Then I'm going to send on over to Joe Birch because he's got a couple of damage reports updates. And Ron, I think you need a little 5 minutes to yourself too. You've been working hard at it for quite some time now. All right, as far as what we have going on in the Mid-South right now, the area that I am keeping the closest eye on is in southeastern Lauderdale County here. So right now, if you are following us here at Action News 5, you see that there's a spinning little red thing that's going on right here. This is an indication that there's at least some rotation going on in the sky. Notice too, if you look further to the north, that there's an even taller one back there. That means that it's a better chance that there's something going on as far as a potential tornado that's on the ground here. So I'm going to put it back out here as far as just the overview of things here across the Mid-South. What we're going to do is turn around and put the reflectivity on here, or the Doppler radar back on, and you can see where some of that heaviest rain is falling right now and where we have seen some of those showers and thunderstorms. If I completely turn this off and we put on the warnings here across the Mid-South, they still do stretch all the way from western Kentucky pretty much into the central portion of Arkansas. For the most part, these are tornado warnings, but there are some severe thunderstorm warnings that are embedded as well here. As far as the timing on some of this stuff, with those warnings, a lot of these, they're just going to continue to cycle themselves here as far as the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings are concerned. There's nothing I will say at this moment that is catching my eye significantly that I do think we have to worry about a potential tornado on the ground. All these tornado warnings are radar indicated here. Still worthwhile to kind of just go back and forth and check the different things like our rotation detector and our debris detector here to see if there's anything popping up. Unfortunately, that doesn't look to be the case here as far as the Mid-South is concerned. As far as the best potential for there to be one, I would say it would be into eastern Lauderdale County and just to the south of Ripley more specifically. So I'm going to send it on over to Joe Birch. I know you've been sitting here at the anchor desk kind of keeping tabs on things. Joe, what do you have as far as some of those different damage reports here around the Mid-South?
As you know, northeastern Arkansas has taken the brunt of the damage from confirmed tornadoes tonight across the Mid-South, and they are throughout the northeastern Arkansas region. From our colleagues in Jonesboro, we hear there is confirmed damage in Bono, Arkansas, Corning, Arkansas, as you've been reporting, Lake City and Monette, Arkansas, very significant damage. Leechville, Arkansas, Painway, Poinsett County also suffered damage, as well as Randolph County. Now, the National Weather Service describes the tornado activity that struck Lake City as, quote, catastrophic. The Craighead County 911 reports that highways 18 and 135 in eastern Arkansas at Lake City and Monette are completely shut down due to multiple power lines, electric poles, and houses across the road at Lake City and Monette. That road is completely shut down, and they're asking everyone to stay away from that area. 3 injuries in Monette that we have confirmed so far. People are urged to avoid Lake City and Monette. The West Side Consolidated School District in Bono, Arkansas sustained damage. According to school officials, classes have been canceled for tomorrow. And the Harrisburg mayor, Justin Kimball, reports downed power lines on streets there. Randolph County Sheriff Kevin Bell confirms damage on Trinity Road and near the Black River Technical College and the Duck Levee Road near Reno. And so there's just tremendous damage across northeastern Arkansas. And I wanted to tell you about here in the city of Memphis tonight. Oh, let me tell you about Craighead County Office of Emergency Management. The area affected by the tornado in Lake City and Monette. Sources at the Craighead County Office of Emergency Management, 10 to 12 homes damaged at Lake City, 4 minor injuries, and in Monette, at least 3 injuries, and crews are responding there in those towns of Lake City and Monette. Now, closer to home right here in Memphis, you should know that the inclement weather shelter is open tonight at the Hospitality Hub that's located downtown. I'm going to tell you a phone number here if you want to grab a pencil and write this down, or maybe put it in your phone. They're at 590 Washington downtown. If you know somebody who's unsheltered tonight, nobody needs to be out in this weather. The number 901-730-1736. So Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee has declared a state of emergency for the state of Tennessee in advance of this very serious weather that is advancing into West Tennessee at this hour. And at this time, I'm going to send it back to Eric Brill as we continue to monitor damage and other effects of the storm. Let me say one more thing. The MLGW folks have been working very hard to maintain the power, and it's been going up and down, but right now there's 5,566 outages in Shelby County. Eric?
Copy on that, Joe. Appreciate the service and the work on that as far as the numbers go, as far as some of the different damage reports here around the Mid-South. Worthwhile to point out some other counties as far as the outages. Looking at DeSoto County at about 1,000 outages, into Lee County 400, into St. Francis County about 900, Cross County 200, in Poinsett County 600 outages rather. Crittenden County, you are in the range of 900, Mississippi County 500, Lauderdale County 400, Dyer County about 1,000, and off into Hardin County about 1,000, while there are, let's see, 100 here into Madison County as well. As Joe Burge did note, that number continues to fluctuate quite a bit here into Shelby County. Last check, we have a update of about 5,500 customers that are without power. All right, let's dive back into it as far as what we got going on here with the weather here across the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill. The time now is 5 minutes to 9 o'clock. Hopefully you are staying safe out there across the region. We certainly have seen a pretty rough day, or pretty rough evening here of weather around the Mid-South, but we still have a few days to go before this event is going to be done and over with. Really, it's not until Sunday that we can finally confidently feel like we're out of the woods here. So trust me when I say, First Alert Weather Team, we can't wait to get there. As far as what we have as with the one that we're keeping an eye on the most, as far as the different clusters of showers and thunderstorms here around the Mid-South, looking just around the Ripley area, there is a BTI number that's at a 7.2. That's the one that is catching my eye the most right now. Looks like that storm's trying to cycle up and become a little bit stronger. That's actually associated and one of the storms that meteorologist Patrick Ellis had been tracking here all the way into northeast Arkansas, into Crittenden County. This is moving off to the northeast at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. If you're over in Gates, heard Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers talking about it. 9:02 is your time frame. Halls rather at 9:04, Friendship 9:12, as well as Dyersburg at 9:12, New Bern at 9:20, and Yorkville at 9:24. Down to the southwest here, a little bit closer to the Mississippi River, just east of Turl, another area that is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now for the potential of 1 inch in diameter sized hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is racing off to the northeast here at about 60 miles per hour as well. If we take a wide view of things, down to the south into Lee and Phillips counties, another area that has seen maybe not quite as strong of storms as some of those areas up to the north have, especially into Phillips County. But with that said, we have another severe thunderstorm warning that has been in place and is issued here for this portion of the Mid-South here. So that's those are kind of the general things that are keeping an eye on. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes that are on the ground right now, so there is at least good news embedded within that here. And if you're in northern Mississippi, you certainly did see some showers and storms here earlier this afternoon and evening. Right now, you are looking pretty high and dry. But Ron, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the radar here over into Tunica, DeSoto, Tate counties. It looks like we're trying to get some more discrete cells starting to pop up here just a little bit.
I think this system's going to get a late night punch. And as a matter of fact, forecast models were showing it starting to refire between about 9 and 11 o'clock tonight. So this initial line coming through, I'm going to be interested to see what happens right here, because the forecast models were showing this initial line getting right to the Mississippi River, and then a little something forming in advance of it, maybe picking up a little bit of the outflow from that, giving it some additional lift or driving in a little moisture, just something to feed it. So we have to keep a very close eye right now for folks in West Tennessee, from right around Hardeman County, Fayette County, Shelby County, as well as Marshall, Tate, DeSoto, and Benton counties. We're going to watch that again for the next few hours as it continues. Look, we're already in, what have we been on the air since about 2:45 this afternoon? So here we are coming up on 9 o'clock, almost or more than 8 hours of coverage into this. So we are looking at still tornado warnings continuing to develop, but I want to show you we took a direct hit in Monette and Lake City, Arkansas. That is in western, I say we, but it's very close to the Action News 5 coverage area. It's right in western or eastern Craighead County. And let me zoom into the area there just to give you an idea of where this came through. And then I want to show you some of the video that we saw come out of there. So here's Monette, and then we've got Lake City that is just to the south and west of that a bit. So here's Lake City, Monette right here. Tornado went right through there. Let's show you the video that we have. This is a tree down. You see some damage to a home there. It looks like the portico may have been ripped off, or maybe from somewhere else. So that is on Cherry Street in Lake City. Now, this is a live view, I do believe. Am I right? Oh, this is video? Okay, do we have, is this the only video we have at this time? Okay, our producers are in the on the booth, and look, this whole thing is unfolding right now as we speak because the community took that hit. We are also relying on our sister station KAIT in Jonesboro to bring us video and reports. We've got reporters in and around the area. Amani Williams is stationed up in Dyersburg right now. She's hunkered down in a storm shelter as Dyer County was under a tornado warning. I do believe, well, it is still, Dyer County still under this tornado warning. I think we're about to drop a couple of these. This is going to expire at 9:15. And then, Eric?
Yeah.
Am I missing something here?
What you got?
Is that the only active tornado warning right now?
So I have one that's in
National Weather Service?
northern. Yeah, because I did have one that was in northern Lee, St. Francis, and Cross counties, and that has been able to expire here. I will note, as far as Lauderdale County goes, the one that you were just keeping an eye on, Ron, there had been a little bit of rotation that was detected there, so we're keeping a close eye on that. You can actually see the shear marker that pops up here if you look just below and to the right of Halls. What I'm looking at here is this little cluster that's just to the east of Gates. That is where there could be at least some rotation. Just because that's embedded doesn't mean that there's a tornado on the ground here. If we give you more of a 3D look here, so this way you can kind of see what we're looking at here. You see the vertical pronunciation that's on this here, just to the northeast of Woodville. If we put on a skit, let's see if we have, hopefully all these numbers are low here, but let's see. We got a 7.1 as far as that BTI goes, and that's right around Halls, Tennessee. This is moving to the northeast here at 64 miles per hour. To give you a rundown, so on the right-hand side of your screen, that blue box, the severe, it's indicating, that's indicating that it's moving to the northeast at about 64 miles per hour. The max DBZ, 59 at 8,300 feet. That's more so detecting what kind of rain or if we have any sort of hail that's within there. The top of the storm, that's the height of the storm. Wow. It's at about 45,000 feet. Wow. The chance of hail being embedded is 100%. Severe hail, which would be an inch in diameter or greater, is at 80%. The estimated hail size is at 1 3/4 of an inch. And that vil density here, it's pretty much trying to figure out how much water is within this column of air. The BTI finally here, that is the Barron Tornado Index, that is at a 7.1. So, Ron, just one. Yet again, it seems like we're kind of seeing some of these tornado warnings sort of be a little bit more lenient, or not as many of them. It looks like we still got to keep an eye on this one here, even though it might not specifically hit Dyersburg. Dyer over into Gibson County. Got to keep an eye on that.
But folks in Friendship, you need to be in your storm shelter right now. You need to be in your safest place in your home because that rotation is moving in your direction right now. We still have the active tornado warning, as Eric was pointing out there. That's going to expire in about 13 minutes, but that storm's still showing signs of holding together. And with that, here, let me put another track on this quickly and just show you what it is we're tracking. So I'm going to bring that on through. And again, here is the area of potential rotation right there. That's where we're picking up that shear marker. So Hawkinsville, get in your storm shelter right now. It's going to move through at about 9:08. Friendship, 9:10. Crockett Mills, 9:14. Then it's going to move into Wilcox at about 9:18. We'll see it get into Eaton at 9:21. Brazil, 9:24. And then move into Frog Jump at about 9:28 this evening. Dyersburg, even though you are technically in the tornado warned polygon, I do believe you're in good shape right now. There's still some strong wind up there. And let's take a look in regard to hail. Wow, this was producing some big hail. Look at that, about 1 inch in size. So yeah, the BTI on that at a 7. Whenever we see it at a 7 or above, that gives us cause for concern and an indication that there is likely circulation at the very least close to the surface. Once you get to an 8, 9, 10 on that, that's an indication that you definitely have a tornado on the ground, and that has been what we've seen today. But right now the focus for southeastern Dyer County, northwestern Crockett County. Alamo, you seem to be in a good spot right now, but you're still in close proximity to these storms. But things are looking a little better for the entire area. However, here in the city of Memphis, my main concern right now is the potential for some damaging wind. Joe Birch was going over the power outages that we're dealing with around the area right now. Shelby County still dealing with some as well. And now we're starting to see this severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in place until 9:15 tonight. That's going to usher in the potential for some stronger winds to come in from the west. That could lead to more trees down, in turn taking down power lines and knocking out power. So if you are east of this area right now, I want you to charge all of your mobile phones, your tablets, your computers. If you're up around Haywood County, Crockett County, if you're in Madison County, anywhere in West Tennessee, make sure all of your electronics are charged. And look, we're getting to 9 o'clock. A lot of folks are going to start going to bed soon. You got to get some sleep. And know that we're going to be tracking this through the overnight hours. We'll be giving you your first alert, but I want you to be able to have methods to get that. And in other words, you need multiple ways to get warnings, especially in a tornadic environment. We can't always rely on sirens. It's oftentimes you've got heavy rain, wind, whatever, you may not be able to hear them. So you need other ways to get warnings. And the best way is with the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. It's for Apple and Android products. And if you go to your app store, you can download it right now. Just search WMC. You'll find it right there. It's free. Download it. And if any warnings go off in the late and overnight hours, you're going to get your first alert right there. Also, if you have a weather radio, it hasn't been in use in a while, make sure it's plugged in, make sure it is turned on, make sure the volume is up, and make sure it has fresh batteries. Those batteries are a backup in the event that power goes out, and we can still deal with additional power outages as the evening continues. So here's what we're looking at right now. Again, we've got these severe thunderstorm warnings that are continuing across the area. But mainly, again, severe thunderstorms, and our main concern with these are the potential for wind. Can't rule out the possibility of a quick spin up, but I am encouraged by the fact that I've not seen any new tornado warnings in the last few minutes. But notice the wording is still there that a tornado is possible. So this warning is going to remain until 9:30. We're going to see the warning continue for Shelby County until 9:15. We go just to the north of that. I think the warning for Dyer County. Oh, yeah. So now a flood warning. And this is where things are going to get interesting, Eric. This is when we start to transition from a severe event into a flood event.
And Ron, we're about to have the National Weather Service. They're currently drawing up the lines for a flash flood warning that is going to include Shelby County, including the Memphis Metro. So while the rain really up to this point hasn't been we haven't really seen much rain here in Memphis. It looks like we're starting to get that line to really sort of approach us and eventually move over us here. And that's where we could really start seeing some issues, especially in those low-lying areas at first.
Right. And look, I know it's late, it's dark, but if you're in an area that's dry, there's no lightning out there, and you're ahead of this line, yep, and there is a drain or drainage, drainage ditch, whatever you want to call it, just make sure it is clear and that water can flow through it. Make sure there's no debris clogging it or over it. Take some time right now if you can, and you can do it safely, because moving the water out of here is going to be essential, because we are still on track for a tremendous amount of rain in the coming days, and we're going to see this continue, as I mentioned, well into the weekend. So we've got another round of severe weather coming our way tomorrow. Could even see 2 rounds, one in the morning, another late afternoon and evening. I think we're going to be in for a long night tomorrow night. We're looking at isolated to widespread, strong to severe storms on Friday, and then another round Saturday. So a lot of rain is going to fall, and it is quite possible some parts of West Tennessee, northeastern Arkansas, could see up to 12 inches of rain. Memphis on track to see anywhere from about 5 to close to 10 inches of rainfall as this system moves through. So I want everybody to be aware of that. Eric, you've got a pretty good view of the rainfall just so far today, just in the last 12 hours, those are some impressive rainfall amounts.
You know, and even, Ron, if you flip it over to the past 6 hours even, I was wondering if that was going to be a little too quick in time here. But even that's been it. There's been a whole heck of a lot of rain. So don't forget, folks, we had a whole entire cluster of strong and severe showers and thunderstorms and even tornado warnings that did move through northern Mississippi and western Tennessee. And those allowed for some rain to fall here. Didn't have any confirmed tornadoes, I do believe, on the ground out of those, but we definitely did have a bunch of hail reports that did come out here between northern Mississippi as well as western Tennessee. What's interesting about these rainfall totals, if we could turn around and take links full here, the amount of rain, or just the rain really kind of lining up almost parallel to the Mississippi River, whereas if you're east of it, there's not as much. If you're west of it, that's where there has been quite a bit of rain here, especially over the past few hours. The exception to that would be in Ripley, Tennessee, as well as Dyersburg. We take some pixel queries here and see what we got for some of those rain totals. And I will note that this has a tendency to overdo those rain totals just a little bit. We're looking still at about 2.5, 3 inches of rain. So say that's a great point. That's a great point.
There's a lot of hail out there, so that can skew the rainfall amounts.
So that was Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers noting that it could be skewed a little bit by hail, as far as pretty much that this radar is detecting that the rain fell and hail fell, and it's detecting as being pretty much that much rain that actually did fall. So that's a great point, Ron.
I still think it's close to about 1.5 to 2 inches.
Yeah, we had the same thought process with that here.
Yeah.
And most of that really being west of the Mississippi River at this point, because really in northern Mississippi, we haven't really seen much rain here over the past 3 hours at this point or so. So at least there has been a little bit of a lull there. Going back to some of those severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that we have here across the Mid-South, the majority of them for the time being are severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have too many tornado warnings at this point here, but still want to make sure that we do talk about those. Heading up to the north here into Dyer County and into Crockett County. Definitely don't want to forget about you guys over into Gibson County as well. A little closer look at some of these. Let's see if we have any impressive numbers that are popping up on the skits here. Hopefully they're relatively low. Still have a 7.2, and that number was the same over towards the Ripley, Tennessee area. This is still moving off to the northeast here at about 60 miles per hour. So it is moving itself to the northeast here rather quickly. But if you know anybody in Friendship right now, you are wanting to make sure that you're in that safe place. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. If you can, put a blanket over your head or at least some pillows or helmet ideally. Dyer, this is not Dyer County, but Dyer, Tennessee, 929, Trenton at 929, Rutherford at 932, Bradford at 938. These are all the times that you want to make sure that you are within your safe place here as far as the next half an hour or so goes. Ron, we just looks like we had that flash flood warning that was issued here, and it does include, as noted, the Memphis metro area. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to turn off some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, so this way we could kind of keep an eye on everything here. So we're going to turn that off. We're going to turn that off. What you see here as far as that pink or purple, whatever color you want to classify that as goes,
what was that?
That is the tornado watch that is in place. Turn off everything else, and even
Was that a new tornado warning? Was that a brand new tornado warning I just saw up there, Eric?
over towards yeah, it looks like Lauderdale. I guess that one just popping in here. Huh. I don't see that as far as the update goes, but that has to be a new one.
It can take a minute, yeah, because that's going to go until 10 o'clock tonight. So that is going to be for Crockett, Weakley, Dyer, and Gibson counties.
Okay, so this one is the one that's the further to the northeast here.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Yeah, that was it. They're just tracking that little area of rotation. We were just on that.
Yeah,
so
correct.
that's moving outside of our coverage area.
Right. And hey, Ron, you know this as well as I do. This isn't the first time you've done this. As far as we have a wider audience too than necessarily what we could depict at times. As far as people over into Gibson County, Madison County, as well. So we want to make sure we do take care of those folks. But as far as what we have with that flash flood warning here, as far as just the general area that is accompanied within this, what I want you to look at, let's do this. I'll flip this over. What's something that's relatively tame right now? Nope, that's not too tame. It could do that one. So I don't want you to necessarily look at the top of your screen where it says debris tracker, but instead I want you to look more so how wide of an area that these flash flood warnings do engulf. These include the vast majority of the Mid-South that is to the north of I-40, and it also does include pretty much all of northeast Arkansas at this point here. These flash flood warnings They are around, I mean, these are going to be in place here probably for a few days at this point here, but these are around until just after midnight here on Thursday morning as far as the one that includes Shelby County goes. So the time now is we'll call it 9:14 here on Wednesday evening. That means we still have 3 hours to go before that these are going to be able to expire here, and I wouldn't be surprised if they get extended. I think there's a better chance they get extended than that they necessarily expire here. So
I want to ask, where is Patrick right now? Is he still out? And can we talk to him for just a second? I hope. All right. Hey, Patrick, we've got your live shot up right now. It looks like we're starting to flood events, still dealing with some severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm wondering what your thought process is and where you guys are headed to. Maybe time to head back to the ranch. What are you thinking?
Well, we were, I was just mentioning a second ago, right before you came to me, it seems like that storm that is moving into Friendship, Tennessee, wall cloud associated with that. So moving through eastern portions of Crockett County, we've got a wall cloud associated with that storm that's now moving up to the north and east. I'll be moving into Gibson County here very shortly. But again, Friendship and northeastern portions of Crockett County, go ahead and be in a safe place. But I do want to let you know that what we're going to do, and actually as we're going past here, I don't know what overpass that was. I think that's the walking overpass over here right before you get to Watkins. There was water in the right lane that was into the interstate. I don't know if y'all saw that on the camera. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go up Austin P and kind of get on the edge of that rain shield. But it seems like this is turning very much into that flood event very quickly. We went from very heavy rainfall in eastern Arkansas to very quickly almost nothing. And it's kind of back and forth here as we're moving up through Shelby County. So tons of lightning, and now we're transitioning from not necessarily full-on severe weather, though there will be some embedded severe weather. Wherever this front, that's where the flood threat is going to emerge.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, you have done an absolutely stellar job today, bringing us some incredible video views. You've been all over West Tennessee, down in North Mississippi. I believe you were there for a hot second, and then coming around and up through eastern Arkansas. But we still have a long night to go. Eric and I are tracking these storms here, and I'm thinking maybe it might be a good idea to bring you and Garner back to the station, because we still got to get through the morning tomorrow as well, and it'd be nice to let you get some rest and then be raring to go. And by the way, for those of you watching at home, Patrick Ellis has been up since about 1 a.m. this morning. So it's been a long day for him, and we still have 3 more days to get through. Again, an amazing job tonight. Thank you for the work you've done and for the views you've brought us, and really just taking us to the storm tonight. So thanks a lot for that, Patrick. We certainly appreciate it. Look, we've got these severe thunderstorm warnings that still continue tonight. Memphis and Shelby County under a warning right now. We've got a couple of things going. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to go until 10 for Crittenden, DeSoto, Shelby. But we're also seeing flood warnings in effect right now. And I can't tap onto the flood warning, but these are going to be around for a little while. So it keeps wanting to hit the severe thunderstorm warning. But did we have the Monette video, you guys? I want to show you this video. This was from X tonight, and this was sent to us, I believe, by Dave. Am I right? Is that the video we have? It is. This is the Lake City tornado. Okay, here we go. So this is from Kyla Yancey. This is the Lake City tornado that devastated that community. Yeah. Absolutely devastated it. The Monette and Lake City shut down tonight as a result of damage in that area. First responders there checking for, and I don't think we have any reports of fatalities,
Correct.
do we?
Correct.
That's good news.
There have been minor injuries, I will say that.
Good deal.
And for those of you that don't know, as far as where Lake City, Monette are, Those are in eastern portions of Craighead County here. You don't know where Craighead County is, that's where Jonesboro is. If you don't know where Jonesboro is, you're going up about, what would you say, Ron? An hour and 15 up the road?
Yeah.
So this storm did originate here in Poinsett County, in the northeastern corner of Poinsett County. Actually, it was into central portions of Poinsett County, because this was even near Harrisburg at first. Then it moved through Bay, Lake City, Monette, and it did even scrape the far northwestern corner of Mississippi County here near Leachville. So as far as that given tornado goes, that is the strongest one that we've seen thus far, and I believe that's the only one that we've had any sort of confirmed damage with. I'm not 100% sure about that. And Ron, obviously, feel free to chime in if you know of something else here. But that was a nasty tornado.
Here's what I'm thinking right now, and this is for you, Eric, and the folks in the booth. Here we are. We're coming up on a 9:20. We have, I do believe, covered up all of our new Chicago episodes tonight, and hopefully we're going to be able to re-air those, and we'll get a statement out to you all on that. But we are getting a little close to 10 o'clock tonight, and I think it would just behoove us to go ahead and stay with this through 10, and then try to start Action News 5 at 10 if there are no tornado warnings that are in the area at the time. So, Eric, you got another 40 minutes left in you to track some more storms.
Ron Childers, I got all the time. You know, this is between you and me, me, Patrick Ellis, and everybody else here. We want to make sure we keep everybody safe. I definitely got 40 minutes left for you.
All right, good deal, because this is going to give us an opportunity to, A, track these severe thunderstorms. Let's make sure the tornado threat is diminishing. I don't want to stop too soon. I also want to keep a close eye on the heavy rain that is falling right now. And I do want to get to Action News 5 at 10 because, look, this weather has turned into a news event with damage up around Craighead County. We have had multiple reports of tornadoes in and around the area. We've got crews scattered all across the Mid-South tonight. Amani Williams is still hunkered down in the storm shelter in Dyersburg tonight. I think Kim Clark is still at the emergency center in West Memphis, Arkansas, so maybe we'll be able to hear from her as well. But let's go ahead and continue to track these storms up until 10 o'clock tonight. So you guys in the booth that are with us, you folks at home, I invite you to just hang with us and let's watch this because, look, this is about to impact the city of Memphis and Shelby County right now. And quite frankly, over the last, we've had, we're going in now to our 4th week of severe weather. We've had 3 weekends of very active weather. We've seen very little of anything away around the city of Memphis and Shelby County. Storms have been to our north, to our south, and to our east, but now we're seeing a pretty significant part of this line coming on through the area right now. And even though it is just a severe warned thunderstorm itself, I think I want to continue to watch what's coming in back behind as that makes its way into the city and just get folks here in Memphis and around the city just safely through this. And look, we're not going to stop tracking it by any means because we're still going to stay here through the overnight hours and keep a close eye on the first alert Doppler radar and any storms that may redevelop tonight. But given the fact that we're close to news time, let's go ahead and just continue and push on through. Joe Birch, if you have anything to add, please feel free to chime in. You get any new damage reports. But right now, it's all about tracking these severe thunderstorms. The one tornado warning that we still have in effect right now, this is for southeastern Dyer County, Gibson County. It's for northwestern Crockett County. Weakley County, this is for you right now. So let me zoom into that area and show you what is going on there.
And I will say, actually, Ron, with this storm, actually, there is apparently a confirmed tornado that is down 9 miles east of Fulton that is moving to the northeast here, 20 miles per hour. It's located near Latham, L-A-T-H-A-M, in that area. I know you're about to, I think, track it out here, so what you got?
Let's take a look at it because I can see the inflow notch on that. Let me just make sure that I'm in the right spot more specifically. So this is just to the west. Oh, are they looking at that west of Dyer? Because that looks like it is the most
I'd agree with you as far as that, yeah.
As far as the potential for tornadic activity goes. Move that off. There's definitely something up there. Put that back on. There's something right there too. But look, we're hitting this at about 90 miles from the radar site. So we're hitting that storm right around 3,500, maybe even close to 4,000 feet above the surface. So it's interesting to see what may transpire down to the surface. Just checking to see if there's any hail in it. And yeah, we've got a pretty good hail signature, which is usually indicative of a supercell thunderstorm coming through, and its ability, a rotating supercell thunderstorm, its ability to possibly produce a tornado. The BTI on that still holding in at a 7, I do believe. Taking a look at spectrum width, you can see all the turbulence that's right here in and around this area. Trenton, I want you to get to the safe place in your home right now. Get to your storm shelter, get to the lowest floor of your home, because that is definitely coming on through. Let's go ahead and put a track on it, and I'll track it from this little area right here. I'm going to put another track up around Dyer. So Mount Orange, 927, 933 into Trenton, 937 into Dyer. Barron's Corner, 939. It'll move into Tucker's at about 941. We'll see it get into Rutherford at 943. So that tornado warning, again, remains in effect right now. That's going to go until 10 o'clock tonight. So it does incorporate the town of Dyer, or the county of Dyer, just to the south and east. But I do want to mention Dyersburg. You are not under a threat of a tornado from this cell. It is well to your south and southeast, so you're in pretty good shape there. Alamo, it is just to the north of you, so Crockett County, yeah, still under that, but we've got a heavy cell that's still dropping a lot of rain right around Alamo, but the tornadic threat north and east of you, Humboldt, you're in the clear, at least in regard to tornado potential, but at the same time, there's still a lot of activity out there this evening and a lot of storms to track. So here's what we're looking at right now. Let's go back into this cell that's right here in southern Arkansas. That is for Lee and Phillips counties. That tornado or severe thunderstorm warning is going to remain now until, what is that going to go until 9:30, I do believe, 9:45? Let's see. There we go. Oh, until 10. So that's going to stay until 10 o'clock tonight. I'm going to pan just a little farther to the north. And then we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Shelby County. And this is a big one again. So that too, that remains until 10 o'clock tonight. And that is going to be, again, for Crittenden, DeSoto, Shelby, and St. Francis counties. So a lot of precipitation associated with this. And look, let's take a look at the rainfall rates, because flooding is really going to continue
just
to
south
be a
of
big
Covington.
issue.
You went to the same spot I eyeballed.
2 inches. It's coming down to 2. I want to see if it's skewed by hail. Oftentimes, if the radar's detecting a little hail and there's a little something right there, maybe
right near Munford,
pea size. But I think primarily that's heavy rain for the most part. So we go back to the rain rate. But that's a lot of rain coming down. And then you get right down there just to near Drummond's, coming down at about 2.73 inches per hour. Shelby Forest, you're getting some heavy rain right now, just under an inch per hour, but there are some pockets of heavier precipitation, right around 1.5 inches in that area. And look at this, in eastern St. Francis County, we're looking at close to 2.5 inches of rain per hour. And now these little cells that are coming on through Fayette County, where we saw a lot of rain earlier today. So the rain that's falling right now in Fayette County, even in DeSoto, Tate, Tunica counties, the ground's already saturated from the rain that moved through this past weekend. Then the first round they got earlier this afternoon. Now everything that's falling on that and will continue to fall is nothing more than runoff. And that's going to lead to the potential for some significant flooding in those areas and really all across the Mid-South. We do have a flood warning that is in, or flood watch, excuse me. We have multiple flood warnings that are out there right now, but the entire area under a flood watch until Sunday. So until 7 a.m. Sunday morning. So we're talking about more days of rain and thunderstorms coming into the area, and the potential for more strong to severe storms again tomorrow afternoon and evening, Friday at just about any point during the day, primarily afternoon hours, I do believe. And then Saturday, we're going to see another round that comes in during the afternoon, continues into the evening and late night hours. We'll finally get a respite and a break from all of this as we get to Sunday. But right now, this is turning into more of a flood event across the Mid-South, and you can see even flood warnings back to the west. That's going to go for until 11:45 for Crittenden Cross, Poinsett, St. Francis counties. We've got another one back to the west for Arkansas, Lone Oak, Monroe, and Prairie counties. Those will likely be extended just to the east. And then there are also flash flood warnings up around Dyer County. You've got Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Obion counties. You're under flash flood warning until 12:15. So a lot of precipitation in those areas. And I want to remind you, if you come to a flooded road, turn around. Don't try to cross it. We always say, turn around. Don't drown, because you can find yourself in trouble quickly. As a matter of fact, it only takes about 6 inches of moving water to sweep a car off the road. That's something to keep in mind. So, and especially at night, you don't want to find yourself in trouble. So I again encourage everybody to just stay home tonight, let this system pass, move on through, and then we'll see this transition into more of a rain event, I do believe.
And I will say, Ron, you know, something to keep in mind too, if you are in your neighborhood or just an area you're familiar with, you realize a traffic light is out, make sure you stop at it. You don't speed through it, and if the light is blinking red, treat that as a stop sign. If it's blinking yellow, that's a proceed with caution. Blinking red, you gotta treat it like it's a stop sign here. And even if you have a blinking yellow, keep in mind what's coming at you in orthogonal directions here, or perpendicular directions here, as far as that goes. But Ron, I will say that into the far eastern corner of Lee County, it seems like there's something trying, I wouldn't say necessarily trying to get its act together per se, but there's at least a little bit of maybe broad rotation that's trying to pop up here, at least some strong winds. This is looking, let me kind of back it back out here so you get an idea where we're at. So, yet again, here we go, looking at the Mid-South here. Let me dive in a little bit closer to the area I'm kind of keeping an eye on here. This is really into where Tunica County, as well as DeSoto County and Crittenden County all kind of meet here close to the Mississippi River. Notice the red that's on your screen that's just north or above where it says Hollywood. That's usually an indication that there's some strong winds around. Now keep in mind, strong winds don't necessarily mean a tornado. It just means that there's at least some enhanced winds right now that are occurring just to the north of Hollywood. This is still trying to sneak itself up to the northeast here, and I know it's into Shelby County. You haven't necessarily seen too much rain here as of late, but we're trying to. Some of these showers are trying to move a little bit closer to you as of this time. Not seeing anything necessarily too ominous here as far as a couplet goes here, as far as a tornado detection here. So there's at least good news within that. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some broad rotation around here. But overall, right now, it looks like all the rotation that we have here around the Mid-South, it is relatively broad in nature. It's not anything that's too concrete. National Weather Service also noting that there's some broad rotation in Tipton County, just to the east of Atoka, as well as Munford. And as far as our rotation detector goes, it seems to depict that as well here. So I don't think anybody's probably really trying to head outdoors as of this time here. But if you know anybody that is east of Munford right now, even south of Covington, get into that safe place. No reason, just may as well be safe than sorry. Try to put as many walls between yourself and the outside world. And keep in mind, if you do have a two-story house, what is above you here? If there's a hot water heater or if there's a refrigerator or something that's relatively large in nature, you obviously don't want that falling on your head here. There's not a tornado warning in this general vicinity, but it's still an area that we are keeping an eye on. As far as a wide view of things, yet again, if we turn the warnings back on, the areas that are oscillating, or they're kind of going in and out here with those oranges, that's an indication of a severe thunderstorm warning. We have one that's in Phillips and Lee counties, and then another one that's pretty big that stretches from Crittenden and DeSoto counties through the Shelby County area, including the Memphis metro, up to the north here, including Tipton, Lauderdale, and Haywood counties. And then just to the north of that here, we do have a tornado warning that is in place for Gibson County as well as Weakley County. So fortunately, those are starting to move to the northeast and out of the Mid-South viewing area, but we still want to keep an eye on some of those cells here that are into Gibson County, because we know that we still definitely have a bunch of people up there that are tuning into Action News 5 as of this time. As far as any of the different criteria, different tools that we have here at Action News 5, there's nothing necessarily catching my eye as far as there being something concrete or something ominous, but there's at least some broad rotation going on just to the east of Dyer, which is in Gibson County, Tennessee right now. Over towards Humboldt, that's yet again another area that has some broad rotation around right now. And some of those storm tops are not quite as tall as some of the other ones that we had earlier today at about 25,000 feet. We had some of those storms that were at about 4,800 feet, or 48,000 feet for that matter. So some of these have at least simmered down. Well, I say that now. This one that's just to the north of Ripley, Tennessee, it's at about 39,000 feet. So there certainly are still some pretty tall storms that we have here around the Mid-South. Wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some stronger winds here in Gulf, DeSoto County and Shelby County over the next little bit. So,
and I'm surprised we haven't thus far, especially given the fact that those storms have that height on them. You start to get around 40,000 feet, that cold air just really plummets to the surface, and that's where you can get the straight line wind damage. It's been unusual today, but that also is a testament to the upward vertical velocities that we were looking at earlier. In other words, that warm air just rising and then just being suspended in the atmosphere because there's so much warm air rising, and now it's translating into just torrential rain, it looks like.
I will say, Ron, it looks like, and I know we've been kind of saying this a few times throughout the duration of the afternoon and evening now, it looks like we might start to see some pretty heavy rain and some strong winds, as you said, approaching Shelby County, especially on the southwest side of town here. So over towards South Haven, Whitehaven, got to start keeping an eye on that now too.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you a question because you've had your share of weather days-long events. Your experience with Harvey that was down in South Texas, Hurricane Harvey, it was just sat on you for days. We are now headed into an event, Eric, that is going to drop rain over the area for just 4 consecutive days. Not constantly throughout, but I think we're going to have more hours of rain than hours it's not raining. How does this system compare to what you've seen and dealing with it here?
So for perspective, as far as that portion of southeast Texas is concerned, and Ron's talking about Beaumont, Texas, about 90 miles to the east of Houston, Texas, Hurricane Harvey delivered 60.58 inches of rain in the span of a week. That is 5 feet of rain in the span of a week. And don't get me wrong, they get a lot of rain down there in southeast Texas, but we got a year's worth of rain in the span of a week here. Now, fortunately in the Mid-South, we're not going to see numbers that are going to rival that, or we don't anticipate it at least. But it's still, as far as still seeing, say, 6 to 12 inches worth of rain here. And that's certainly a possibility here for a lot of the Mid-South. That is still going to cause some destruction. Just around overall, the quantity of days and just the hours that are embedded within this. That is what makes me think of Harvey more than anything else. And, you know, you and me have kind of talked privately about that as far as just Harvey and kind of my experiences with that. You've kind of talked about your experiences here as well, just as far as different severe weather events. And it's kind of crazy as far as 2 years ago with yourself and meteorologist Spencer Denton, who's now over in Knoxville, Tennessee. You know, between you guys and meteorologist Patrick Ellis covering some of the tornado events that we had here 2 years ago. And I was even just going back in time, what was it, back in 2008, Dyersburg, as far as seeing some tornadoes that occurred there on this given day too. So definitely some somber anniversaries here, but still got a few more days to go with this round before we are going to be clear of it.
Yeah, and that's the real kicker to this, is that we're looking at 4 consecutive days. And I think during Harvey, you went to work on a whatever day and left the station 5 days later. So this is, in comparison, not quite that,
right?
But at the same time, it's one of the more significant rain events and severe weather events, at least long-term severe weather events that I think I've seen in my career here.
Right. You know, Ron, one day, you and me, we're going to turn around and I'm going to tell you about Hurricane Harvey. We're going to have ourselves a nice cup of adult beverages right around a fire pit. We're going to talk about that one day.
It's a deal, buddy. Ashley, what was it? You got some new video for us? Okay.
06.
Oh, yeah, 06, the 60 people killed in Dyersburg. So that community's still feeling it. And I got to tell you, I got to give it to Mayor John Holden up there for putting in the storm shelters and giving that community a safe place to go when severe weather strikes. And look, right now, I want people to think over the next few days, if you live in a manufactured home, know where the storm shelter is in your area. Know where to go. Reach out to a friend who's got a more substantial house, because the winds we're going to deal with or potentially deal with could be a major issue for us. Also, if you live in a low-lying area that is typical to flooding, with heavy rainfall, know that this is a generational event that we're seeing here, and this could drop a tremendous amount of rain and create massive widespread flooding. So I encourage you to seek higher ground and stay there for the next couple of days and let this whole system pass through. Right now, what we're looking at, it's messy, but it is looking a bit more optimistic. The tornado warning has now, Dyer County and Crockett County have now been removed from the tornado warning. We're still dealing with a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but we've seen no additional tornado warnings or thunderstorm warnings issued here within the last few minutes. So that is encouraging. But again, I do want to remind everybody in Memphis and Shelby County that we are under a severe thunderstorm warning. It also includes Crittenden, Mississippi, and Tipton counties. That is going to remain until 10 o'clock. And because of the history of these storms producing tornadoes, we still have to be very cautious, and I want you to know where the safest place is to go in your home. Make sure your family is aware, and let's not let our guard down just yet. And that goes for our friends in Lee and Phillips counties, as that's still a little potent activity. And look, it's all moving in this direction. That's going to bring that additional rainfall right into the Memphis metro, so we could be dealing with flooding before the night is over as well. I think we have some pretty good video to show you tonight. Anna, you want to? Wow, an overturned train in Bay, Arkansas. We had some monster winds come through there. Not sure if this was tornado.
I think it was.
Result from a tornado. Was it?
That was in that vicinity. Yeah.
Let's check out the pictures. Let me show you what we're looking at here. Whoa. Brittany Phillips sent us these. Again, a train overturned in Bay, Arkansas. Wow. That's one image. There's another. Those are the rail cars you see right there. They're taking these safely from their vehicle, but you can see rail cars flipped over on their side. Man.
Think about the force that it takes to stop a train, let alone knock some stuff down. It's pretty incredible here. And Ron, as far as that area Bay goes, that's right in that path of where we do believe that tornado went through here. It originated really just west of Harrisburg, went to the northeast here into north central portions of Poinsett County, towards Bay, towards Lake City, and then eventually further to the northeast here into Monette and then Leachville. So, but that's impressive to see that. I mean, train cars are not small objects.
Right. Now, we have had a few confirmed tornadoes. Yeah. I think, what, 3 or 4 confirmed.
It might be more than that, honestly.
It may very well be. We got word earlier today, the National Weather Service, they're going to get through the event, through all of this, and then go back and survey the storms, I do believe. So it may be a couple of days before we find out the strength of the tornado that came through Monette and Lake City, as well as any additional damage or strength EF scales of any of the other tornadoes that may have come through the area tonight. But the main focus right now is going to be getting through this next stretch of 3 days of weather that every meteorologist in this area is going to have to endure.
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. It's one we've been talking about the past few days between yourself, between you, me, and meteorologist Patrick Ellis. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I tell you what, you guys have done a great job tonight. It has been an absolute pleasure to work alongside both of you. We're not over by any means. We still have a long way to go. And as I mentioned, this storm system is going to continue tomorrow. We'll see more activity on Friday and again on Saturday. So I want everyone to stay weather aware, have a safety plan for you and your family, know what to do if a tornado warning is issued for your community, your county. Also, keep a go bag in place. I do a lot of seminars around the community teaching people how to put together go bags. Basically, if you had to leave your home in 30 seconds, what would you take with you? Make sure you have in that bag some additional clothing. You want to make sure you have a little bit of food, maybe in power bars or what have you like that, some water. Make sure you have your important documents a backup to your computer on a flash drive. Throw it in a bag. Any pictures that you may cherish, make sure you have those. But just something that if you have to grab and go, you've got that bag ready, and important documents and things to get you through a stretch of time that you may be away from your home. I do believe we've got some video tonight. What was the other? This was the lightning, and that has been something. I actually had to turn the lightning off on this because we could not see the radar data as a result. But this was from our studios here at 1960 Union Avenue. Something else. And then the scary cloud structures, scud clouds, basically.
SCLs.
SCLs, scary looking clouds.
SLCs.
SLCs, yeah, scary looking clouds. But that's what we were looking at earlier today. Eric, I'm looking down at your Doppler radar. I noticed a shear marker right there around Pisgah Heights. What is that? Do we need to be concerned?
So this has been up here for probably about the past 15 minutes, Ron, and I've been keeping a close eye on it, especially since this is it is over Shelby County now. Nothing really kind of catching my eye at this point here as far as just the general velocity goes. It looks like this is just relatively broad winds that are scooting on through the area. So don't be surprised if you're in Memphis, yet again, especially on the southwestern side of town here, over towards Whitehaven, South Haven, over in Darwin, Rains, some of those neighborhoods over there. You might be experiencing some pretty strong winds right now. Fortunately, we don't have any sort of tornado threat, I do believe, on that end of things. But the rain is certainly coming down at a pretty hard clip, and we are seeing some pretty strong winds as well here. So this area is under severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning, it is expected to expire. Well, it is until 10 o'clock this evening. So right now it is 9:45 on Wednesday evening here around the Mid-South. We have seen our fair share of tornado warnings here across the Mid-South. As far as specifically Shelby County goes, we're starting to really see the rain here approach the Mid-South. And what I'm going to ask for right now, if we could flip the camera, or if we could flip what we're seeing here over to the downtown camera, looking at the M Bridge here, there has been quite a bit of lightning that has been flaring up here over the past little bit, especially out in the distance. It doesn't look quite as impressive as it actually did here just a few minutes ago, but we certainly are still seeing plenty of lightning and some pretty heavy rain here around the Mid-South. So, Ron, I know as far as when it comes to the lightning here, one of the things that really kind of helps us with is the potential of hail that could be embedded within some of these thunderstorms here. It looks like for the time being, at least, and it's obviously easy to say that here at Action News 5, it looks like that hail threat is diminished ever so slightly right
it really
now.
Is. And it's transitioning into more of a rain and flooding event. So I think that's what we're going to see. But again, we can't let our guard down, because even though this area got worked over a little bit earlier today, there could still be enough momentum there for these storms to redevelop. One of the other things we were looking at was the potential, and I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter to Memphis and Shelby County, but one of the things we were looking at or talking about earlier today is just environmentally, storms have a tendency to, a couple of hours before sunrise, pulse up, and then we can see a little more activity develop as we get into the heat of the day tomorrow. Right around midday, we're likely going to be in the mid-70s for highs, so still above average overall. The strong southerly flow is still going to be in place, but we can see more strong to severe storms as we get into the early morning hours. And I want to give you your first alert right now to allow some extra time for your morning commute. You're likely going to encounter flooded roads, and rain is likely still going to be coming down tomorrow morning during the morning rush hour and commute, and I can't rule out the possibility of a few strong storms there as well. But right now, it's been about 15-20 minutes. We've seen no additional warnings here in the Action News 5 coverage area.
Flip it on over to the downtown camera right now.
I don't have, yeah, let's take a look at the downtown. Oh, where is the downtown camera?
That's Woodward Plaza. You're looking back towards the M Bridge, and it went from nothing to from something to nothing. I mean, we saw the M Bridge and it was gone.
So that's that heavy rain that is just now crossing the Mississippi River, coming on through there.
We looked at this, the matter of a couple minutes ago, talking about how there was some lightning, and I mean,
yeah. And then boom, we get that.
And you can power flashes. We just saw power flash on the Midtown camera.
Yeah, take the Midtown.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that, Marvin. Let's see what our Midtown camera looks like tonight. Raindrops just now starting to redevelop or make their way back on the camera lens there, but the lightning That's something else. And lightning was so intense tonight, Patrick, I couldn't even see radar data. Had to turn it off completely.
You should have been out in it.
No, you're good at that. You're really good at that.
It was blinding. Let's just say that. It was blinding.
Something else. Good job with you and Garner today. So,
but I will say, when I was looking at the Midtown camera, on the left-hand side of the camera, as a severe storm was moving in, started seeing some power flashes. I saw blue, so I think that we're getting probably going to get some power hits here.
Yep.
Over the next little bit as that line's now moving in. It's got a lot of wind with it.
We were watching some video of the tornadoes coming through Monette, and it was interesting to watch the power flashes at the base as transformers were blowing up and going out. By the way, just got word, Dyer County schools are closed tomorrow, all right? So Dyer County schools are closed tomorrow as a result of the inclement weather. And you're probably wondering, well, hey, the storms are gone. It's all about flooding now. And look, flooding is going to be a huge concern up around West Tennessee, northeastern Arkansas. We've mentioned earlier this evening, we could see anywhere from 10 to 12 inches of rain in these areas. Now, we still have the tornado watch that remains until midnight tonight. I am encouraged by the fact that I've not seen any new tornado warnings, but that rain that's coming down right now, and there's even a little shear in there as well. As a matter of fact, let's just take a look. First of all, I'll take a look at spectrum width. You just see the turbulence that's kind of associated with it coming in back to the west, a little bit to the south and east. But as far as the precipitation goes with it, very heavy rainfall. Those rain rates right now, just east of the river and along the Mississippi River, close to 3 inches per hour, anywhere from 2 to close to 3 inches per hour. That's a lot of rain in a very short period of time, and it's all making a push to the east, northeast. So this is going to be impacting the remainder of Shelby County over the next few minutes as this continues to make its move in the direction. And you can see flood warnings already issued there. I'll put this, I think it's going more of that direction. So Memphis, here we are, 9:56. It's really right on top of us right now. It's just coming inside the 240 loop. Then 10:03, it'll get into Bartlett. Germantown, heavy rain, gusting wind, likely on the leading edge of this as well. So that's something else to keep in mind. We could deal with additional power outages as this surge is coming on in from the south and southwest. I know a lot of people have lost power this evening, but there may be additional power outages as a result. That's why I want everybody to keep their electronics fully charged. So Lakeland, 10:15. Should get into Collierville, 10:23. Hickory with about 10:28. This is a heavy rain right now, all right? And then Oakland, 10:35. We'll see it make its way into Stanton at 10:42 tonight. So severe thunderstorm warning will expire at 10. Eric, I'm not seeing anything in the way of consideration in extending that warning or putting another one in place of it.
You're talking about the severe.
Yeah.
So this is the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah. You seen any word from National Weather Service on thoughts of it?
So I did. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Lauderdale, Crockett, Weakley, Carroll, Benton, all the areas up to the northeast till 10:45 here.
Yeah.
I don't have anything specifically here, but the National Weather Service did note that they're kind of keeping an eye on the potential of a spin up here into Shelby County. So you saw that on your side screen there, Ron, as far as just kind of.
You want to touch on that
Yeah,
quickly? Because there is a little rotation over there.
Right, especially yet again, it looks like on the south side of Memphis here, once you get south of 240 over towards Capleville and even into the airport here as far as the Memphis International Airport goes. Notice the green on your screen here and some of those reds that are embedded. That's the indication that there could be at least some rotation going on right now on the south side of, excuse me, the south side of Memphis here. So Oakville over towards Southwind, even Germantown, Bailey over towards Collierville, your first alert there to the potential of at least some strong winds, and I'd say at least some heavy rain that will be embedded within that. Excuse me.
I think that rain's bringing down a big column of air with it. Let me show you the TDOT camera over the I-40 bridge. It was coming down pretty heavy just moments ago. Let's take a look at that if we can. And there it is. A lot of lightning. The rain was torrential just moments ago. Still coming down. You can almost see sheets of it on the on-ramp there. But overall, transitioning right now seemingly into a more of a heavy rain event, but there's still a lot of wind with this. These storms still showing some tendency to rotate, so that is creating some big problems there. Eric, what are you looking at there in Midtown? Do I see a debris detector?
So this is at least detecting that there's, I'd say, some sort of rotation going on. And you know, this has kind of been doing this throughout here, so I don't want to get people too excited. Excited's not the right word. Too nervous about this as far as seeing some of this blue popping up on your screen. And I'm not really worried about kind of this noise that's going on over here. It's more so some of this stuff that's back here. As this is moving from the west to the east here, this is at least detecting some spin in the sky just to the north of normal. So this is right by East High School, that general vicinity right now. That's where we're maybe seeing, I'd say, things getting kicked in the air, say if it's leaves or something like that. Not necessarily worried about there being an actual tornado, but there's at least some rotation that's going on embedded within this right now. So the wind's got to be pretty strong here right now. That's outside here at Action News 5. And it looks like it's at 54 miles per hour.
That was that big surge we heard a couple minutes ago. It was 54.
Okay, so the big surge that meteorologist Patrick Ellis noting that there was a 54-mile-per-hour wind gust that occurred here a matter of just a few minutes ago, and that's going to be moving itself from the west to the east right now. But
you can almost hear it.
Yeah, literally to a T, almost hear it. Wouldn't be surprised if there's at least some turbulence within the sky here on the south side of Memphis. Yet again, kind of approaching Germantown and Collierville over towards Winchester. There is at least these little areas that sort of pop up when you don't see that consistent line that's going on. You have to keep an eye on these little notches that develop here, as that's where we could be seeing maybe a quick little spin up. Now, fortunately, we don't have anything that's reaching the ground or even tornado warned or anything like that, but just little notches are things that you have to keep an eye on. If you want to travel a little bit further to the north as well, over towards Bartlett, where you are starting to see some of the heavier rain right now. If you're wondering why there's a gap right here just to the where it says ton in Millington, that is because that's where the radar site is. The beam is going out in a circle and it's detecting exactly how much rain is or isn't falling around the mid-south. But yeah, we definitely have some pretty heavy rain right now. It looks like near kind of the normal area, and yet again over towards what's the museum that's over there? Oh, right by East High School.
That's the Pink Palace.
Pink Palace, thank you. That's definitely one that's seeing some very heavy rain right now.
The National Weather Service has just extended the severe thunderstorm warning, so we now have a larger polygon in effect right now, and this is including more counties. So severe thunderstorm warning will continue now for Memphis and Shelby County. So it also now includes Benton, Fayette, Marshall, and Shelby, and that's going to go until 10:45 tonight. Now we've got another severe thunderstorm. I think that too has been extended just a little farther to the east. This is going to be for Carroll, Gibson, Henry, and Weakley County. That too is going to go until 10:45 tonight. No word on what they're going to do about the one to the south for Lee, Phillips, and St. Francis, as well as Tunica counties. That's set to expire at 10 p.m. tonight. But right now, Memphis and Shelby County, as well as Marshall, Fayette, Benton County, under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 tonight. And look, I know nothing is falling in Marshall County right now or Benton County, but all of this activity is coming your way, and it's really going to impact areas along Highway 72. So those are the areas that are the main concern for any strong to severe storms. So if you live along Highway 72 in Marshall and Benton counties, then you need to stay weather aware through the remainder of the overnight hours. But again, no additional tornado warnings. That is encouraging, but we can't let our guard down just yet. Can you guys give me a reading on how much rain we've had in Midtown so far?
So right now, the rain rate is at 3.7 inches per hour.
And that's just rain. I can tell you there is no hail with this.
Agreed. And we're looking at a 55/100ths of an inch, so just over ½ inch of rain that has fallen up to this point.
And that's just been in 10, 15 minutes.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, so we picked up about ½ an inch of rain in about 10 to 15 minutes. So that gives you an idea of the tremendous amount of moisture in the atmosphere. I mentioned earlier this afternoon or evening that over the course of the 4-day period, today, tomorrow, as well as Friday and Saturday across the middle Mississippi River Valley. And let me zoom out just a little bit, because this system is going to impact a lot of real estate. And it's also going to really impact parts of western Kentucky. But in this area right here, all the way here through the Mid-South, we could see close to 8 trillion gallons of water fall from the sky. That's a lot of rain, folks. That's going to translate into a lot of flooding. It's also, and a lot of it's going to fall to the north. So as it travels down the Mississippi River, we're going to see a rapid rise in the river stage along West Tennessee and eastern Arkansas over the coming days as a result of the runoff from all the tributaries that feed into the river, not only from the just to the north, but areas back to the west, Arkansas River and other tributaries that feed into the Mississippi. That's going to advance or lead to some rapid rise in river stages across the area. I don't think we're going to see any historic flooding in Memphis, but it wouldn't surprise me if we saw a river stage here in Memphis come close to 30, maybe even 35 feet in the coming days. So we'll certainly be watching that very closely. In the meantime, we're with you right now. Action News 5 is about a minute away, so you guys let me know when you're ready. We're going to continue to track these storms. A lot to talk about, but it looks like there is at least a little bit of a lull in the activity in regard to tornadic activity. But there are still some strong to severe storms that are moving through the area right now. That's going to continue through the overnight hours. And of course, we're going to continue to track it. Looks like they have let the warning expire down in Lee and Phillips counties. Good news there. But warnings still remain for Shelby, Fayette, Hardeman, Benton, Marshall, DeSoto County. That's going to remain until 10 o'clock or 10:45. Tipton County, Haywood County, you're included. And then we've got another one just to our north and east. That too goes until 10:45. But for now, what do you say? Action News 5 starts now. And we've got the latest with Joe Birch, meteorologist Eric Brill. Did Patrick Ellis go home?
Nope.
He's still here. He's got to be back at 2 a.m. So long night for us. I'm meteorologist Ron Childers. What do you say we go ahead and kick off Action News 5 at 10 right now?
What a night. A major storm system moving across the Mid-South at this hour. This video is a confirmed tornado, the one that hit Lake City in northeastern Arkansas earlier tonight. We know that at least 4 people were injured in Lake City. 10 to 12 homes were severely damaged there. Thank you for joining us and staying with us here on Action News 5 throughout the evening. I'm Joe Birch. Our first alert weather team has been on the air since before 3 o'clock today. This is a live picture right behind us here from high above 1960 Union Avenue, and it gives you a sense of what the weather is like right now outside. Tonight we have multiple crews out taking action for you, but before we check in with our reporters, we're going to check back in with these gentlemen who've been speaking to us since before 3 o'clock today with your first alert forecast to what's happening right this second. Ron and Eric, thank you. You just don't get a breath on a days like this.
I want graphics to kind of give you an idea of what your morning commute's going to be like. This is what it looks like right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis and Shelby County remains until 10 o'clock tonight. That's a shot from our Best Care Home Services camera. It has been a high-risk day of severe weather across the Mid-South. That's a 5 on a scale of 5, with being the greatest threat. We have confirmed touchdown and damage around Monette and Lake City in eastern Craighead County. Right now, it looks like that's the hardest hit area, but we're not finished with this, because tomorrow another first alert weather day as an enhanced risk remains over just about the entire coverage area. And look at this system. We've got a well-defined front moving on through, and a tremendous amount of moisture just coming out of the Gulf of Mexico feeding this system. Lightning, thunder, tornadoes, hail, heavy rain, and the potential for flooding. But right now, as far as things go across the Action News 5 coverage area at this moment, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains. This is going to go until 10:45 tonight, and this is going to include, again, DeSoto, Fayette, Marshall, Shelby. A tornado is possible. We have seen some rotation within this, although I have been encouraged by what we have been seeing. But we've also got another severe thunderstorm warning that is just to our northeast. But one of the things I want to point out is look at the lightning associated with this system. Just in this view right here, more than 2,000 strikes of lightning, and more specifically, right around the Memphis metro, 779 strikes of lightning. It's currently raining cats and dogs at Memphis International. We don't have the rainfall rate yet. We did hit a high earlier today, well into the 80s. 68 is what we're going to fall to tonight. And look, tomorrow morning, your commute is going to be a soggy one. We're looking at a 70% chance of rain and thunderstorms from 5 to 9, temperatures mid-range of the 60s. I've been with meteorologist Patrick Ellis, who's been in the Comfort Dynamics Storm Tracker, and Eric Brill tracking it all today. Patrick, still hanging out over there. He's not mic'd up, but I want to get a touch base with Eric quickly just to see what you're looking at and talk more specifically, mainly about the potential for rotation around Memphis and Shelby County.
Sure. So, Ron, it looks like there's at least some broad rotation that's going on right now throughout portions of Shelby County. The good news is it's nothing that looks quite as concrete or quite as evident as some of the different showers and storms we were seeing earlier today. The bad news is that there still literally is some rotation in the sky here, so we are keeping a close look on it. If we dive a little bit closer into Shelby County, the thing I want you to kind of note here, or just keep an eye on, are some of these green and red compacted areas that are in between Germantown and Collierville. That's where there could be some broad rotation going on right now. As far as what we have with any sort of other threats, did get a report of some small hail that's going on right now into portions of Shelby County, some pea-sized hail at Stage Road and Bartlett Boulevard, and 3 miles north of Bartlett, some other reports of some pea-sized hail as well. So the good news is at least we're not seeing any real big hail out of this. The bad news is we still have a few hours to go as far as seeing some of these showers and storms engulfing the Mid-South here. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed that hopefully we'll start to see some of these weather conditions sort of become a little bit calmer in the coming hours here. I'm going to send it on over to Joe Birch. Joe, what you got going on there at the desk?
Thank you so much, Eric. We have just learned that Dyer County schools in northwestern Tennessee are closed tomorrow. Our Imani Williams has been in Dyersburg all day. She talked to residents who went back and forth to the storm shelter multiple times tonight. And Imani joins us live right now from Dyersburg. Imani, how has the atmosphere been in the storm shelter?
Hey, Joe, I am right outside the storm shelter right now, right in front of Dyersburg High School. It's been a lot of back and forth all day. Earlier today, we were inside the storm shelter, and then when the warning passed around 5:30, we were let out, but we had to go back because another tornado warning came. Hundreds of people were in the storm shelter. At one point, it was around 490 people here at this shelter right beside Dyersburg High School. I want to let you look at your screen really quick. The power went out while we were in the storm shelter, and I don't know if you can see that right now, where people were kind of looking like, oh my gosh, because the power went out in there. Now, it was a lot of people in there, and they were all with heavy hearts because 19 years ago today, in 2006, there was a tornado outbreak that in Dyer County that killed 16 people and injured several others. So a lot of people were making sure that they were prepared and they knew what to do when it came to tornadoes here in Dyer County and in Dyersburg. Now, the Dyer County schools, they did say that they are out tomorrow. A lot of parents were glad to hear that because today schools were not let out ahead of the incoming weather. Now, right now, like I told you, I'm still outside of the storm shelter and outside the high school. A lot of people have left the storm shelter heading back home, but if you can see right behind me, it's pretty dark out here, but the power is out from this Dairy Queen right in front of me into the right of me. All the power is out, but on the left of me, the power is on because a pole has fell across the road. It's across Highway 51. You can't really see it from here, but we will continue to be out here and follow the latest updates and follow the latest updates. But like I said, there is a power pole that has fallen across Highway 51 right here in front of Dyersburg High School and the Dairy Queen. So we're trying to get more information on when power may be restored or when this pole will get off of, they'll pick this pole up off the road. But like I said, I'm live here in Dyersburg. We'll have more in the latest when we get it. Live in Dyersburg, Imani Williams, Action News 5. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Imani. Please stay safe out there. East Arkansas took a direct hit from Mother Nature tonight, from huge hail in Forest City to a gigantic tornado tearing across Craighead County. Our first alert colleague and friend of Ron Childers, Ryan, in the meteorologist in Jonesboro, said tonight will go down in history. Ryan Vaughn, that is. He said tonight will go down in history because more tornadoes were recorded on the ground than ever before in one time in northeastern Arkansas. Action News 5's Joyce Peterson has been following all of this with our team coverage tonight. She joins us live in studio. Joyce.
Yeah, Joe, let's check it out. These are the hail balls that fell in Forest City, Arkansas tonight. Thank you to all the viewers who sent us your pictures. That's some giant hail. No major damage reported there, so let's talk about the big storm. The First Alert Weather Team was warning Action News 5 viewers in East Arkansas. The storm was tracking through your towns, and your video sent to us revealed the tornado spawned by that system. Check it out. Here's what it looked like as the funnel cloud dropped down over Bay, Arkansas. That's about 1 hour northwest of Memphis. Another video shows train cars in Bay knocked over on their sides by the force of the wind. This is the storm reaching Lake City, 12 miles east of Bay. It was a huge, menacing tornado taking out power poles and lines. Craighead County officials confirming 10 to 12 homes damaged. At least 4 minor injuries reported. As the system pushed east, the tornado then impacted Monette, injuring at least 3 more people. Craighead County E911 reporting that highways 18 and 135 in Lake City and Monette are completely shut down due to the power lines, electric poles, and houses across the road. You may remember the nursing home in Monette was destroyed by a tornado back in 2021. This community no stranger to destructive weather. At last check, Energy Arkansas reporting 3,100 plus customers in Craighead County are without power. Authorities are urging folks stay home, avoid the area. They are cleaning up from that right now. Live in studio, I'm Joyce Peterson. Joe, back over to you.
All right, our Sydney Gray has been out all afternoon tracking trees down and responding to a house fire in Olive Branch that apparently was caused by lightning. She joins us now live from South Haven. And Sydney, tell us what you've seen throughout the course of the day.
Hey, good evening, Joe. Quite a bit here in DeSoto County. Before we talk about that house fire, I want to first tell you where I'm at tonight. So we are in South Haven, of course, in DeSoto County at the South Haven Community Safe Room. And there have been kind of a slow trickle of folks coming into this safe room to kind of course, take shelter as the storms hit here in DeSoto County. It hasn't been extremely crowded, but a good amount of people have been coming in and out of this safe room. And as I kind of talk to you tonight, I can hear the rain coming down at one point, heard the thunder rumbling a bit. It got louder, it's been quieter. Even right now, I still hear that rain coming down. And when folks walked in just a little bit ago, I could feel a bit of a breeze. And so when we first got here several hours ago, it was a lot warmer. The temperatures dropped since we've been here. Again, feeling that breeze and of course the rain coming down a lot more. Folks coming inside are obviously wet from that rain, the heavy rain that's been coming down. But the people we've spoke to, they're in good spirits. They're happy to just be in a place that is safe and dry, of course. Some of the people that I've spoken to inside of this safe room tell me they got here as early as 3 o'clock. Some have been here since 5, and they plan to be here at least until midnight or until those severe weather warnings are, of course, going to expire. Now, earlier today, we were over in a different part of DeSoto County in a neighborhood, and when we arrived in that area, we saw a home that had been impacted by a fire that we believe, or we have gotten reports rather, that that fire was caused by an apparent lightning strike. I had the chance to speak with a neighbor, and obviously the homeowners are pretty distraught about what happened to their home. But from speaking with that neighbor, I just learned, obviously, today that the neighbor was, the homeowner, I should say, was in the house when this happened. They were okay. No one was injured from what I've been told earlier today, but there was significant damage to the roof. We had some photos on our website, actionnews5.com, so you can go check that out for yourself. And we've got some video, obviously, that we'll be able to show you on our website, again, Action News 5, so you can see what it looked like for yourself, but significant damage to that home. So really a lot of big impacts from the storm today all over the Mid-South. I've spent a good amount of time here in DeSoto County, and we are seeing the impacts of these storms all over. But back here in this community safe room, folks are really just taking it all in. They're charging up their devices, spending time with family and friends. They've got their blankets and towels, and folks are just staying pretty much in good spirits as they wait for these storms to pass. Live here in DeSoto County, Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
All right, thank you so much, Sydney. Now, right here in Memphis, right here in Midtown, we saw a number of trees down earlier in the afternoon. Our colleague Garner Montgomery has spent the entire evening driving throughout the Mid-South with storm tracker meteorologist Patrick Ellis. Garner now joins us from an area at Vinton Avenue in Midtown at McLean, where a big tree is crossing the roadway, right, Garner?
Yeah, so when we pulled up, looking at it, actually, it seems like it might not be a tree, but a power pole that is down. Let's give you a look from the overhead camera. You can see that power lines are down on the ground right now, and this utility pole is right over the entire street. Of course, it's closed off. Someone was smart enough to put some garbage cans there to remind people not to come here. Maybe these are the reports of the tree that came down. It's possible that a tree here may be too dark to see, but a tree may have come down, knocking over these two utility poles. You can see the second one, it's a little bit dimmer, but you can kind of make that out. And of course, we switch over to our dash cam. You can see directly in front of us are some down power lines. So this is about as close as we can get right now. As for the conditions outside, it's still heavy rain and some strong thunderstorms. Definitely hear the lightning outside right now. Conditions don't look good in terms of the flash flooding. Knowing this is going to go on all night, be sure to stay safe and stay inside because it's not looking too great outside right now.
Thank you so much, Garner Montgomery. All right, Crittenden County Judge Woody Wheelis issued a state of emergency today. He said, quote, by doing this, we will be able to get immediate emergency assistance from the state in the event we have significant weather-related issues. We are preparing for the worst and praying for the best for our citizens. I ask you to please stay home in the event areas are affected by this weather. This is the Crittenden County Judge Woody Wheelis statement tonight. Multiple storm shelters open across the Action News 5 coverage area to keep you safe amid our severe weather. If you need to seek out a shelter, there are places in West Memphis, in Arlington, in East Shelby County, in Olive Branch, in DeSoto County, and in Dyersburg, where we had Imani Williams working all night long with more than 400 people who were sheltered there. These safe rooms will be open until severe weather threat passes. For a full list, look for this story on our website, actionnews5.com. All right, now that he's had a chance to take a sip of water, let's send things back to our Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, who's been talking since before 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, let's get right to it, Joe, because things are looking better, but we're still not out of the woods by any means. We've seen a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust with the storms moving through Memphis and Shelby County. High risk today across the area, and northeast Arkansas bore the brunt of it, but it's not over. We've got a severe weather risk again Thursday and Friday. Thursday, Friday, all severe weather days. Heavy rain remains the main concern. This is through tonight, but really it's going to extend through the remainder of the week, and we can't rule out the potential for more damaging wind, hail, and the possibility of tornadoes. We'll finally see things taper off by Sunday and get a dry pattern in here to start next week, but a flood watch remains in effect right now until 7 a.m. Sunday. For more on what's coming down at this time, let's check in with meteorologist Eric Brill for a look at our first alert Doppler radar. Eric?
Well, Ron, we certainly are still seeing some pretty heavy rain here across the Mid-South, and we still do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place for the region, or actually it's 3 that are technically in for the region. So dive into it. What we have right now, there is a line of really heavy rain that stretches pretty much from Helena, West Helena, all the way up to the north through Brownsville, and it continues really up into Murray as far as going into Kentucky here. And I think one thing we kind of have to keep an eye on with respect to this line is the potential for some training to really start to fire up, because there have been a lot of models that have indicated the potential of that occurring here as far as the Mid-South is concerned. And once you start getting some training rain, that's where you really start to see your flood level and your flood risk really start to amplify here. As far as the severe thunderstorm warnings are concerned, there is one that is in place for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds. That does include the Shelby County area or in Memphis Metro. That is one we have to keep an eye on as well, and that really stretches from the southwestern corner here of Helena, West Helena, up to the northeast. Notice those little arrows that you see on your screen. Those are known as skits, and those really give us good information what could be embedded within some of those showers and storms. And really, for the most part, it's indicating there's a whole heck of a lot of water and a whole heck of a lot of rain that's embedded within those. Wouldn't be surprised if there is some small hail right now near Tunica, and that's going to stretch to the northeast here and eventually over towards South Haven. Another heavy batch of rain that is into the 240 loop right now, a little bit close to Bartlett or just outside the 240 loop. That's another area we are keeping an eye on. So the rain's going to continue to fall here at a pretty heavy clip around the Mid-South. I know that there are portions of northern Mississippi. Maybe you haven't seen quite as much rain yet, but you are going to get some here through the progression of the evening and the overnight hours. And Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, we're talking about a whole heck of a lot of rain here. We have those severe thunderstorm warnings that are around, and we'll be keeping an eye on those here throughout the rest of the night.
Have to, Eric, and as a matter of fact, look at this. We've still got temperatures near 80 in northern Mississippi. It's 81 right now in Corinth. It's 79 in Oxford. Same thing in Holly Springs, even down in Helena and Marks, Mississippi. Cooler, rain-cooled air moving into northeastern Arkansas, but that strong southerly flow continues. And from now until about 2 a.m., we're still going to see strong to severe storms and the potential for more severe storms along that leading edge as it moves on through northeastern Mississippi. We'll see a little bit of a lull around 8 in the morning, but we can't let our guard down because all of this is going to lift north as another surge of moisture comes in, and from around 10 to 2 we could find a round of strong storms there. But it's tomorrow evening I think we're going to find another significant burst of severe weather coming into play. I am encouraged by the fact that we could find temperatures in the 50s, but there's still going to be some warm air out ahead of it. We're going to have to watch that closely for the potential of more severe weather, possibly more isolated tornadoes, and the focus could shift into northeast Mississippi for tomorrow afternoon and evening. But that rain's going to continue overnight tomorrow night. Planning your day tomorrow, we're still looking at about a 60 to 70% chance of rain throughout, and it's still going to be warm. We're looking at a high of about, well, I think we'll hit a high tomorrow of about 74 as we get into our 10-day forecast. Again, a first alert weather day for Thursday. Let's check out Friday. We're going to hit 82 for a high. Now, we'll likely have some very early morning rain and thunderstorm activity right around 5 o'clock, mainly along the 40 corridor, but it's going to be lifting north as another surge of warm, moist air comes in out of the Gulf, and as that heats up in the afternoon, Friday afternoon, we could see some more isolated severe storms. And then Friday evening, we're looking at the potential for another wave of activity to come through. But it doesn't end there. 70% chance of rain on Saturday. And this one could frankly be a little more potent, especially in the early morning hours. This is going to be the main front finally pushing on through and moving out of the area, but it's going to take the whole day to get it out. And as we get into Saturday evening, Saturday night, the potential for more severe weather will continue. The good news, by Sunday morning, 9 o'clock, a drier pattern should emerge. Clouds are still going to stick around. We'll keep a 60% chance of rain in play, but check this out. By the time it's all said and done, through Saturday, and I included Thursday in this too, so this is going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and early morning Sunday. We could see anywhere from around 5 inches to our south and east to possibly close to 8 inches around Memphis. Forecast models have been pretty consistent in that. We could see anywhere from 10 to 14 inches of rain across northeast Arkansas, northwest Tennessee. A tremendous probability for flooding in our northern counties across the Action News 5 coverage area. It is important that you stay weather aware tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and we can't let our guard down Sunday, because I think we could still have widespread flooding in the area, even though it looks like a good part of the day will be dry. We will be cool and dry to start next week. We're looking at temperatures in the lower 60s on Monday, mid 60s on Tuesday, and then we get back to around 70 by Wednesday. But next week, Monday through next weekend, looking nice and dry. And by then, Joe Birch, we're going to need it.
We sure will. And so those areas of your community in the Mid-South where you know they are prone to flooding, when we get this type of rain, you need to be weather aware, super weather aware, ultra weather aware over the next 4 or 5 days to make sure you and your loved ones and your family members and your neighbors don't drive into those areas. Now, part of the reason why schools are closed tomorrow in Dyer County in northwest Tennessee is because of a fear of flooding. And I saw earlier, our Imani Williams reported the power is out, at least in part of the community in Dyersburg. And so, Imani, give us an update on what's happening in Dyersburg.
Hey, Joe, power is still out here in Dyersburg. The storm shelters are closed here in Dyersburg, and that's how it's been. It's been open and closed throughout the day. Today, we came earlier. It opened up for us, and then once the tornado warning was lifted, it closed. It opened again when the tornado warning was back, and now since the tornado warning has been lifted, it is closed again. But like you said, the power is out on some of Highway 51 here in Dyersburg. You can kind of see there's a Dairy Queen. You probably can't see because it's so dark out here. The power's out, but there's a Dairy Queen right in front of me. From that Dairy Queen to the right, power is out, but to the left it is on. So there is a power pole that has fell across the highway. Police officers were surrounding that just a few minutes ago. They are trying to figure out how to get that power pole back up, but that is what is causing the power outage here. And the power went out earlier. The power's been out for a while. It went out while we were in the storm shelter earlier tonight, and it has not come back on just yet. Out here now, it did come back on in the storm shelter. Like you did say, Joe, schools are out here in Dyer County, so parents were glad to hear that, because schools did not let out ahead of this severe weather that came in. Now, a lot of people were on edge today because 19 years ago today, in 2006, there was a outbreak of tornadoes that touched down here in Dyer County. 16 people lost their lives in that tornado outbreak. Dozens others were injured. I actually talked to a woman who said that her nephew was actually injured in that tornado outbreak, and she said they just get a little nervous when it comes to tornadoes, and so they made sure that they came to the storm shelter today. But it was nearly 500 people in the storm shelter, and she said that is why, because today a lot of people are on edge. They wanted to make sure that they were somewhere safe, because they know 19 years ago today how that day was for people here in Dyer County. We'll continue to follow what is happening here with the power here in Dyersburg, but for now, live in Dyersburg, Imani Williams, Action News 5. Back to you, Joe.
All right, thank you. Such a great job tonight, Imani. Thank you. Now look at this video from Bay, Arkansas. This is in Craighead County, up by Jonesboro. We do know that this storm is a confirmed tornado, and what you see there is that cone tearing through Craighead County in Arkansas, at Bay, Arkansas. And we have quite a bit of video, and our colleague Ryan Vaughn in Jonesboro says today sets a record for the most number of tornadoes on the ground at once in northeastern Arkansas. This is one of the many tornado warnings that our colleagues here at Action News 5, Ron Childers, Eric Brill, and Patrick Ellis, were monitoring throughout the whole afternoon as one tornado warning came up after another, this one out of Bay in Craighead County, Arkansas. Now, let's talk about power outages. This is the live electric outage map from our friends at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. At the moment, 7,778 people, customers, are without power in Shelby County, Tennessee, which is, of course, MLGW's coverage area. And we see that there's a significant outage in the Mallory area and East Shelby Drive. We also see in parts of Midtown and North Memphis, we have power out. So 7,778 customers without power right now. If your power is out, you can always call the utility company, MLGW, their outage hotline, number 901-544-6500, and they want to know your report. So if you have yet to call it in, just yesterday, Doug McGowan, the president and CEO of MLGW, was in our studio for our new program, A Better Memphis, and we talked about this forthcoming weather event. And he said, we want people to call. When your power goes out, call 901-544-6500. Let them know so their teams can make plans and get busy about restoring the power. He said, we probably know it's out, but we love to have the confirmation. All right, Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee and the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency TEMA Director Patrick Sheehan issued a state of emergency for Tennessee. Lee has also requested an emergency declaration for the state. TEMA says the state of emergency allows the state to take measures to protect citizens and expedite assistance, including mobilizing resources and coordinating responses. Now, this is a look at some of the damage that we found here. Our cameras saw throughout the city of Memphis today. This is video at Lamar Avenue near Central. This is Midtown by the University Club right there. And you can see traffic was blocked on Lamar there for a time today due to vegetation falling down. This is what we could see we're going to see for tonight and the rest of the weekend. Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers has a final look at our weather.
Check it out, Joe, because we're not finished with this just yet. Now, we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, one including Shelby County. It's going to go until 10:45 tonight, but a tremendous amount of rain. Now we're starting to see flooding right around the Whitehaven area. We've got crews that are headed into that area right now, but fortunately just severe thunderstorm warnings, but we're not dealing with anything in the way of tornado warnings, but we can't let our guard down. So we're going to continue to watch this through the remainder of the overnight hours. There's still a bit of a juicy atmosphere right around parts of northeastern Mississippi. So that's an area of concern that we'll be watching very closely. But I do want to give you your first alert to the next 10 days. We're still going to see another round of strong to severe storms. Could have some activity in the morning Thursday, but I think there's a better probability as we get into the afternoon and evening. That could go late night, 74 the high. Then Friday seems like a little bit of a lull, but another first alert weather day as another round of storms will break out in the late afternoon and evening, and we could see isolated cells that develop during the daytime hours. As we get to Saturday, the whole system's finally going to make a move to the east, but it's going to make a stormy day throughout. We'll finally see the rain ending by early Sunday and a dry pattern emerging as we get on into the beginning of next week. Patrick Ellis, did you have something?
The storm that they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning on goes up to 80 miles an hour.
Okay.
And that's going to be for Haywood, McNary, Fayette, Madison, Crockett, Tipton, Carroll, Gibson, Hardeman, and Henderson.
All right, good deal. Thank you for that. Thank you for all the work. Good job today, Eric and Patrick. Joe Birch.
Well, I'll tell you, 80-mile-an-hour winds in West Tennessee. We had a 54-mile-an-hour gust a short time ago. Stay weather aware. This is the team to be watching right here on Action News 5 throughout the next 4 or 5 days.
Did you know taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep? So you wake refreshed for a more productive day. Get 24-hour continuous relief that does not fade. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
There's a reason the flappy, flaily, inflatable tube man dominated the dance-off. Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
For over 70 years, Cannon Brothers Heat and Air has been the name homeowners and businesses trust. Family owned and operated, our team works with no commissions, so you get expert service without the sales pressure. With 5-star reviews and a reputation for reliability, we handle residential and commercial heat and air needs. Plus, new customer, senior, and active military discounts. Stay comfortable with lower utility bills and cleaner air. Call Cannon Brothers Heat and Air today.
Hurt in a car or truck accident, you have a decision to make in choosing the law firm. Other law firms charge you up to a 40% settlement fee. The Chioza fee is only 25%. At Chioza, our clients come first. You will always take home more money with our extra low fee. Call Chioza Law Firm at 901-526-9494.
Increasing power to 10x. Increasing power to 50x. Increasing power to 200x. Extreme earning activated.
The only thing better than money is more money. Multiply your win 10, 50, or even 200 times with the Multiplier Instant Games from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun.
When it comes to insurance, it's important to have a plan that fits you. Get a plan that's too big.
That's not gonna fit.
And you may pay for insurance you don't need.
Ellis.
And a plan that's too small can leave you without adequate protection. At Shelter Insurance, our agents help you design a plan that meets your needs so it's just right for you. Insurance that fits just right so you can kick back and relax. Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com to get started.
Fried chicken and wontons and teriyaki glaze and an egg roll. Some people think the Zaxby's Sensation salad is too delicious to be a salad.
Yep, that's why we call it a salad. The Zaxby's Sensation Salad. Zaxby's.
Good evening, I'm meteorologist Ron Childers. We're back on the air tonight simply because we're getting reports of 80-mile-an-hour winds that are poised to move through the city of Memphis and Shelby County. Many of you are going to start getting warnings on your phones or mobile devices soon as this activity is coming on into play. There's still a lot working around the area, and just to give you an idea of what is happening, Memphis and Shelby County under a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible in this, showing signs of rotation, but there's also strong wind and the potential for damage. Now, this will expire at 10:45, but there's another one that's coming in just behind it, and this severe thunderstorm warning really has the potential to pack a punch as well. Let me clear this off of here and give you a better idea of what it is we are looking at. And this severe thunderstorm warning is about to cross the Mississippi River. Tornado possible with this for Crittenden, Lee, St. Francis, and Tunica counties. Severe thunderstorm warning right now, but it's the wind that's accompanying this that is very strong. That's why we're back on the air with you tonight. We could see damage in the form of trees going down, additional power outages. You get winds like that, they're going to mow over just about anything they come across. Chester, Gibson, Henderson, Madison County, you remain under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible there as well, as there's still some signs of rotation that's trying to continue within the storm itself. Meteorologist Eric Brill is with me right now. You've got a pretty good look at the winds that are coming through. Eric, more specifically, where are the greater winds at this time?
So it looks like, Ron, as far as some of the strongest winds right now, they are in eastern Haywood County, starting to approach over towards Madison County as well. And really, Crockett County, a lot of these same areas that took it on the chin earlier this afternoon are seeing some of the strongest winds. This is looking a little bit far away from the actual radar site here, but this is indicating the potential of, well, there you go, a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Even if that is elevated in the sky and looking a little bit higher.
You think that's reaching the surface?
You know, if nothing else, the rain that's coming out of this, it's probably transitioning at least, say, 75 to 80% of it down to the surface of the earth, and that's still looking at a 60-plus mile-per-hour gust. So I think that's at least possible here as far as the eastern portion of Haywood County is concerned. Some of the stronger winds down to the south, too, as far as Somerville goes. Those ones might not be quite as strong as the ones to the north, but still, we're looking at some really strong wind gusts right now, just literally steam rolling through the eastern side of Haywood County into Fayette County. If you know anybody over Madison County or Hardeman County over towards Bolivar, give them that first alert there, so this way they are aware of this strong line of winds and heavy rain that will be moving through those counties here rather shortly. Don't have anything as far as tornadic activity confirmed or on the ground or anything like that, or even a tornado warning right now. Still keep an eye on the potential for just a quick little spin up to occur here and there. Fortunately, as of this time, nothing's catching my eye as far as the tornadic side of things. I will say I am keeping an eye on a little cluster of showers and storms that just to the east of Pine Bluff that might be intersecting the far western portion of Phillips County. But at least, Ron, right now, this is certainly more of a wind threat than it is really anything else, I'd say.
Okay, so folks in Haywood County, we're seeing cells basically merge, and that is increasing the wind, plus the momentum of the line itself as it pushes off to the east. A lot of rain associated with this as well. But right now, it looks like the area of main concern is coming on through Fayette and Haywood counties right now as that pushes off to the east. So let me zoom in a little tighter, and then we're going to put some tracks on this and show you where those stronger winds are going to be, because this will likely have an impact on Madison County, possibly even Hardeman County as it comes on through. So with that in mind, let's put a track right here on this leading edge of storms, and let's track that off to the east northeast. Whiteville 1045, then into Huntersville at 1050, 1104 into Jackson, Pinson 1116, Henderson 1126, and then we'll get into Finger at 1135, 1141 should move on into Lexington. That's going to take it on outside of the Action News 5 coverage area if it continues to move in that direction. But we also want to continue to watch this area that is just to the south. This is parts of northern Mississippi right here, really from Corinth down to Oxford. We are finding temperatures still near 80, 79 degrees at the top of the hour in Oxford. And look at this, back to the west, we've got another tornado warning that has just popped up. This is outside of our area, but we're going to have to watch that cell. This is for Arkansas, Lincoln, and Monroe counties, as that cell is going to eject to the north and east. And if it continues on its path, well, it could have some impact on Lee and Phillips counties. And as I track that off to the east-northeast, let's take a look at some of the communities that could be impacted by this cell. I think I'm going to have to clear. There we go. So St. Charles, 1040, Marvell, 1106, Lexington, 1119, Helena, 1130. We'll move into Jonestown at about 1152, Tunica, 1153, Sledge, 1216, Hernando coming in there at about 1230. So there may be some storms packing a punch well into the overnight hours tonight, but our main concern right now is for this severe thunderstorm warned storm that has the potential of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds as it is moving on through Hardeman County, or Haywood County, excuse me, for the most part. So Chester, Hardeman, McNary, Madison County under a warning there, but the other warning just to the south of that is going to include Benton, Fayette, Hardeman, and Marshall counties. That's the one that has the potential to bring with it the damaging wind and possibly a quick spin-up tornado. Eric, you've got a pretty good look at it right now. What are you seeing?
It's amazing, Ron, just watching this line of wind just spread from the west to the east here. I mean, in the span of half an hour, this went from Mason almost all the way to Jackson here. So in the span of, well, maybe not quite to Jackson, that's a little exaggerated, but in the span of half an hour, it went roughly about 35 miles or so.
Absolutely amazing.
So that's moving to the east here at a very quick rate. I can imagine on I-40 right now, it's got to be literally blinding here if you're traveling from Jackson towards Memphis. Clearly, we don't recommend traveling as it is anyway, but that wind is hauling the mail right now. Along Highway 64 over towards Whiteville, you're about to get another round of really strong winds. Laconia, same idea as well, over towards Bolivar. Mercer, that was an area that we were talking about earlier today that I believe had a confirmed tornado on the ground. That's a region that's going to be seeing at least some strong winds. When you get this line of winds to race ahead of the main line, it, as Ron said, it can cause a quick spin up of a tornado here. And the rotation detector is at least detecting that ability is a possibility here, especially into Madison County, just to the west of Jackson. So small areas like that we've got to keep an eye on those. Further down to the south right now, heading into northern Mississippi, same idea with some of those stronger winds around. They might not be quite as impressive as some areas to the north right now, but certainly keep an eye on some of these winds that are very strong here across the Mid-South, especially into Haywood County. I think that's the one to really kind of keep an eye on right now. Well, I guess
that's the one that really has the potential to do some damage in West Tennessee. And it's just that straight line wind that's associated with that. So again, that warning remains in effect now. Here in the city of Memphis and Shelby County, let me put the features back on here and show you once again, we are still under a severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County. That is going to go until 10:45, but it's the one that is just to the east of us that is for really coming on through Haywood County right now. That's the one that we're watching closely at this time, and for any potential of a tornado to pop up within that. So a lot of activity going on here. It has been a very stormy day. Storm started this afternoon right around just before 3 o'clock, and now this activity just continues to push on east and through the Action News 5 coverage area. Rain is also a big concern with this, and that's also contributing to the wind. As that rain comes down, you get so much. Look at that. It's coming down at about just over 2.5 inches per hour. Then you get down around just to the south of Summerville, just over 1.5 inches per hour. But that rain has a tremendous ability to bring down a column of air with it, spread out as it hits the surface, and create some big problems there. So right now, we're shifting to a flooding and wind threat with these storms as they continue to move on through. But right now, overall, not seeing any additional tornado warnings issued for our coverage area. National Weather Service is extending some warnings a little closer to the Tennessee River. We're going to watch this little cell that's starting to make its way into Lee and Phillips County right now. But overall, the real cluster of storms along and north of the 40 corridor, heavy rain, torrential wind, and with the potential for 80-mile-an-hour wind gust here. Yeah, the potential for trees to go down, damage to homes, and taking out power in those areas, a serious concern right now. Eric, anything you see that catches your eye?
Not at this very moment, which, you know, I'd classify that as being a good thing, but it's easy to say that too. Compared to some of those areas that are right now in Hardeman County and into Haywood County that are seeing some of those strongest winds. Fortunately, at this time, it doesn't look like that there's any rotation necessarily within these winds, but when you have 80-mile-per-hour winds, if you have a line of 80-mile-per-hour winds that stretches over 10 miles long, that's going to do more damage than an EF0 tornado because it literally just covers physically such a big space here. So if you're over in Bolivar right now, you're tuning in, hey, we appreciate that. But be aware you could see some really strong winds here over the next half an hour or so, as a lot of these storms, they are racing to the east and northeast here at about 60 miles per hour, in some cases even faster than that. Still have that ability to see a quick little spin up here as far as the tornado goes. I'd say the most favorable location would be into southern Fayette County. Notice some of these greens and some of these reds that are embedded on your screen here just to the south of Somerville, really kind of midway between 64 and 72. That's where that quick spin up has at least the possibility of happening. There might be some small hail embedded too, but really the big thing is going to be the winds out of this. The thing I want you to see here is these reds. Notice how just west of Jackson, you kind of have a sharp contrast here. Yeah. That goes from the winds being relatively tame to the flip of a switch, those winds potentially going up to 80 miles per hour. So, Ron, you know this, we all know this as far as in the weather world. You get some of those straight line winds, some of those, I don't know if I wouldn't call it a derecho, but just as far as some of those really gusty winds all of a sudden, that's where you can really see a lot of damage here. And heck, here at the station we had, what was it, a 54-mile-per-hour gust, I believe it was, and this is that same line that kind of was responsible for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the larger polygon is now expired. 1046 is where we are right now. We still have the one severe thunderstorm warning that remains for a portion of Shelby County. That's going to go until 11 o'clock. So, Eric, what do you say we go ahead, we'll track this till the top of the hour, and then regroup and see how things are going to play out. And, again, right now we're watching this one severe thunderstorm warned area. And looks, did they just issue another warning on top of that? So
correct.
Yeah, we've got another one now.
So that's
going to go until 11:30. Tornado possible. Fayette, Hardeman, Madison, and McNairy counties on that one.
And that's for the potential of 60 mile per hour winds, as well as 1.5 inch in diameter hail. So, as you said, a tornado possible tag as well.
I want to take a close look at this little cell that's down here.
Yeah, that's going to, I think that's when we almost have to, obviously we have that line of wind that's racing to the east. We got to keep an eye on that one that's just outside of Phillips County.
And I think I've got everything cleared off here. Let me just zoom into that. And, well, for whatever reason, it just switched on me. Here we go. Let's take a zoom in on this because that's a nasty looking little cell in and of itself. Now we're hitting that at a pretty good distance from the radar site. We're checking it out right now on the Little Rock radar site, but as far as looking at the potential for rotation within it and the velocity, I can see, but it looks again like this may be more of a wind event as well. You may have some strong winds coming in behind that. Doesn't look like a significant rotation, although you've got a pretty good shear marker over that, Eric. What is that? That's a tall one right there. So that's showing us that the shear with this, or the rotation with it, is generally in the upper levels of the atmosphere, which makes sense. That's where we're seeing it from the radar site itself. But nonetheless, there is still a tornado warning that remains for that little particular cell. That too is going to go until about 11:15 tonight. So overall, dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings for much of the coverage area. 11 o'clock for Crittenden, DeSoto, Shelby, and Tunica counties. New warning for Fayette, Hardeman, McNary, or Madison and McNary counties. That's going to go until 11:30. And then this larger polygon, this one is including quite a few counties, the potential for some destructive winds with that for Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, Madison County. And again, tornado possible in that. It's going to go until 11:15 tonight. So this is what we're seeing. This is what we're tracking. This is why we're back on the air tonight, simply because of the potential for more damaging wind, or for damaging wind, especially into this part of West Tennessee, but also keeping a close eye on this one for the potential of a tornado. Eric, I see you've got a skit on that one down there. It's looking a little ominous. You see anything that catches your eye on that?
So a lot of these skits, it looks like they're ranging from about a 3.5 to a 4.5 as far as that BTI goes here.
Yeah.
And that number, yet again, it goes from a 1 to a 10. So once we start to see that number climb above 7, that's an uh-oh, honestly. That's the most G-rated way to put it, as far as we're really starting to keep an eye on things. And once it starts climbing above 5, I think that's really when it starts to draw our attention. So with a lot of these ranging between about 3.5 to 4.5 right now, they're all just kind of collectively keep an eye on it, keep an eye on it. It's kind of going around different things here. It seems like as far as the National Weather Service in Arkansas, once they start to approach more the Memphis forecast areas, it seems like they start to... It seems like there is some consistency as far as those storms going from west to east here, that whatever it is to the west, they extend that to the east. So it seems like it is possible that this could become a tornado-warned storm as it crosses over into Phillips County. I do agree with your assessment, Ron. Maybe it doesn't necessarily look quite as impressive as it had earlier, but there's at least, it looks like, some stronger winds embedded. Notice as far as this goes here, when you start seeing those reds and the greens with this given graphic, that's usually a sign of some stronger winds that could be around here. This is indicating 70 mile per hour winds. And you know what? Let me drag this up to the north here and see. Well, it looks like between Oakland and Moscow and Somerville over towards Williston. I'm pretty sure Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, he was over in that area earlier today. Some ping pong ball sized hail is a possibility here as this approaches Williston. But that main line that is scooting to the east right now, it has those potential 80 mile per hour winds that continues to race itself off to the east here. And Ron, haven't got any confirmed reports that there has been any sort of damage with those 80 mile per hour winds, but obviously we're still pretty early as far as just this line of storms moving itself from the west to the east.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite frankly, that's the little cell we're watching more closely right now. Wind's still a big problem here, and radar indicated winds at that. I don't think we had did we have surface confirmation of winds, you guys? Nothing? Okay, so again, in the upper levels, and we're hitting that, as that's moving on through, you get all of this just kind of converging right over this area right here, and that can really create some big problems. So with this warmer air mass, this juicy warm air mass still in place just to our south and east, we got to watch it very closely. Got about another 9 minutes left on this warning. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning just to our north, and the possibility for some destructive winds with that for Crockett, Haywood, Lauderdale, Madison counties. That goes until 11:15 tonight, and 11:30 for the one that is just to the south of it. But overall, I think Memphis and Shelby County are faring well as we head into the overnight hours. Tornado possible in this. We can't rule it out, but we're not seeing anything in the way of significant rotation, at least from our perspective on it. I do want to take a look outside from our Midtown camera. Jayla, if that's possible, can you pop that camera up and let us take a look and see what's going on outside tonight? A bit more tranquil. At one point, you couldn't see a thing from that camera. Now it's all fizzled out. The heavy rain still will continue across the area, but we're starting to transition now more into a flood event as opposed to a significant severe weather outbreak. But we can't let our guard down. We're going to see the potential for more severe storms coming into the area as we get into the day on Friday. There could be some strong storms in the early morning hours. I want to encourage you to add some extra time to your morning commute because there is the potential for some strong to severe storms as we get right around 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then we could likely see another round maybe in the early afternoon with more activity likely tomorrow night. Thursday is a first alert weather day as well. So it has been one heck of a day today. Northeastern Arkansas and really eastern Arkansas as a whole bore the brunt of it, but some strong storms coming through, taking out power, bringing down some trees, tree limbs, and power lines for a good part of the Action News 5 coverage area, primarily into West Tennessee. But right now, I think we hopefully are seeing a bit more tranquil patterns start to emerge. When I say tranquil, it's still going to be loud. There's still going to be a lot of lightning, still going to be a lot of thunder, and there's still going to be a lot of rain. But Eric, you're looking at storm winds right now, still seeing that indication of some rotation, but it's not what we would typically see in regard to a storm that's producing a tornado.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the got a report from one of the emergency management officials over in Fayette County that there was apparently some ping pong ball-sized hail that occurred near Somerville. So that's something we are gonna have to check up upon on here because that's pretty big hail to come out of this here. As far as those winds go, Somerville seeing some of the strongest winds here over the past about 15 minutes or so that you've seen of this entire event. Looks like there could be some rotation just to the east of Williston right now, getting a little bit close to Bolivar. So your first alert, if you are over in Bolivar, to watch out for the potential of some strong winds at the least here. Maybe there is some rotation that is embedded here. Don't think that it's necessarily an over-the-top threat as far as, say, a tornadic threat, but you still have the potential of seeing some pretty strong winds here, and there is that severe thunderstorm warning that is around here, and the potential of 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's a pretty serious verbiage as far as the National Weather Service indicating that here. That is until 11:15. The time right now is 10:55. I have another severe thunderstorm warning that's just to the south of that. That's until 11:30 with another opportunity to see some strong winds as well. So, Ron, I tell you what we're going to do.
Yeah, we'll take it up to 11 o'clock, top of the hour. Then we're going to regroup, watch this, see what's going on. We came back on the air simply because of that warned storm moving through Haywood County. Yeah, we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings. We've seen no tornado warnings, but we've been on the air now for more than 8 hours. It's time to take a little break, regroup. We've still got a long night to go, and we've got a long day to get through tomorrow as well. So I want you folks to know that we're going to continue to watch this, monitor it closely, and if the need arises, we're going to jump back on the air as we did with this system coming on, or this line of wind coming on through Haywood and Hardin and Fayette counties tonight. But right now, it looks like as that continues to push off to the east, getting no reports of damage from those areas. It is getting into the late night. This severe thunderstorm warned cell right here to the south of Memphis, that's going to expire at 11 o'clock tonight. Then I think we're going to see our flood warnings continue to remain in place. 11:45 for one. We've got another one just to the east of that. That flood warning is going to remain until 12:15. Look, look, if you're going to be out late tonight, and I highly discourage it, but if you are and you come to a flooded road, I want you to turn around, don't drown. There is likely to be flooding all across eastern Arkansas and into West Tennessee tonight as a result of the very heavy rain that we have endured, and really the rain from the last from last weekend. Ground's still saturated in many areas as a result of that. So right now, this rain that is falling, much of it just turning into runoff. So it's gotten, the ground can't absorb much more, and that's going to contribute to rising tributaries, flooded streets, and some big issues, I believe, with the morning commute tomorrow, especially as we're seeing indications of this rain continuing as we get on into the remainder of the overnight hours tonight, and that moisture just continuing to train right over the area. So we call these training echoes, rain falling over areas where we've already seen rain. This will make a slow push to the east, but again, right now it looks like it is primarily a rain event and a flooding event, with the exception of that one cell that's starting to move on into Phillips County right now. But the BTI on that was below a 5, I do believe. Where were we at? A 4.0 on it right now. So even the rotation on that seems minimal to a great degree. Eric, would you agree?
I would agree with that. And now we're getting a report of some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust over northern Fayette County. So it seems like Fayette County right now. They're
bearing the brunt of it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That is absolutely sure. Let me clear this off. Let's zoom in. Tell you what, I'll put another little track on this before we wrap it up here until the next round moves in. So northern Fayette County, that's where they're seeing that, and that is going to come in. So that main line right there, let's take a look at the velocity on it. It's really, oh, and you can see, look at this area right here. Man, that is some strong wind. It's really northwestern Hardeman County that I would say is getting the strongest wind with this. So as that's moving off to the east, and what is it moving at, about 40, 50 miles per hour? Bolivar, 1106, strong wind coming your way. Medon, 1110. Silerton, 1122. Pinson, 1123. Henderson, 1133. It's going to get into Finger right around 1142. Now, we're talking about the strong wind, the leading edge of that wind. Lexington at about 1150, and then into Alberton at 1156. So that's what I'm looking at in regard to the wind potential there. But as far as the rainfall goes, it's pretty heavy in those areas too. And the rain rates, they were pretty high when we were checking them out moments ago. And look at that little area right there around the corners of Haywood, Fayette, and Hardeman County, just around 2 inches per hour. Southeastern Shelby County, you've got some heavy rain coming into Collierville. That will move north on into Germantown and right around an inch per hour. So again, taking you back to the home page, still dealing with a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. The warning for Memphis and Shelby County is now expired, replaced by a flood warning. Still some active severe thunderstorm warnings to our east, but we're going to continue to track it through the overnight hours, and if the need be, we will jump back on the air. Eric, any final thoughts?
Not right now. Just got to keep an eye on things for this evening. If you are headed to sleep, make sure you do have multiple devices that will wake you up if you do get put under a tornado warning or one of those very strong severe thunderstorm warnings.
All righty. Patrick Ellis is back bright and early in the morning. He'll be tracking these storms at 4:30 a.m. Eric and I will be here through the overnight hours, and we'll likely see you again tomorrow for our next round of strong to severe storms. In the meantime, we're going to get you back to Jimmy Fallon, already in progress.